StarCraft, the Terran Empire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 526, the third Xel'Naga fragment. Of all the planets Augustus had visited, Sil's majestic mountains and the lost cities that remained in them were unique. Sil's mountains were incredibly large and tall, often more than a dozen miles high, and they covered an incredibly vast area of land. Thousands of these mountains formed a wall that stretched from the sky to the ground and into the clouds. In the flat land between the mountains were the cities of Sil's ancient civilization, with countless tall and dense tower-like buildings in the cities, each of which was connected by surrounding ramps, towers, and bridges, converging into a spider web-like network in the distance. These cities, so huge that it was difficult to see the beginning and the end, must have had an extremely glorious history, and the races that created these great relics long ago still walked on this land. At that time, it was still long before the first human who looked up at the stars appeared. It was millions of years ago, and no matter how magnificent and prosperous these lost cities had once been, all the colors had been wiped out by the world in the endless winds of sand, and the gray and black buildings in the abandoned cities were like silent tombstones of this civilization. Augustus looked out at this dead world from the stone steps of the Xel'Naga temple in the center of the city, imagining its former prosperity and the blue rivers flowing through it, and the green and brown forests and grasslands. But now it was extremely desolate. Many centuries before the arrival of humans, the Sil winds had blown away the last roots of vegetation here, revealing ugly dark brown rock shelves, and the huge bright spots on the ground were once part of a huge lake or ocean. The wind swept across the land for tens of thousands of miles, carrying countless tons of yellow sand and gravel. Whatever magnificent and mysterious life this planet had once nurtured, it was now the tomb of its species. This civilization has a close relationship with the Xel'Naga. According to preliminary investigations, they may have worshipped the Xel'Naga with extreme enthusiasm and regarded them as gods. Dr. Narad no longer praised them repeatedly, like he did when he first came here, but he was still immersed in shock. So, just like the Protoss, the intelligent life of Sil has also received advice and teachings from the Xel'Naga. Augustus thought to himself, shouldn't you have a share of this Xel'Naga? This requires further archaeological excavations and research on the social structure and culture of ancient civilizations. It is also possible that the Xel'Naga has never appeared in front of this civilization. But before the species on this planet evolved wisdom and developed civilization, those Xel'Naga temples have already existed. Dr. Narad pondered for a moment. So, as this civilization develops, the more they understand that the Xel'Naga temple is unique, the more they will be awed and eventually develop religious worship. Among the excavated Xel'Naga ruins, the earliest architectural history can be traced back to the beginning of the chaos of the universe, when the stars were just formed. The doctor said, Xel'Naga, what a great and mysterious race. Do you think they are gods? Augustus was silent for a while. Omnipresent, omniscient, omnipotent gods. The emperor made an analogy. For example, if I mutter a few words here, will they look over? There is no way to prove it. Dr. Narad looked at Augustus, opened his mouth, and said nothing more. He knew that the emperor was an atheist, but he was very interested in mysterious phenomena like this. Are all the prophecies of Xel'Naga true? Augustus asked again. So far, humans have not been able to interpret the prophecies of the Xel'Naga. The doctor sighed and emphasized, the difficulty is equivalent to an unintelligent ape analyzing an equation, which is extremely difficult. Even the Protoss can't do it. If the Xel'Naga are really a high-dimensional existence that humans cannot understand at all, then indeed, their every move is a miracle, and their prophecies are the trajectory of destiny. Augustus put his hands behind his back. If the Xel'Naga return again and become enemies of humans, how can we kill them, Your Majesty? Dr. Narad was obviously stumped by the Emperor's question. He felt embarrassed and almost said that you humans are worthy of being enemies of Ammon. After all, I'm just a slightly accomplished Xel'Naga scholar and a mediocre biologist. When I was a child, I always liked these unrealistic and fantastic ideas. What if one day I have to be enemies with the gods? Augustus signaled that my dear minister should not panic. I was just talking casually. After saying that, Augustus walked along the huge steps to the interior of the Xel'Naga temple, followed by Nerid and others. The Xel'Naga temple in Syl is different from those in Alan Sagulus, but the beautiful spiral dome and huge hexagonal stone columns are exactly the same. This Xel'Naga temple is indeed the center of the city, or in other words, all other buildings and layouts are built based on it, and each architectural style complements the elegance and beauty of the Xel'Naga temple. Two stone steps that seem to be built for giants converge along the trapezoidal altar and the angular straight columns to the top of the temple, and finally meet at the temple gate in front of Augustus. The gate of the temple is 200 feet high and 40 feet wide, twice as thick as the wall of the palace in Augustgrad. The gate seems to be made up of dozens of different, but perfectly fitting geometric fragments, and the dark green light flows continuously along the grooves between them. Augustus had intended to use the Draken laser drill to blast open the door, but he didn't expect Dr. Nerid to find a way to open it. The Emperor was overjoyed. If he could open the first one, he could open the second one. Behind the door was the majestic temple hall. It was larger than any known human building, dwarfing them. The wall opposite the door was like a cliff in the distance, looking like both a wall and a ceiling. The flowing crystal light spread out from the four walls like a waterfall of dark green light, making the whole world seem like being in a garden. Dark green is the primary color of life, the lush forests, jungles, and grasslands. In the creations of the Xel'Naga, everything is perfectly integrated with the beauty of nature and the vitality of all things. The number and strength of the pillars supporting the dome in the hall are obviously not enough to support such a huge building, but the temple still stands firm with its miraculous structure and material strength. There is no window inside, and it doesn't feel dark, even though there is no sunlight. There are many huge creations in front of Augustus, which seem to be prepared for giants of equal size. Xel'Naga once sat here. Emperor Augustus couldn't help but say, I can't imagine what it was like back then. Yes, it's a pity that we will never see it again. Dr. Nerid's regret didn't seem to be fake, but it seemed to be more than just regret. There are hundreds of Imperial soldiers in the temple hall, including many archaeologists and text scholars, who are carefully excavating the ruins. In the Kaprulu sector, the main duty of archaeologists is to excavate rare alien ruins. After all, the Terran Federation has only a history of 2 or 3 centuries and there is really nothing to excavate. Augustus found a lot of unsung archaeologists from Tarsinus who were not well known, and hired them to excavate alien ruins for him. It is worth mentioning that Augustus's 10-year-old nephew Valerian Mengsk also wanted to participate in the archaeological excavation, but was yelled back by his father. Considering the preciousness of many ancient relics in Syl and its important geographical location, Augustus also decided to build several outposts and scientific research stations here. Syl's natural resources are also quite valuable. In the future, it may be possible to put the colonization plan on the agenda and build several smaller settlements to strengthen the Empire's control over this place. That should be the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact. Dr. Nerid pointed to the center of the temple hall. On the rising hexagonal column, there was a black polyhedron with smooth cuts surrounded by blue fluorescence. According to the doctor, this is part of an extraordinary Xel'Naga creation. Is this what the Tal'Darim Improtus are protecting? Augustus walked towards the fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact, and the Imperial soldiers and scholars along the way saluted him. Even they themselves don't understand what it is used for. Since the Tal'Darim Improtus attach so much importance to it, it must have its value. Dr. Nerid said. At this time, Nerid did not have the funds to hire the Raynor Rangers in the game to find the artifact for him. He could only try his best to convince the Emperor that this thing was absolutely extraordinary. And he would never have thought that Augustus had already seen through his thoughts. But the other party couldn't figure out what Nerid was going to do with the artifact at this time. The Xel'Naga artifact is indeed crucial. It can be used to absorb energy, to revive the Dark God Ammon and pull him back to the real universe. It is also the key to finding Erna and entering the void, and even creating the next generation of Xel'Naga. Under Augustus's instructions, this Xel'Naga artifact was carefully put into a black metal password box and transported back to the fleet by a special person and a special plane. This is the third piece of Xel'Naga artifact Augustus has obtained, but he himself is not very keen on collecting all the artifacts. But since Nerad is so interested, Augustus wants to see what medicine he sells in his gourd. Since the doctor said so, there must be a reason for the doctor. Since Dr. Nerad created a time-space fragmentation device and a personal shield, based on his research on Xel'Naga technology, the Emperor has increasingly valued and trusted him. At this point, Augustus turned to Faraday, the captain of the Royal Guard beside him. Have you found any results from the interrogation of the Tal'Darim Protoss in Xil? So far, the Tal'Darim Protoss forces entrenched in Xil have been completely wiped out by the Imperial army, with only a small number of remnants still resisting. Soon, Xil's victory will spread throughout the world of the Terran Empire. The Tal'Darim Protoss in Xil are not the Tal'Darim that attacked the human world, and they know nothing about the destruction of Blaxis. They belong to the Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force led by Executor Nayan, fanatically following the Xel'Naga, and are semi-independent of the mainstream world of the Tal'Darim Protoss. Now they are being beaten up by the Terran Empire, and they are completely confused. People are still standing there, and they inexplicably took the blame, and took it on themselves. However, whether it is Augustus who knows the truth or the Imperial people who can't tell the difference at all. In fact, there is no difference between these two groups of Tal'Darim. Anyway, they are not good people. In any case, let's settle the hatred first. The Tal'Darim of Nayan and the Imperial army are not without grievances. This can be traced back to the bloody conflict between the two on the jungle planet of Baisha during the Revolutionary Army era. After all, the Tal'Darim of Slain are far away from the Terran Empire, while the Tal'Darim of Nayan are right on the border of the Empire. As the saying goes, one who sleeps under the bed cannot allow others to sleep peacefully. As long as Augustus's Terran Empire continues to expand outward, the two sides will sooner or later go to war again. In this case, he might as well strike first. Augustus is not worried that the elimination of this Tal'Darim will lead to an outbreak of slain. Nayan is regarded as a madman who has been smoked by Terrazine among his own people. Unless ordered by the high-level lord, no Tal'Darim lord will risk damaging his own power to help Nayan avenge. There is only intrigue and power struggle among the Tal'Darim, and there is no family affection to speak of. The current relationship between the Tal'Darim High Lord Marash and Nayan can be considered very bad, let alone helping him to avenge, unless it is used as an excuse for power struggle. But there is no practical benefit in fighting the Terranid Empire, and it is very likely to affect the plan of the Dark God Ammon. If the high-level lords of the Tal'Darim really come to cause trouble, Augustus will also have his own way to deal with it. In any case, Augustus will never be timid, because of fear of the consequences. He will never speak softly when he needs to be ruthless. Although the Tal'Darim Protoss fight bravely and are extremely tenacious, they are not unyielding. Faraday replied, now we have obtained the detailed coordinates of several Tal'Darim planets, but we don't know the authenticity. The Tal'Darim Protoss is known for its cunning. They look down on humans, but they will succumb to the strong. Humans can also be strong. Have you figured out where Nayan's lair is? Augustus asked. In the Sigma Quadrant. Faraday replied. Show these coordinates on the map. Augustus said. Then, a three-dimensional holographic map unfolded in front of Augustus. Several planets less than the size of the star appeared in the dusty star map with the stars they orbited. The most important planet was named Typhon. According to the confession of the Tal'Darim captives, Typhon also had a fragment of the Xel'Naga artifact that they worshipped. The Sigma Quadrant is the base camp of Nayan. The records on the map show that many human ships have disappeared when passing through here. Actor's exploration team also disappeared in the Sigma Quadrant, but the search and rescue team sent thereafter has also disappeared. After the outbreak of the war, this matter can only be left unresolved. Augustus remembered something. Immediately send multiple reconnaissance ships and infiltration forces to these Tal'Darim worlds to prepare for the upcoming war. Thinking of this, Augustus looked at the planet named Typhon. In Augustus' memory, Typhon was destroyed in a supernova explosion in the year 2504 in the timeline of Wings of Liberty, but now it was 10 years ago. The next world that must be captured is Typhon. Chapter 527 He still steals. Typhon 11th Typhon was considered a remote planet, barren and sparsely mineralized, and not ideal for colonization. Only explorers and adventurers occasionally visited it, and no one else cared about it. It is unknown how long the Tal'Darim occupied Typhon. By the time the Terran Empire's exploration ships arrived here, the barren plateaus and huge cliffs of Typhon had already been covered with stone altars and temples. These fanatical Tal'Darim regarded Typhon as a holy place, and would not tolerate any desecration. On the eve of Whitsunday, Emperor Augustus Mengsk of the Terran Empire ordered an offensive against the Tal'Darim on Typhon. Under the Emperor's order, as many as 4 Imperial fleets, including the Sons of Korhal, Antigua Squadron, Nova Squadron, and Crimson Squadron, and about 70 battle cruisers and destroyers, frigates, supply ships, armored transports and other large and small ships of various sizes from the attached fleets approached the Typhon system. Note, destroyer, which appears in the short story Acid Burn, is a large ship equipped with powerful firepower but insufficient armor, high attack and low defense. After the small-scale friction and exchange of fire between the two side scout groups, the battle quickly turned into a large-scale fleet battle and a brutal battle around the satellite. The Tal'Darim and the Empire each deployed their main fleets. From the high-altitude orbit of Typhon to the near-Earth atmosphere, the shining light of the naval guns could be seen, and the wreckage of the destroyed warships was countless. Before the outbreak of the war, the Tal'Darim of Typhon realized that they were at an absolute disadvantage. The number of warships was less than 1/10 of the Imperial fleet, and the number of warriors was far less than that of humans. The warships of the Tal'Darim Protoss had superior firepower and plasma shields, which are much more advanced than those of the Empire, but still not enough to make up for the huge gap. After all, these Tal'Darim are just a lone army separated from the mainstream world of their race. Their executive officer, Mayan, is just a paranoid lunatic. He is not strong to begin with, and it is difficult for him to get support from his home planet, Slain. In the 7th standard of the war, under the command of Imperial Admiral Horace Warfield, the superior fleet defeated and crushed the Typhon Tal'Darim fleet, destroyed 12 Protoss aircraft carriers, and countless small and medium-sized spacecraft. The heroic Imperial Navy also paid a great sacrifice. Many Imperial battle cruisers such as the Norris, Hera and Antigone were destroyed, and about 20,000 naval soldiers died in the battle. Among them, the Imperial soldiers on the Incha were extremely brave when they were boarded and raided by the Tal'Darim Protoss. At the most intense moment of the battle, the Pan-Tyranid Party political commissar and key officers took the lead in counter-attacking, and eventually regained control of the battleship. Many naval officers and soldiers were promoted during the war, and awarded the Silver Tower Oakleaf Double Sword Medal and the title of Imperial Hero, waiting to return to Kar'August Grid for medals. This Behemoth-class battlecruiser built in Antigua was commissioned at the beginning of the Empire's establishment. In just a few months, it has made many military achievements. Its name is to commemorate a loyal butler who died for the Mengsk family. In the 10th Standard Time, the Imperial fleet occupying Typhon's high-altitude orbit used Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs to destroy several Tal'Darim cities on the surface. Dr. Narad and the Imperial Xel'Naga engineers installed a small warp engine on the nuclear bomb and detonated it directly in the center of the Protoss city, so the Tal'Darim Protoss could not intercept it. The Empire found about 1,300 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs and about 10,000 tactical nuclear bombs of different levels in the Federation Physics Laboratory, nuclear arsenal and nuclear missile silos in Tarsinus, enough to bomb Tarsinus over and over again. It is said that Prince Arcturus personally led the army to confiscate the nuclear bombs, and his eyes looking at those nuclear bombs were 1,000 times more passionate than those of women. Nuclear weapons are still the most deterrent force for humans in the interstellar space, and the nuclear bomb mania began in the Federation era. After gaining absolute air superiority, General Warfield ordered a landing on Typhon to attack the last Protoss city after the bombing. It was a holy city located between Brownstone Canyons, Redstone Gulch in 2011 ladder map, and it was also the location of the Xel'Naga fragments. The 5th, 8th, and 10th Imperial Marines, about 280,000 people, were ordered to carry out this mission in a large number of siege vehicles such as armored vehicles, tanks, railguns and laser cannons, commanded by General Zunda. Half of the legions were once Federation soldiers, but after joining the Imperial Army, they were much braver than before, and a considerable number of them were socialized soldiers. Although Emperor Augustus had ordered the closure of all Federation resocialized soldier manufacturing factories, except Norris and Nathu II, there were still about 7 million Federation soldiers who had undergone this transformation. Even at the end of the Guild War, when the society was in turmoil and the crime rate was high, the number of prisoners alone was not enough. The answer was that the Federation resocialized refugees and even legally conscripted recruits. Some of the transformations were minor, only instilling combat knowledge, while others completely changed their perception of themselves. The damage to the human brain caused by resocialization is irreversible, and Augustus could only allow these warriors to continue to be loyal to the Empire. At this point, the Typhon Tal'Darim, who were defeated in less than a day, had to admit the fact that they had been defeated. Although they knew that, if they were defeated, they would inevitably face the cold anger and death of the Executor, some of the Tal'Darim Protoss still fled Typhon in high-speed spacecraft out of fear. This was naturally a great shame, but they at least recognized one thing: at least the humans of the Terran Empire were not to be messed with. While knowing that victory was already decided, Augustus knew that Typhon's victory only weakened the strength of the Tal'Darim Expeditionary Force, and was not enough to make the final decision. The Tal'Darim Protoss entrenched in the Sigma Quadrant, the base camp, was still a powerful force. According to the existing intelligence and the comparison of enemy and our forces, even if the Imperial Navy won, it might only be a miserable victory. Moreover, the environment of the Sigma Quadrant was complex, and it would definitely be a loss if you entered it rashly. Augustus had to re-evaluate the war. While he ordered the generals and chiefs of staff in the headquarters to discuss the plan of attacking the Sigma Quadrant, he personally interrogated the prisoners in the command cabin of the flagship Hyperion. The subject of the interrogation was a Tal'Darim fleet commander. According to this ascendant named Hal, he was a high-ranking ascendant in the chain of ascendancy, a chosen one of the Dark God, and had a high status. Hal was still arrogant after being captured, and he soon realized that no matter how high his status among the Tal'Darim was, he was worthless in front of the stern-faced Emperor of the Terran Empire. You said that in the Sigma Quadrant, your Executor Nain still has a Tal'Darim mothership. Emperor Augustus, dressed in a navy uniform, stood in front of the high-level ascendant tied to the alloy chair, while the latter was only wearing a blood-stained grey short robe, so weak that even his mental language was weak. How did this mothership come from? Standing next to him were fully armed Royal Guard soldiers, whose brown and gold power armor could resist the impact of the mind, and was designed for psychic assassins. Outside the observation window in the distance was the planet Typhon, bathed in blue sunlight, such as the sun she orbited, had not yet erupted. The Imperial fleet built many supply stations in the small star belt at the edge of the galaxy to solve the logistics of a huge fleet. If you know, let me go as soon as possible, and then beg for mercy at the feet of Lord Nain, you stink bug. Woo. Ascendant Hal just shouted a few words and twitched all over because of the blue arc surging on his body. He was so weak that he couldn't resist at all. Sarah Carrigan behind Augustus put away the hand with arcs on the fingertips, stretched out her hand to touch her fiery red hair and said, "In my opinion, you look like a real bug. Answer His Majesty's questions carefully, little Protoss. You Tal'Darim don't understand the principle of sitting still and getting beaten." At the same time, even a bohemian real man like Tychus was more afraid of Queen Kerrigan. This was probably one of the few women in the world that he kept his distance from. When did you learn this trick? Why, I learned it from the Protoss. Kerrigan rubbed her fingers and actually rubbed out sparks. When I was in Air, I asked the high-level Templar masters of the Valerie Templar School for advice on a few tricks. I was the only human taught by them. As she spoke, she made a beautiful spark. I was happy for a long time because of this incident. After I came back, I often practiced how to discharge electricity like the high-level Templars. It's probably because humans other than you don't have that much psychic power. What on earth are you? Tychus was about to say something but stopped. Tychus couldn't help laughing when he thought about the time when the couple had a conflict and Kerrigan easily suppressed Augustus and electrocuted him to a crisp, but he knew that Kerrigan was reluctant to hit Augustus. A human. A human. How can you have such a powerful force? This is impossible. Ascended Hal's face darkened. The truth is always intriguing. Titus was electrocuted hard while speaking, and his bud was smoking. Where did that mothership come from? Augustus coughed lightly, and continued to ask. Of course it came from the warp. Ascended Hal didn't dare to mutter anything more. I mean the source. Where and how did you forge your mothership? Augustus raised his voice, reminding the other party that he had no extra patience. Forging? No, the Tal'Darim will not waste time on engineering and production. Providing weapons and spacecraft is the job of the weak. Hal seemed to despise the word forging mentioned by Augustus. Every Tal'Darim Protoss is a warrior, and their strength in battle can prove the value of a Tal'Darim. Tal'Darim despise inventions and creations, and there are almost no scientists and engineers in the tribe, or even scientists and engineers must be able to fight. Although Tal'Darim always look down on the creations of their distant relatives, they will also treasure the excavated motherships and colossi. Anyway, Tal'Darim has no moral values, and no psychological burden at all. I understand what you mean. This mother's fleet was of course obtained from the Templars. He said, it's a waste for them to bury these warships in abandoned colonies. Then this is what you are doing. Augustus got what he wanted, stealing Protoss ships and technology, and torturing captured Calais engineers in the forge every day, to interrogate the secrets of technology. This is not stealing. The Ascended emphasized angrily, the Templars are full of morality, but they are just hypocritical sweet words. Only Tal'Darim know how to fight. What a shame. Titus said. I know. Augustus said. Those Protoss really won't cry until they see the coffin, and that really took a lot of effort. The Ascendant said proudly, I always do this quickly and well. They are like thick-skinned livestock that can endure the most severe torture, but as long as you threaten them with the Protoss's neural bundles, they will immediately surrender. In fact, according to the information obtained by Augustus, the Protoss hub of the Tal'Darim was also stolen. Not only that, even the place where Calais was tortured was stolen. The Protoss Empire actually knew nothing about this. It is common for exploration ships and patrols to disappear, but the Tal'Darim will never leave any handle. In addition, the Protoss Empire rarely came into contact with the Tal'Darim Protoss, not to mention the outbreak of war, so it is even more impossible to know what they did. In Monlace, Sylan Typhon, the Terran Empire rescued many Protoss captured by the Tal'Darim Protoss. Given the friendly relationship between the Terran Empire and the Protoss of Dalam, Augustus immediately handed over these Protoss along with the Tal'Darim captives. This incident certainly caused a great sensation in the Protoss society of Dalam, and in shock and anger, they finally understood what was going on. The Protoss could never tolerate their own people being tortured like this, and the more they understood the truth, the more frightened they were. Who knows how long the Tal'Darim have been doing this? They always steal with a clear conscience, and then break the victim's legs, saying that they use your broken stuff, which is really aggrieved. How many Protoss are there in the Sigma Quadrant that you have kidnapped? Augustus asked again. How do I remember it? The Ascended said. Someone has to repair the damaged spacecraft and weapons, which is the job of slaves. Did you also kidnap the Dark Templar? Augustus asked. The Ascended hesitated for a moment, not knowing how Augustus knew about this. Most of the time, these Dark Templar invaded our territory themselves. They tried their best to study the legacy of the Xel'Naga, which of course made Lord Nairn furious. Since their territories were built around the Xel'Naga ruins, the wandering Dark Templar scholars were always attracted here. And every time, they were confident that they could avoid the Tal'Darim's detectors. I don't understand why he is angry. Ammon himself doesn't care. He pointed to his head. He is not normal here. Of course, we have always been jealous of the Dark Templars' time and space technology, which is their specialty. Hal continued. They came at the right time. Okay. Augustus turned to Carrigan and Titus and said, now Tacita has a reason to send troops. Chapter 528, Stolen from the Templar. After capturing Typhon, Augustus did not take advantage of the situation to capture the last territory of the Tal'Darim Protoss, the Sigma Quadrant, but chose to let the soldiers of the Empire rest in the occupied area for a while, and the fleet switched from an offensive posture to a defensive posture. During this period, the busiest people were the medical workers accompanying the army, who had to spend all day treating the wounded. Even so, many soldiers died due to serious injuries, and their bodies were sent to their hometowns for burial on the transport ships returning to Korhal. In all the foreign wars, no one was immortal. That's why Augustus never liked war, but he had to end it with war. The resting Imperial fleet must be on guard against the retaliatory attacks that the Tal'Darim may come at any time, so the soldiers must remain vigilant while resting. In this way, when Christmas came, the Imperial soldiers had to find joy in suffering. Fortunately, although Typhon is barren, there are forests and jungles between the Canyon Gobi and high cliffs and boulders in the mid-latitudes, which are good for decorating a few Christmas trees. Except that they could not drink alcohol, and could only drink tea and coffee instead. The warriors were still able to enjoy a rich meal during the festival, and they could also eat local creatures they hunted. Emperor Augustus had no intention of establishing a colony in Typhon, and had not yet introduced any measures to protect local resources and wildlife. A few days after Christmas, Augustus finally received an ultimatum from Tal'Darim executor Nayan. Nayan seemed to have never thought about why the humans of the Terran Empire would attack them, and he didn't even want to figure it out. He just regarded Augustus and his warriors as heretics who blasphemed the gods. It seems that Nayan has indeed fallen into a state of mental disorder. He can't listen to any words, and has no intention of talking to Augustus. The communication ended with the executor's rebuke and curse on the emperor. Nayan claimed that he would chase Augustus to the ends of the earth and let him die 10,000 times. It can be seen that Executor Nayan is probably really crazy. Alarak has a voice line. Do you know a fate more terrible than death? I will let you collect terrazine, and then you will go crazy like Nayan. Augustus was of course extremely vigilant about such an unstable factor on the border of the empire. But the expected revenge did not come. For more than 10 days, Augustus did not even see the shadow of a Tal'Darim. Augustus did not figure out Nayan's plan. Perhaps he expected that the Terran Empire humans would definitely launch an attack on his base camp, so he was waiting for the opportunity. Combined with the words of Nayan's captured subordinates, the mentally disturbed Nayan was not popular. He could control these Tal'Darim only because he was a real strong man. Even if Nayan had allies on his home planet slain, they now kept their distance because of his crazy appearance. The society of the Tal'Darim is known for its cruelty. Strength is supreme, and no one will think of old friendships. If Nayan had not lost his mind, he could have used the terrazine resources in his hands, or played tricks to gather allies in Slain, but it is obviously impossible now. In this case, Augustus expected that Nayan would not be able to wait for reinforcement, and his reinforcement were on the way, and were about to arrive. The new year arrived, and the sun was about to set. Typhon's blue main sequence star was still shining. It looked like just a star in the sky, but it was brighter than all the stars. The light and heat it released still made the weather here unbearably hot. On the open reddish-brown land, the clusters of Kel-morian crystals around the Xel'Naga temple that the emperor used as a temporary palace still emitted blue and purple flashes as the night was about to fall. As the sun gradually set, a blue-green crescent moon climbed up the clouds, and the light it emitted was like the moon in the water. This is a completely different alien world. The sadness of the red desert hits you in the face, as if the earth has just passed the ice age. Solitary mysterious altars and spires stand among the bright mountains, quiet and harmonious. The Xel'Naga temple, which has stood here for at least millions of years, still stands in the moonlight, unglowable by wind and rain. The spiral walls and huge curved stairs are shrouded in dark green light, as if covered with moss and vines. Although Typhon is also a bitter and cold place, it also has its own charm. Perhaps this is the charm of this cruel universe. Surrounding the Xel'Naga temple are the dark Gothic-style hideous buildings of the Tal'Darim Protoss, in which the blood fragment crystals still exude powerful power. However, the crystal towers have collapsed, and these Tal'Darim buildings have also fallen into paralysis. There are also Imperial Army bases scattered around, mostly block-shaped silver and grey buildings. The base is illuminated by signal lights connected by wires, and is inhabited by soldiers, scientists, archaeologists, and technicians. In the dead of night, sensors and sentry soldiers are still monitoring the ancient temple and the desert in the distance. Under the moonlight, patrols of 10 people walked on the floor cut from solid rocks and lava, making the sound of steel boots tapping. In corners that others could not notice, many spider-shaped small robots were loyally guarding the sleeping people. This was a family created by Viktor Kakzinski, and so far it includes spider mines, widow mines and black widow mines. Among them, Black Widow mines can detect psychic warp forms. Once an invading psychic creature is detected, they will swarm and be detonated. They are specially designed to guard against the invisible warriors of the Tal'Darim Protoss, the Blood Hunters, and the ghost agents of the Federation. Of course, there is a certain flaw in the friend or foe identification system of the Black Widow mine, and it has attempted to attack its own Dark Templar more than once. Victor was kept in the dark about this matter until the Emperor summoned him. At this moment, it was already midnight. The Emperor's room was located in an empty room in the Xel'Naga Temple. There was only a steel bed in the room. The sunwood table and chairs were taken from the last governor, Chatera, by Augustus and are still in use. Augustus was not very interested in luxury items inlaid with gold and silver. The palace was decorated entirely by his brothers and sisters. However, the electronic equipment in this room was the most advanced, because the Emperor had to ensure that he could communicate with his army at any time. If necessary, even if he was ready to go to bed, Augustus could meet with his ministers and generals at any time and any place. Augustus was still dealing with government affairs from Korhal, mostly about the appointment, promotion, and transfer of the ministers of the Empire, which world announced today that it would completely secede from the Federation and join the Empire, and which world went back on its word and needed to dispatch troops to suppress the rebellion. No matter what, after dealing with these matters, Augustus always asked him to appoint a new governor. Augustus could not only appoint generals as governors to prevent the army from expanding out of control, so he had to find new candidates. These governors only acted as the emperor's ruling power over the territories and colonies of the empire, because the emperor of the empire was nominally the governor of all the empire's planets, and this honor was also included in his title. Fortunately, administrative talents could be discovered from core worlds such as Tarsinus, and both his father Angus and his brother were fully capable of this. Augustus did not need to select the loyalty of these people, as there were senior psychics to investigate and review them. Emperor Augustus loved hard-working and capable people, not powerful and influential people. People who were frustrated in the Federation era could rise to prominence in the Empire, so the voices praising the Emperor's wisdom became more and more powerful. Of course, chaos also emerged in the newly established Empire. Many federal rebel organizations and individuals committed crimes in the name of eradicating the remnants of the federal nobles, and even committed many sensational atrocities. There were many cases where the entire family of nobles who had been attached to the Creation family in the past was massacred. In addition to the instigators with ulterior motives, the murderers were civilians who had never killed anyone in the past. Augustus could only order these nobles to be imprisoned to temporarily protect them, calm the incited public anger, and then punish the murderers, emphasizing that criminals should be punished, but only law enforcers can do this. At the same time, although the Pantalan party and the army still have the majority of strong-willed people, there are many revolutionary fighters from the marginal worlds who have been corrupted by money, fame, and fortune after seeing the prosperous Tarsinus. There are also officials from the marginal worlds who can't wait to abuse the power granted by the emperor to take bribes and oppress the people, thinking that the emperor is far away and will not find out about them. These things always happen one after another. If it weren't for the ability of Augustus's father and brother, he would not be able to lead the army to the frontier. There is only one thing that makes Augustus very headache. It seems that his sister Dorothy is also preparing to join the political circle. Dorothy Mengsk is 20 years old this year. She has beautiful long grey hair and grey eyes, outstanding appearance and extraordinary wisdom. She has shown her leadership potential at a very young age. She is eloquent and quick-witted. She has been learning political and business knowledge from her father since she was a child. Now she has shown that she is not inferior to her father and brother. Augustus certainly loves this sister very much. After all, he only has such a sister. Thinking of this, Augustus can only let Dorothy serve as the governor of Viridia Prime to test the waters and let Arcturus assist. Your Majesty, you should lie down. Thinking of this, Augustus felt a soft touch behind him, and the fragrance of shampoo came to his face. The barracks can only provide ultrasonic baths at most, but Typhon has abundant groundwater resources, so taking a hot bath can still satisfy him. You stinging bee. Augustus reached out and held Kerrigan in his arms, feeling the curves in his hands. To be honest, Augustus is not interested now, but Kerrigan seems to be more and more persistent in wanting a child. There is nothing wrong with both of them, but they can never get pregnant. If the empire had a clear successor, the princes, ministers and marshals would not have to waver in the struggle for power, and the regime would be more stable. But Augustus didn't really care, and he hoped Kerrigan could understand this. They were still young and there was still time. If not, Augustus would choose a successor from his brothers and sisters or their descendants. Kerrigan huddled in Augustus' arms, waiting for the coming storm, but after a while, she sat up from the emperor's lap angrily. It's really not the right time. Kerrigan's eyebrows were unhappy, and the blurred look faded from her green eyes. A female royal guard soldier knocked on the door gently, and then brought the news that Artemis, the executor of the Terran Protoss, had arrived. Faraday. Titus. Augustus shouted. Augustus hurriedly got up, and changed his clothes, and rushed to the Typhon starport. The royal guards guarding outside immediately arranged a vehicle. Although Kerrigan was unhappy, she knew the importance of it. Anyway, she had plenty of time to get close to Augustus and had many cards to play. She just needed to be vigilant against bad guys. Guard Captain Faraday arrived soon, and although Deputy Captain Titus was slow, he actually arrived in time. There was not much money to be made in Typhon, and there were no places for entertainment, so Titus focused on the cultural relics and was still energetic in the middle of the night to appreciate their value. Soon, Augustus met Artemis, the executive officer of the Terran Protoss, the Grand Archon Phoenix, and the daughter of the Dark Templar matriarch, who had come all the way to the pressure port of Typhon starport. Artemis brought new news from the Terran Protoss. That is, after rescuing Rathzigul, the frightened matriarch Rathzigul decided not to serve as the Archbishop of Dalam, and the former high-level executive Tacitus would continue to take over. Due to Tacitus' wise leadership in the defense of Shakiris and his closeness to the Dark Templar, this did not cause much shock. For a Templar who respected and was willing to learn the traditions and skills of the Dark Templar, the Dark Templar returned the same respect and love. Thus, Tacitus' student Artemis took over the position of his mentor and became the new high-ranking executive. However, this position was more of a pressure than a joy for the young Artemis. Augustus was sincerely happy for his old friend Tacitus, but also worried about the health of the old Dark Templar leader Rathzigul. Even from the perspective of humans, she was a lady of high moral character and respect. Many Dark Templar only reluctantly accepted the Templar for the sake of the leader's feelings. If the leader passed away, it would indeed be a big earthquake. The Terran Protoss was a staunch ally of the Terran Empire, and Augustus did not want them to fall into civil war. But according to Vorazan, the matriarch was in good health. For a person who could talk to the Prince of Blades with motherly majesty for months, this thrilling captivity was not a shock at all. Rathzigul was a stronger warrior than Vorazan in her youth, and had seen countless ups and downs. Obviously, she just found an excuse to give up her position. But Vorazan was not satisfied. The Tal'Darim are full of lies and shameless. As soon as he saw Augustus, the true Phoenix shouted, "Die, Tal'Darim! Where are they? I must teach these despicable kidnappers and thieves a lesson. No, I will make the Tal'Darim bleed." "Phoenix, brother, they are not here," Augustus said to Phoenix. "You will be able to do it soon, warrior," Kerrigan said with her hands on her hips, her hair still wet. "Your Majesty Augustus." Phase technician Carrick saw the Tal'Darim weapons you sent and found that they were almost replicas of Calais technology, with almost no difference except for the materials. Artemis used human honorifics to address Augustus. In his opinion, the Emperor was a position similar to that of the Archbishop. "I really don't know how they did it. This explains where the Lost Fleet went before. Tens of thousands of people were captured, enslaved, and killed by the Tal'Darim. This is the most horrific atrocity since the Aeon of Disaster. According to the Dodu law, the Tal'Darim must be severely punished for such crimes." Phoenix said, "This crime should be executed." Chapter 529. Later his legs were broken. The Sigma Quadrant is a mysterious, unexplored region, a distant dark world, with numerous uncounted star systems like dots of light in the dark veil. The location where the Tal'Darim Protoss reside is not a celestial body, but the remains of an extremely large abandoned Xel'Naga spaceship, the Xel'Naga World Ship. Therefore, this branch of Tal'Darim is also called the World Ship branch. If it is not compared with the asteroids and boulders that are often more than 10 miles long, then Augustus still cannot appreciate how huge this world ship is. And any single building built by humans on the surface of the planet and in space cannot be compared with it. All the great warships in history pale in comparison. I never thought that there was a world ship left in this forgotten corner. It must be left by the Xel'Naga. The Xel'Naga, the mentor of Ihan, came to Ea on such a ship. It was a mythical scene. On the bridge of the aircraft carrier Sol-Xi, Artanis, the high-ranking executive of the Darum Protoss, was telling the Emperor of the Terran Empire, Augustus Mengsk, about the origin of the supership outside the porthole. Unfortunately, the damage to this world ship is too serious. Even now, the Protoss can only simply repair the legacy left by the Xel'Naga. Artanis said with regret, I didn't expect that the Tal'Darim also had such a world ship and regarded it as their home. This Xel'Naga world ship has been abandoned in the Sigma Quadrant for an unknown period of time. 1/3 of it is covered with huge rocks, and the rest of the area is full of huge cracks left by meteorite impacts over millions of years. If the world ship can still be used normally after such a long time, the Tal'Darim would have driven it away long ago. HMPH, it must have been stolen. Phoenix now only wanted to let the blade see blood. The Protoss would never tolerate their own people being killed like this. The portholes on the bridge of the Eye of Serek were almost invisible, and a few stars were dotted in the hazy white light. The Xel'Naga world ship was lying between a huge asteroid belt. Even if each asteroid was more than 10 miles away, it was extremely close in the scale of cosmic observation. The world ship had almost perfect geometric lines. It was shaped like a piercing, sharp and straight spear. The narrow asteroid belt cast an arc-shaped shadow under the light, and it looked like a fully drawn bowstring. In the long and straight middle spine area like a spear, two huge composite rings were rotating around the central axis, casting a swirling shadow on the vast deck like land, and the extended ship was like an elegantly curved golden coast. It was a spectacle. Standing on the bridge of the Eye of Serek, Augustus felt as relaxed and comfortable as if he was standing on his own warship. The Protoss of Darum did not change their perception and attitude towards humans. Many Protoss only recognized Augustus Mengsk. Augustus was one of the few humans who was respected by the Protoss. This was due to the fact that humans and Protoss fought side by side in the Battle of Ea, and also due to the praise given to him by Augustus, the number one Protoss. Tacita. Does Ea and Shakurus still have such Xel'Naga world ships? Augustus suddenly thought of the solar core in the Hyperion. He thought about whether he could let Dr. Nereid work overtime to put the solar core on this Xel'Naga world ship. Human warships like the Hyperion really cannot bear the energy of the solar core, and this Xel'Naga world class looks good. The repair work can be handed over to real professionals. Anyway, the doctor usually looks quite free, and now he still has 4 hours to sleep. Augustus didn't know whether Nereid could complete this task, but he would let him try. If the doctor can really complete this miraculous project, the Emperor would not mind writing a book about him after his death. The Xel'Naga did leave their spaceships, and the Dark Templar left Ea on a world ship. Artanis read Augustus's inner thoughts, and was immediately surprised. This Xel'Naga spaceship is too large and complex to be repaired by simply replacing parts of other spaceships. But he turned and said, although I think it is almost impossible, if you want to try, then my teacher will definitely give you all the help he can provide. Since we know nothing about her, how can we jump to conclusions? High Executor, the fleet is ready, just waiting for your order. Just as Augustus was about to say some words of thanks, Artanis student Salandis came forward. No matter how many times he saw it, Augustus would sincerely admire Salandis's blue velvet and dark knight-like crystal dress and beautiful golden headdress. The artistic aesthetics of the Protoss can resonate with humans, just because these two races pursue the natural beauty of the universe. Thinking of Kerrigan by his side, Augustus added in his heart that his queen was the most beautiful woman in the world anyway. In the name of Ea's ambition, prepare for battle. Artanis looked at Salandis and stepped forward. With the order of the high-ranking executive, a large number of Protoss Motha ships and aircraft carriers appeared near the Eye of Serek and quickly approached the Xel'Naga world ship. In the golden and blue light, there were countless warships of the Terran Empire. This was a huge joint fleet, huge in scale, connected end to end for more than tens of thousands of miles. The Protoss should be the main force of this joint operation, and they would never fall behind humans. Moreover, the Dalam Protoss also regarded it as their responsibility to eradicate the Tal'Darim. Although the Tal'Darim had committed many evil deeds, they were once their people. Before the Aeon of Disaster, the Tal'Darim had already followed the Xel'Naga away. Their history was as long as that of the Protoss Empire, but it had always been hidden in the shadows and unknown to the public. The Protoss Empire has been fighting an invisible war. For countless centuries, they have suspected the fleets and exploration ships that disappeared in the galaxy, but they have not found any results. After all, this universe is full of dangers, and every voyage is an adventure for the brave. Now, the Protoss who have learned the truth naturally recall all the fleets and compatriots that have disappeared in the past, and it is understandable that they are furious. In this way, all the accounts must be temporarily attributed to the Tal'Darim, even if it is impossible to be completely responsible for them. When the combined fleet approached the world ships, the Tal'Darim immediately began to attack every approaching ship. The battle was about to break out, and many short and bright white stars lit up in the Sigma Quadrant. That was the plasma flames spewed when the main guns of the Protoss Mother ships opened fire. In the bright white light, the warships of both sides fought a brutal battle in the thousands of miles wide asteroid belt around the Xel'Naga world. Every moment, warships were destroyed, burning, and turned into short-lived bright stars. The molten white metal liquid and residues, with the kinetic energy of the explosion as a bow, bounced to the edge of the Sigma Quadrant at an incredible speed. Seeing this fierce war scene, Augustus, standing on the Eye of Serach, was convinced that it was a wise move to bring reinforcement. Compared with the orthodox Tal'Darim of Slain, the Tal'Darim on the world ship was only a small branch, with a sparse population and a limited number of warships. But even with such a force, a desperate struggle was enough to cause serious damage to the Imperial fleet. Although the strength of the enemy was very different, the Tal'Darim Protoss was still resisting. A blood-red Tal'Darim mothership soon appeared in the detection range of the Eye of Serach. It was the vehicle of the Tal'Darim Executor Nayan. The bright red light filled with manic energy shone through the blood fragments, combining elegant hideousness with the invasiveness of killing. A swirling, invisible vortex appeared beneath the Tal'Darim, sucking all matter, even light, into it. The swirling streams of light formed a spectacular scene, as if the colorful galaxy was turned upside down. The pressure was suffocating, and the passage of time was slowed by the sudden appearance of a small black hole. The small black hole continuously released a stream of high-speed plasma, enough to suck half of the warships present into it, and its collapsing center could disappear at any time, annihilating the mass sucked in. However, the Tal'Darim mothership was not successful. 4 other Dorum Protoss motherships surrounded her, and used their own time and space distortion abilities to interfere. In the end, the Tal'Darim mothership had to return to the world ship to recharge its shields, but the rest of the Tal'Darim warships had already lost the entire battle. The Xel'Naga world ship is covered with tearing force field generators, which are fatal to human warships. The Eye of Serach aircraft carrier arrived at a height of about 200 miles above the Xel'Naga world ship, and Augustus was able to more intuitively realize how huge it was. The upper deck of the Xel'Naga world ship is as wide as land, with rows of Tal'Darim buildings on it, which looks like a city. Further away is a huge ship berthing area, but there is nothing on it, as flat as a smooth ice surface. The entire ship is built of magical Xel'Naga organic metals and crystals containing void energy, and it is lined with bright green crystals like swords. The Xel'Naga's words were once all over the surface of the world ship, but now they are so bumpy that they are difficult to distinguish. But, it seems that the tearing field is completely ineffective against the Protoss plasma shield. Augustus said, the Tal'Darim can't kill themselves. Artemis, I'm afraid my warriors can hardly give you much support. Let my Templars fight. Phoenix said and left the bridge of the Eye of Serach. This is an honorable battle. Soon, tens of thousands of Dalam Protoss Templars followed Phoenix to jump to the Xel'Naga world ship and launched a head-on war with the Tal'Darim on it. The Tal'Darim were as tenacious as ever, but they were doomed to fail, since they completely lost the advantage of the fleet. The Tal'Darim mothership of Tal'Darim Executor 9 was besieged by the Dalam Protoss fleet, but still did not give up resistance. Nayan refused to surrender, and regarded escape as a betrayal of the gods. In the end, he naturally lost the opportunity to jump away from the battlefield and decided to die for his faith like a devout believer. In any case, Nyan and his men finally chose to perish with the mothership. Augustus had no regrets about Nyan's death, but Artemis and other Templars thought he was worthy of respect. After the war came to a brief end, Augustus landed on the mottled surface of the Xel'Naga world ship in a shuttle. All the tear field generators on the ship had been shut down, but they were not damaged and were well preserved. The Tal'Darim on the Xel'Naga world ship had been cleared out by the Darum Protoss, and Artemis was shocked and angry to find the tortured Kali engineer in the Tal'Darim prison. The angry Phoenix immediately expressed his intention to kill Slain, but was suppressed by the calm Artemis, who only took the captured Tal'Darim Protoss to Shakiris for trial. Now is not the time to settle the accounts. At this time, Augustus realized how serious the damage to the ship was. The spine area had been split into two with the stern, which was equivalent to cutting off the spine, and the equipment on it had long disappeared, turning it into an empty shell. Augustus no longer had any hope of repairing the world ship, but he still found Dr. Nerad, hoping to transform it into a military base. Emil, I know you are the most outstanding among the human Xel'Naga scholars. It would be the same, even if you counted 500 years forward and backward. Augustus stood at the stern of the world ship, standing on a protruding boulder, and the edge of the ship was out of reach. He looked at Dr. Nerad, who had just walked down from another spaceship with sweat all over his forehead, and said with some anticipation, "Doctor, can you repair this Xel'Naga spaceship?" I'm afraid, I can't do it. Nerad seemed to be stunned by being too surprised, and after a moment he showed an extremely shocked expression. I'm not a starship designer. Alas, in my heart, you are omnipotent. Augustus said disappointedly, even the Protoss know much less about Xel'Naga technology than you do. Your Majesty, this is a Xel'Naga spaceship. The technology she uses cannot be cracked or repaired. Moreover, to repair such a huge ship, even if all the resources of the Empire are exhausted, it cannot be done. Nerad was silent for a moment. The people who can repair these spaceships have long disappeared in the long river of history. People now can only learn from and imitate them, and learn some crude superficial knowledge. Since Nerad took out the Psychic Crusher, the Xel'Naga space-time fragmentation device, the Xel'Naga Void Crystal and the personal shield, he believed that the Emperor had been impressed by his talents, and this was indeed the case. However, even if Nerad was a genius, it would be impossible to repair a Xel'Naga world ship. Well, if I provide you with the corresponding resources, to what extent can you repair it? Augustus heard the looseness in Nerad's words. I don't need you to build a Xel'Naga warship. Instead, I will use the world ship as a basis, seek the help of the Kali phase technicians, and use the technology of humans and Protoss to build a new one. The energy source is already there, that is, the solar core. The remaining materials and equipment can be borrowed from the Xel'Naga spacecraft in the hands of the Protoss and the crashed Arkship memory of Nezin. He said, you only need to be responsible for the Xel'Naga technology part. I will give you 10 years, and the funds, manpower and equipment are all up to you. In this way, the difficulty is greatly reduced. Since your Majesty believes in me, then I can only give it a try. Nerad hesitated for a long time before speaking. Chapter 530 World Ships. All the Terran Empire soldiers and engineers who stepped on the land-like observation deck of this abandoned ship were amazed and impressed. Even the Protoss put away their arrogance and bowed down in worship. The Xel'Naga world ship may be one of the largest man-made ships in history. It is so huge that the damaged keel of the ship is shaped like a valley crack, so that people on it can even see the distant and flat horizon. Oh, this is really a miracle, Dr. Nerad. I can't imagine what this ship looks like when it is sailing. It can cut through the waves in the radiation wind of the stars. It is an icebreaker and dark in the background of the cosmic waves. Viktor Kaksinski, the first engineer of the Terran Empire Engineering Corps, was standing on a huge rock attached to the stern of the Xel'Naga world ship with a toolkit, and next to him was Dr. Nerad. Emil Nerad, with multiple top university degrees, chief royal scientific advisor, a prolific alien physiologist, and the most authoritative interpreter of the Xel'Naga. When the stars shine, there is no more outstanding Zerg physiologist and Xel'Naga scholar in the entire galaxy than Dr. Nerad. In the field of Xelnuga technology research, which is completely blank for humans, Narad can be said to be a master who has established a school of thought and has never been seen before. His interpretation of Xelnuga culture and technology can be said to be the authority among authorities. For those difficult Xelnuga texts, only Dr. Narad can give answers, and he is praised by the Emperor as the spokesperson of Xelnuga in the world. It is said that Dr. Narad began to study Xelnuga in his early years, and it has been half a century now. Alien physiology is just one of Narad's hobbies, and even in this regard his achievements are unmatched. In the short time since he joined the Empire, Narad has won the appreciation of Emperor Augustus. Within the system of the Imperial machine, his achievements are enough to be recorded in history and passed down through the ages. It is no wonder that the Emperor trusts him so much, because in the field of Xelnuga research, Narad is undoubtedly a pioneer, and all humans who study Xelnuga are his students, assistants, and descendants. Dr. Emil Narad is definitely a giant of this era, King Solomon in the field of science. In front of his knowledge, even the knowledge of all the scientists in the Empire combined is not worth mentioning, and the 100-year-old academic master is just a babbling baby. Until now, Emperor Augustus' trust in Narad has been somewhat blind, and he is completely impressed by his profound knowledge, so much so that he actually let him be responsible for the repair of the Xelnuga world ship. It is reasonable that the Emperor thought of Dr. Narad first, because Narad is the only person he can use. If there is anyone in the Terran Empire who is likely to repair the Xelnuga world ship, it can only be Narad. If this is done well, the Terran Empire will have a super battleship that may be comparable to the Ark of the Protoss Empire. A world ship is enough to suppress a world, and it can also transport a large number of troops by itself, and can be used as a platform for production and waging war. However, even Dr. Narad himself was surprised by the Emperor's unreserved trust and confidence in him. Narad originally expected that it would take several more years to gain this level of trust. In the end, he could only speculate that Augustus was a man who would trust his people to the end. Now, as Narad expected, as long as the people in power saw the incredible miraculous Xelnuga technology, they would naturally attach great importance to it, even worship it, as if it were a god. After all, they were mortals. Narad was suspicious that Augustus regarded the Xelnuga technology as an evil technology that was not worthy of the table like the hybrids, and saw through his true purpose of using the Empire and then subverting the Empire. But as long as he was careful, he would not make mistakes. Therefore, Narad could not act so shocking, such as restoring the Xelnuga world ship completely for the Emperor now. And no matter how smart Emperor Augustus was, he could not see that he, Narad, was not a human. Augustus Mengsk was not the kind of fool who would be fooled by the tricks of the charlatan. He was the smartest person in the Terran Empire. Narad's evaluation of the Emperor of the Empire was made after countless observations and psychological calculations. Only a fool would regard the Emperor as an idiot. The Emperor is not easy to fool, and his trust is never without reason. How kind he is to his subjects, how cruel he is to his enemies and traitors. It's great that you like this ship. After all, there is still a lot of work to be done on the ship. Narad immediately looked at the Imperial engineer who had won many honors, and said with a pleasant face, in order to shape the role of Emil Narad, Narad always remained sincere, humble and friendly. Although as a Xelnuga, Narad looked down on all humans and Protoss. Just treat it as a long business trip. Victor looked excited, and it was true. You can't see such magical things in Moria. It turns out that it's the right choice to go out and see the world. Like Narad, Victor wore heavy protective clothing to avoid the harm of unobstructed cosmic radiation, and auxiliary gravity boots on his feet. Victor is always accompanied by several 52 QDMM spider mines, which circle around his feet, like lively pet puppies, and sometimes fight with their teeth and claws bared. Due to doubts about the IF's friend or foe identification function, his colleagues in the engineering corps all keep a distance from Victor. Behind Victor are many people, including the scientific corps, astronomers, archaeologists, well-known starship engineers and Imperial Marines who protect scientific researchers in the fleet. They are all the entourage that set out with the fleet. In the future, at least 100,000 to 200,000 people will come from all over the Empire in stages to join this great project. The carry phase technicians of the Dalam Protoss will also come, who will be responsible for most of the work of repairing the Xel'Naga world ship. All the work will be completed in secrecy until the Emperor decides to make it public. The reason why the Protoss are willing to come to help is not because of how much the Terran Empire has paid, but just for the friendship of fighting side by side for many years. This is partly because the pride of the Dalam Protoss does not allow them to owe favors, and there are also political considerations. As more and more prophecies about the dark future surfaced, the visionary Archbishop Tacitor of Derham soon realized that in the possible doomsday, humans would become allies of the Protoss to help each other. However, the friendship between the Protoss and the Terran Empire was entirely dependent on Emperor Augustus, unless his successor could once again gain the same respect and trust from the Protoss. Hearing what Victor said, Dr. Nerad nodded. His expression became serious, but his voice still sounded amiable. Okay, Kit, put aside the work at hand, and come with me to the rear engine room of the world ship to take a look. Of course, that's what I want to do. Victor happily followed. Victor respected Dr. Nerad very much, and as he gradually realized how profound the latter's knowledge was, this respect became deeper. As the general person in charge of the repair work of the Xel'Naga world ship, Nerad actually controlled the unparalleled resources of the Empire except power. There is only one person in the Terran Empire who has supreme authority, and that is the Emperor. The stern of the Xel'Naga world ship was more than 30 miles long, covered in a dull aggregate of metal and rock that would take months to clear. Nerad followed Victor through a diamond-shaped passageway into the cabin below the stern deck, and walked through the miles of corridors. The interior of the world ship was surprisingly well preserved, like a tomb that had been sealed for countless years. Smooth non-angular ramps, tunnels, and vertical passages connected the spherical and circular cabin structures, and the four-way communication was like a city complex. The interior of the hull was some kind of organic metal, as soft and pliable as a sponge, but as indestructible as steel. The interior decks, ceilings, and walls were all beautifully spiraled, covered with symbols and patterns that symbolize the wisdom of the Xel'Naga, as complex as fossil layers buried in shells and ferns. The green crystals embedded in the walls glowed, dispelling all darkness, and the geometric edges, swirls, curves, tones, and flashes were similar to the Xel'Naga artifacts. All Protoss technology is a poor imitation of the Xel'Naga, and the glory of the Empire is built on it. Although countless epochs have passed, some facilities on the Xel'Naga world ship are still working normally, which is why the world ship can still maintain stable gravity. The good news is that the materials used to build the Xel'Naga spacecraft have not decayed over time. Her materials and structural strength are very stable, and the long-sealed cabins have not been damaged. The bad news is that this ship is actually not much better than being torn apart. The engine seems to be unusable, and the weapons and shield systems are the same. The Xel'Naga are not humans or Protoss. The unknown functions of the decks, cabins, and equipment of the world ship are the most troublesome. After all, even if it can still operate normally, no one knows how to use it. They can only ask the Xel'Naga scholars of the Protoss. And just repairing the cracks and joining the entire ship together, even without considering the technical problems, will consume unimaginable resources and time. Researchers or soldiers from the Terran Empire can be seen every other section in the corridor. They will greet or salute Nerad and Victor when they meet them. The Emperor had many marshals and generals whom he trusted, but only Emil Nerad was treated equally. Emperor Augustus did not value family background, nor did he care about the influence of politicians among the people. He only recognized ability. This was also the key to Nerad's becoming an important official in the court, because his talent was irreplaceable in the eyes of the Emperor. The Emperor may not have made mistakes, but it turned out that his judgment was correct in most cases, except for Nerad, and this would definitely be the thing that Augustus Mengsk regretted the most. Fortunately, this ship was found in space, and there are no large mass celestial bodies nearby, otherwise it would have been pulled in and torn apart by gravity. The doctor frowned, but to repair her, even with the help of the Protoss, it would be more difficult than climbing to the sky. This is a lie. Although this incarnation in the real universe is too weak, as long as there are enough materials, equipment, and engineers, Nerad can complete the repair work and save a lot of time and resources. But Nerad can't really do this, otherwise the Terrans will definitely send him to the dissection table. Of course, repairing the Xel'Naga world ship is definitely a great achievement, and Nerad can also mobilize a lot of resources through it. But Nerad will not embezzle this resource for the time being. For a person who wants to do great things, he must have a long-term vision. Can't take it. In the long run, when Nerad's status in the Emperor's mind becomes higher and higher, he will naturally be able to obtain more resources. In this way, the hybrid factor is built in various parts of the universe can speed up production. But the Emperor does not oppose hybrids on the surface, but he does not support them either. For Nerad's achievements, he only praised that he will definitely leave a great and colorful mark in the history of human science, and let the unshape him into a star scientist. Nerad is tired of Augustus's game of governing the country, but he has to cooperate. Dog Emperor. Human history is just a glimpse of the long sleep of the Xel'Naga with the cycle of reincarnation of the universe, and it is not even qualified to be called a flash in the pan. And the hybrid is only part of Nerad's plan. If he wants to pull Ammon back to the real world, he must use the Xel'Naga artifact to extract a lot of energy. At the same time, Nerad had to alienate the relationship between the Terran Empire and the Protoss Empire, weaken these forces that might hinder Ammon from destroying the world, and make the situation as chaotic as possible when necessary. After all, he only had this one incarnation, not a true god, and needed to rely on other forces. Nerad originally planned to obtain resources from the Ea Protoss by playing the role of a god, but considering that before the Aeon catastrophe, their group of creators who descended to Ea were actually driven away by their own creations, he gave up this idea. Of course, the ancient Protoss could not beat the Xel'Naga. According to the Protoss who forgot history, the Xel'Naga left because they were disappointed with them. Only Ammon knew the actual situation. Besides, did Augustus Mengsk think that it was his after he built it? When it was completed, the Xel'Naga world ship would become a weapon to destroy the Terran Empire. Driving incomplete creations to kill each other is a great pleasure for the Dark God Ammon, and his master will definitely be satisfied. Emperor Augustus made a big mistake. Human greed is always accompanied by inconsistent arrogance, blind arrogance and inferiority. After all, he is only a human being. No matter how smart he is, he has his limits, while the Xel'Naga is the master of reincarnation and the embodiment of wisdom. Many people say that your majesty is also inevitably ambitious. Repairing a world ship is not something that can be accomplished by simply piling up money and time, unless there are really Xel'Naga to complete the work. Although Victor was happy with his work, he was not very optimistic. Keep your voice down. Nerad was also unhappy. After all, this was the Emperor's trust in him, which he had earned by serving him wholeheartedly. Do you want to be on Prince Arcturus's list? It is said that Prince Arcturus has a list in his hand that specifically records betrayers, spies, and deserters. This is precisely to deal with the pervasive spies within the Empire and the corruption of the revolutionaries themselves. Although the Emperor emphasized that this was nonsense and immediately blocked the way the news spread, it still came out. Doctor, this is just a rumor. There is no such list at all. The prosecutor's office has mind readers, so how could they force a confession under torture? Victor shook his head, looking implausible. You worry too much, Doctor. The Terran Empire cannot do without you. Even if they want to arrest anyone else, they won't arrest you. Brothers, please give me a vote. Chapter 531. Pulling to death. Your Majesty, the mothership Moritan has entered the hyperspace channel. This is the last Protoss warship to jump away. On a long table, made of warm white qualetry in the captain's room of the Hyperion, a holographic projector projected the cold metal face of the mechanical lieutenant. The mechanical lieutenant was controlled by a supercomputer, and the voice of the announcement could also be adjusted. For example, now it was a gentle synthetic female voice. This captain's room was spacious, and the furnishings and decorations were very consistent with what an emperor's palace should look like. The exquisite ceiling was painted with a throne canopy in diamond carvings, and there was a lifelike and majestic wolf head relief at each corner. The floor was covered with laminated mahogany floors and expensive red carpets, and the wall panels were gilded carvings and decorative lines. Although he was the son of a great noble, Augustus did not have strict requirements for living expenses, nor did he pursue luxurious aristocratic life. He even did not approve of hiring new servants. But his elder brother Arcturus valued these, believing that the emperor should have the symbols of the emperor. As the flagship of the emperor, the Hyperion must not only upgrade the existing equipment, but also have everything else. Therefore, even the internal corridors of the warship were decorated like a palace, and even the sides of the passages were hung with classical chandeliers and famous paintings. Chief Engineer Swan often complained that these expensive works of art did nothing except increase the load. I know. Augustus looked up from the leather-bound paperbook in his hand. Convey my order to Admiral Horace Warfield and summon all patrol fleets to prepare to return to Korhal. Yes, Your Majesty. The captain's room fell silent again, leaving only the sound of Augustus turning pages, and a few stars occasionally passed by the observation window next to him. Hearing the news that the Protoss fleet had jumped away, Augustus knew that, unless there was a new crisis, they would not appear in this star region for a long time. The Protoss had fought for too long, and their people were dying, and there was grief everywhere. In order to rescue Ea, the Protoss Empire had to abandon its colonies, which had shrunk significantly after the Golden Age. This once glorious empire could only live in Shakiris, lingering on the ruins of the galaxy. As the saying goes, misfortune often brings good fortune. Tacitus, who has the support of both the Templar and the Dark Templar, firmly sits on the position of Archbishop, mediating and maintaining stability between the two races without favoritism. As a politician, Tacitus has shown great maturity. Tacitus is an enlightened leader with noble character and a compassionate heart. In his view, humans and Protoss are equally worthy of salvation. For the Terran Empire, it is the best situation for Tacitus to be the leader of the Dalam Protoss. Even after hundreds of years, when Augustus and his old ministers are gone, Tacitus and his successors can stick to the covenant. The Protoss are a noble and elegant race, with a pure character. They never make promises easily, but they must keep their promises. One thing Augustus is currently busy with is to establish long-term trade with the Protoss and open up a stable shipping route between the Terran Empire and the Dalam Protoss. Although the Protoss do not use or accept the purchasing power of human currency, and there is no tradable equivalent, for the Protoss, humans and Zerg, crystal minerals and high-energy gas are both irreplaceable hard currencies for production and military development. In this way, Augustus can use these two types of minerals to exchange for the Protoss's technological assistance and military support. Because the Dalam Protoss's plan to build the Golden Fleet is consuming countless resources, and the Supreme Council in the past may be reserved about his status as the eldest son of God, but Tacitus believes that such cooperation is beneficial to both parties and there is no reason not to do so. At the same time, the exchanges between the Protoss Empire and the Terran Empire are also multifaceted, including exchanges in many aspects such as economy, technology, culture, and politics. For example, the Ghost Academy of Tarsinus and Korhal, under the instruction of the Emperor, has sent outstanding international students to study at the Templar Academy of Shakiris many times. Augustus is also using propaganda to change the public's bad impression of the Protoss, at least to make them distinguish the difference between the Orthodox Protoss and the Tal'Darim, which is not surprisingly extremely difficult. The planets of the Protoss Empire are shaped through news, electronic newspapers and books, and even a few movies called Major Terran vs. Templar have been made. The many ills left by the Terran Federation are difficult to reverse, and the fear of the Protoss can be eliminated in one day. Although hatred of alien creatures is not completely useless, Augustus must clear the obstacles for possible joint military operations and deeper exchanges between the Terran Empire and the Dalam Protoss in the future. If the Empire wants to become stronger, it is unreliable to work behind closed doors. At this time, the door of the captain's room opened, and Kerrigan, wearing a military suit, came in with Augustus' dinner for the day, a few pieces of bread dotted with raspberry jam and roasted poultry, as well as cream and a cup of tea. After Kerrigan walked into the door with the plate in both hands, she pushed the door shut with one foot in a short-heeled combat boot. "Your Majesty, it's time to eat." "Okay." Augustus didn't even look up, but motioned Kerrigan to put it aside. "Thank you. You don't have an appetite today, but you still have to eat something." Kerrigan walked to Augustus's table, Whether I eat or not does not depend on whether I have an appetite, but whether it is necessary. Augustus took the bread and ate it with tea. When he was not in public, he always ate in such a rough way. Prince Arcturus knew this. He pointed out that the emperor's bad habits were developed since childhood. It was inevitable that he had the style of a mud monkey and lacked the demeanor of an aristocrat. How is it? Kerrigan saw that Augustus had eaten, and she also pulled her chair to sit next to her husband. Her sitting posture was very ladylike, but the dagger and pistol under her skirt did not match it very well. I can't find any fault with it. Augustus smelled the tea in his hand. It tastes a bit like my hometown. In the past few years, Kerrigan has killed fewer people, but has learned complicated etiquette and the skills of how to become a noble lady. Kerrigan was very fortunate to meet Augustus when she was 16 years old. Before that, she was a cold-blooded killer. Augustus reached out to Kerrigan at that time and told her that she was not a tool for killing, but a person who lived up to her name. A tea, previously supplied exclusively to the nobles of Tarsinus. Kerrigan replied, "The taste of Korhal. Korhal does not produce tea. The production is small, you don't know that." Augustus took a sip and said regretfully, "Before Korhal was bombed by the Federation. Korhal is being rebuilt, and it won't be long before it is intact." Kerrigan comforted Augustus. She knew what Augustus was thinking, and what kind of storm was brewing in his heart. Augustus' mind became deeper and deeper, and there was still a place in his heart for his family. Kerrigan was sometimes afraid, and found that even she could not see through him. But she knew that Augustus was still Augustus, and there would be no less good in his heart, and no more evil. I hope so. Augustus's heart was filled with anger. He was not a cold person without joy, anger, sorrow, and sadness. Korhal was one of the few places in the world that Augustus could call home. It was the only place he could rely on when he was in the army, and it was also the most cherished home for his sister and mother. In Arcturus' words, the son of Korhal has his mother's blood flowing in his body. The heirs of the Caribus, Roderick and Dupal families have been captured by Lieutenant General Wachowski's army. Kerrigan said, in the future, only more and more members of the Federation Genesis families who are on the run will be arrested. Since the children are in our hands, will their parents be willing to surrender? Augustus's anger was only for a moment. He knew that it was not wise to let himself be swayed by emotions. "I'm afraid not," he answered himself. "As long as their sperm and eggs are still alive, new artificial embryos can be created. All it takes is time to train an heir. The founding families may have kinship, but they won't be swayed by such feelings. But it doesn't matter, they won't be able to survive for much longer. Korhal will always remember this account. Ah, Your Majesty, Constantine and Annabella gave birth to Nova Terra in this way. Kerrigan opened his mouth, but the topic was unnaturally led to another direction. Augustus was stunned. "There is no rush to have a child. You and I are still young. What pressure did Arcturus put on you again? He doesn't like me," Kerrigan said gloomily, sad as if she was about to cry. "Then he is really wrong." Augustus forgot what they were talking about just now. Arcturus and Kerrigan were probably really destined to be in conflict, and their relationship has always been bad. Arcturus probably couldn't be blamed for this, because he told Augustus that he always felt a chill on his neck when he turned his back to Kerrigan, and maybe he died at her hands in his previous life. Don't worry, I'll try harder after I return to Korhal. Augustus thought for a moment. Where's Dr. Nerad? Drive Nerad is down there in charge of repairing the Zelnaga world ship. Kerrigan said he should stay in the Sigma Quadrant for a while this time and can't return to Korhal with the fleet. Kerrigan didn't really like Nerad, but apart from her, everyone who had met the doctor praised his character and talent. Yeah. Augustus nodded. The Sigma Quadrant was too far from Korhal and was located in an unexplored star region. The personnel and other resources for repairing the Zelnaga world ship had to be transferred from other empires, and the time, transportation costs and other losses involved were not negligible. In this way, Dr. Nerad, as the project leader, had to stay in the Sigma Quadrant for a long time. Since he is not under Augustus's watch, and the resources he holds are unimaginable, it is hard to guarantee that Nerad will not have evil thoughts. Or rather, he will definitely have evil thoughts. For Augustus, this is easy to guess. He reminds himself all the time that he must not underestimate Nered's cunning and evil. Augustus knows Nered's real purpose, which is to use the resources of the Empire to produce hybrids as much as possible. For this reason, Augustus has always avoided letting Nered control the resources and only gave him reputational incentives. But in the long run, Nered will definitely get bored. Nered is very patient and smart enough. Sooner or later, he will find out that Augustus is playing tricks on him. In this way, it is inevitable that he will not work hard. Then Augustus has to give him some sweet treats and must reveal Nered's flaws so that he can make some money, so as not to dampen his enthusiasm for serving the people of the Empire. Nered must believe that he has a future under Augustus and can make some big moves. The Xelnaga world ship project is an opportunity for Nered. Nered must think that he has won now. How can he lose with such a trump card? This kind of extremely smart person who thinks he can play with everyone has a sense of superiority and pride. Once he believes that he has won, he will get deeper and deeper. It can be expected that Nered will do his best to repair the Xelnaga world ship, transform it into a battleship, and make it an invincible battleship capable of destroying the world. Not only must he complete the Emperor's task, ensure quality and quantity, but he must also work overtime and add materials to complete it. How can he not be careful? In this way, Nered will have the opportunity to enjoy Augustus's desperate expression when he discovers the truth. But what Nered can't imagine is that Augustus will closely monitor him, arrange spies, and monitor the flow of every fund and every material. As long as Nered is negligent once, his hidden hybrid factory will be exposed. With his understanding of Xelnaga technology, Nered can completely do something with the world ship, which Augustus cannot deny. In that case, Augustus would have to find another Xelnaga Horus who was on their side to ensure that the hidden hand left by Nered on the world ship would be ineffective. When the Xelnaga world ship was completed, it would be the day of Nered's rebellion, but also the day of his death. Augustus would put Nered on the bow of the ship and let him see how he would enter the void to deal with Ammon. After the death of Nered's incarnation, he would no longer be able to directly affect the real world. At that time, no matter what tricks Nered had, he would not be able to use them, because he could not have thought that he would die so quickly. At that time, Augustus would give this flagship a new name, Nered's Burn. After entering the void, Augustus would quickly let him die again. Augustus is not sure enough to kill Nered now, and once he escapes, it will be difficult to control him. So he should use Nered as much as possible to resolve his conspiracy, and make him empty-handed. There are many internal objections regarding the Xelnaga world ship. Unless Kerrigan carefully examines every detail in Augustus's thoughts, she can't see through his thoughts. Augustus looked at Kerrigan and made a gesture that he was listening. Some engineers began to complain that repairing the Xelnaga world ship is an impossible task. It is just a waste of money and manpower. Kerrigan continued, this huge project is expected to use up the Empire's total income for a whole year, and this is just a conservative estimate. The Empire needs a super flagship. She is better than 1,000 battleships. This is the reason. Augustus said, okay, tell the soldiers. The war is over, and we should go home. Chapter 530 To return to the capital. The Imperial Planet, Korhal IV, August Grid. Korhal's low axial inclination and moderate rotation speed gave birth to a lush, warm and pleasant Eden, a highly developed complex industrial system and an idyllic world with red flowers and leaves. When this generation of Korhal people took over this prosperous and wealthy world from their ancestors, Korhal IV was already the pearl among the 13 main star worlds of the Terran Federation. But like all other Federation worlds, Korhal is just a vassal colony of Tarsinus. The oppression and blood-sucking of the Federation eventually triggered the uprising of the Korhal revolutionaries, and the revolutionary wave eventually caused the Tarsinus founding family to lose billions of dollars. The Federation's inhumane nuclear bombing followed, turning this lush and beautiful garden into a nuclear dust wasteland covered with black glass. Huge mushroom clouds rose up, and radioactive dust fell like a belt, and a black rain fell on Korhal. The entire planet was dead silent. Huge craters had permanently changed the landscape. Layers of radioactive dust covered twisted steel bars, black crystals, and smoldering debris. since Augustus Mengsk defeated the Earth Federation Expeditionary Force, recaptured Tarsus, and established the Terran Empire. The first decree issued by the Emperor was to invest a large amount of money in the purification and reconstruction of the imperial capital of Korhal. By February 2494, huge cities that rose from the irradiated wasteland and dangerous wasteland had already taken shape. The tenacious resistance of the Korhal rebels was not completely useless. The Federation fleet actually only dropped more than 400 Apocalypse-class nuclear bombs on Korhal instead of the planned 1,000. Therefore, although the radiation was still frighteningly high, the natural environment in many areas actually recovered on its own within 2 years after the nuclear explosion. Nature once again demonstrated her greatness and tolerance. Although the Imperial Academy of Sciences, the Imperial Department of Immigration, and the Imperial Palace Perkespison have promised that most of Korhal IV has become habitable again, no matter how convincing the analysis reports are, immigrants must have made a great determination before deciding to come to Korhal. On thousands of square miles of land, tens of thousands of super cranes, bulldozers, and high-energy gas tankers are operating day and night. Every day, high-rise buildings are built from the ground. Every day, the tracks of the SkyTram are laid. And every day, the steel city built of countless tons of steel, concrete, and glass is expanding outward. From the laying of the first brick of the reconstruction plan to the factories, power plants, food processing plants, laboratories, and trade ports, Korhal is rapidly transforming into a world city, ecumenopolis. With the unremitting reporting, all the imperial worlds are paying attention to the changes in Korhal, and those who are smart see the development opportunities in this new imperial city. Korhal IV, which was declared dead by the Federation, has regained new vitality, and the interstellar shipping routes have been replanned again. All roads lead to Korhal. Encouraged by the Emperor's call and a series of decrees and policies, Korhal IV welcomed the first large-scale immigration wave, attracting immigrants from all over the world. The immigration wave immediately provided a foundation for the development of real estate, industry, manufacturing, high-tech industries and service industries. In 4 months, the permanent population of Korhal IV reached the scale of its heyday, and the floating population was twice that number. Not only the Terrans, but also the Kel-morians and the Umayans came to this emerging imperial world to settle down. People believed that a strong and open empire era had arrived. August Grid, New Styraling Technology City, Aurora, a map in StarCraft I, a track platform of Korhal, Simonson Military Center, Wolfrek Port City, Fairstone's Industrial Center. The new cities not only inherited the names of the past, but also commemorated the revolutionaries and warriors who sacrificed. In February, the news of Emperor Augustus's return from the expedition to annihilate the Zergan Protoss attracted widespread attention in Korhal without any fanfare. On the 14th of that month, the Imperial fleet arrived in the Korhal system after a long warp voyage, and anchored at the under-construction Skyshield and Bennett Harbor to carry out necessary repairs and maintenance. When Augustus arrived at the August Grid Capital Airport in a grey shuttle, hundreds of holographic news media, newspapers and freelance writers from all over the world had been waiting for a long time. Their trembling mouths, flying automatic cameras and microphones all stretched out to the heroic and extraordinary Imperial Emperor. This was not the first time that the Emperor appeared in public and in front of the public in a military uniform, and this navy uniform was indeed extraordinary on him. Standing beside him were Queen Sarah Kerrigan, Imperial Navy Marshal Horace Warfield and Royal Guard Captain Faraday, who were also dressed in military uniforms. They were all important figures who had accompanied the Emperor on many trips abroad. The interior of the airport was also covered with red carpets, with the words peace, law, order in capital letters. Imperial propaganda slogan, peace, law, order, and the slogan Korhal will shine again. Korhal will be great again. Augustus Mengsk, Your Majesty, do you have anything to say about this great victory over the Protoss? A tall, thin blonde man was the first to ask the Emperor a question. The logo on the microphone indicated that he was a reporter from the Empire Today. This was not a recently established news agency, but its predecessor was the Federation Today. The significance of this victory is self-evident. This is the first victory since the Terran Federation lost its sovereignty and humiliated the country in the foreign war. This means that the evil alien forces represented by the Tal'Dar Improtus are not invincible. This is humanity, and this is the power of the Terran Empire. Augustus certainly knew about this interview. Since the victory was achieved, it must be publicized. Every time the Tal'Dar Improtus and the Zerg invade, the Empire defeats them. He said to the camera, "Glory belongs to Horace Warfield and all the Imperial soldiers, and victory belongs to the Empire." Does this mean that the Empire's system is superior to the Federation? You can say yes or no. After asking this question, the Empire reporter was squeezed away by other reporters who swarmed over. "I make history, I write history, and future generations who are benefited by it will judge it themselves." Emperor Augustus smiled and said with a little humor, "In my opinion, the Empire is better than the Federation. Your Majesty, I'm Joe I. Floyd from the Augustus Daily. May I ask if it is true that an unprecedented alien insect infection and pandemic is breaking out in the agricultural world of Agria?" This is a medium-sized black-haired female reporter. It is not easy for her to squeeze out among this group of crazy reporters. Is the isolation and quarantine policy of the capital world related to this infection crisis? It's true. The Empire has never concealed the invasion and terrible disaster suffered by Agria. Augustus noticed the trap in the reporter's question. Car's policy has nothing to do with the alien insect virus. It is one of the necessary measures taken to prepare for the influx of a large number of immigrants. In this era, there are countless new epidemics. As for the Zerg infection in Agria, the Empire has developed a targeted and potent virus serum with a cure rate of nearly 100%. At present, the infection has been eradicated in 14 imperial territories including Agria. He continued, "If you pay attention to the announcement of the Imperial Ministry of Health, you will know how great a success the new virus serum has achieved in Agria and other places." As Minister of Health Spurt said, the level of the Zerg virus in Agria has been reduced to an epidemic limited to a local province of the Empire. This shows that the Zerg infection is not incurable. Believe in the Empire. Your Majesty, there are reports that you have abandoned the refugees in Agria and ordered the expulsion of all refugee ships flying to the core world. Another burly reporter came to the Emperor. Is this related to the Imperial policy that has not yet been promulgated? At the beginning, when Agria and other places were invaded by Carlos, a large number of refugees flocked to the core world. But because of the fear of the virus they carried, no planet dared to take them in. Those with a better attitude also sent short-range shuttles from the colonies to drive them away, while those with a bad attitude directly began to attack the refugee ships. As for those who secretly landed, they did cause infection in those worlds, and the bloody conflicts and darker events that occurred because of this were even more horrifying. After Augustus learned about this, he immediately sent soldiers to build multiple quarantine areas and refugee settlements, and the infection did not spread further. This is actually not the Empire's inaction, but the control of many worlds is still very weak when it was just established, and it is difficult to dispatch support in time even if it reacts. As one former Federation world after another joins the Terran Empire, the bureaucracy appointed by the Emperor and responsible only to the Emperor will reconnect the Federation world as a whole. The Terran Empire has never driven away any refugee ship, and all refugees have been properly resettled. Augustus emphasized, the Empire will not abandon any citizen. These media are always thinking about making big news, and even the Emperor is not afraid, because they know that Augustus is not a tyrant. In fact, facing the media's questions directly can further shape his image as a wise king. The Kel-morians of Redstone have declared themselves the 127th affiliated world of the Empire after a referendum, and this has caused protests from the Federation board. This is a run reporter, a young black-haired lady. An August grid poll shows that this is very likely to cause political and diplomatic conflicts between the Empire and the Federation, and even trigger the Second Guild War. The Terran Empire respects the choice of the people of Redstone. This planet and all the people on it will be protected by the Empire and enjoy all the rights of Imperial citizens. Augustus replied immediately. The population of Redstone is not large, mainly Kel-morian miners and mercenaries, and they are mainly concentrated in orbital living stations. The current Kel-morian Federation is becoming more and more corrupt, and there are constant frictions between the major guilds. The upper and middle classes of the guilds live a wealthy life that is not inferior to the founding families of the Federation taskness, but the lives of the lower class people are miserable. The fact that the Kel-morians, who hate the Terrans so much, can be forced to seek refuge and help from the Terran Empire shows how inhuman the top leaders of the Federation are. As for the attitude of the Kel-morian Federation, Augustus actually didn't care at all. Although the Federation enjoyed sovereignty over the Redstone Star, the Empire didn't have to abide by the agreement signed by the Federation. And within the Federation, they only dared to shout. Even the newly established Terran Empire was not something they could afford to offend. At present, Kel-morian was still a vassal force of the Terran Empire. Augustus dealt with these tricky questions one by one. These people seemed indifferent to the Empire's new victory. After all, this matter was already known to everyone in the Empire, and the real battlefield details and battlefield records were in the hands of the who sent military reporters. The Empire only adheres to one principle, that is, to insist that selfless dedication to the people is the fundamental principle of governing the country. Finally, Augustus reiterated his own policy of governing the country. All the achievements we have made today, this hard-won peace and prosperity, all come from the struggles and sacrifices of countless warriors. He said, today, all the Terran territories will once again unite under the same flag. The Terran Empire will fight to protect human civilization and the future of mankind. Only by unity can we succeed, only by unity can we win, and only by unity can we overcome all difficulties. This is a dark age, our enemies are tireless, and the struggle will never stop. After Augustus finished speaking, the reporters who were still entangled were pushed away by the royal guards, clearing a road for the emperor to the outside of the airport. Outside the airport, at least 20,000 Augustgrad residents were waiting to welcome their emperor, and a rather grand triumphal ceremony followed. Who let these jackals in? Prince Arcturus walked towards Augustus from another aisle under the protection of several royal guards. Prince Arcturus wore a crimson coat embroidered with golden wolf patterns, which was the symbol of the royal family. During the time when he was managing the empire for Augustus, Arcturus was not exhausted by the heavy official duties and tedious things. Instead, he was full of energy and fighting spirit. I thought you arranged this. Augustus shrugged. If I arranged it, it would not be so simple. Who doesn't want to know the emperor's little secrets? Arcturus spread his hands. Even psychics can't guess what these reporters want to ask. Dealing with these people is not an easy thing. Augustus said sarcastically. You have to be more cunning than them, and even if you choose every word carefully, they may still catch you. Arcturus said, recently, the paparazzi who used to keep a close eye on the Federation Genesis family have begun to set their sights on the royal family. Fortunately, Angus and his sister have long been accustomed to dealing with these idiots. They'd better know how to distinguish the boundaries. Augustus said coldly. Family is very important to Augustus and Arcturus. It is not easy to anger them, but there are always some precious people who cannot be touched. They have to do so. Arcturus said, by the way, the Kel-morian Federation is also surging. A few days ago, the revolutionaries in Moria asked you to send troops to help them launch an uprising and bring freedom to the people there. Just like what you did to the Federation. The Empire can neither and will not make any substantial promises. Augustus, although Kel-morian was severely damaged after the Guild War, it has slowly recovered some strength after these years of recuperation. And even within the Empire, there is a large number of Federation remnant fleets waiting to be cleared, and there are still more than 60 Federation worlds and more enclaves that need to be recovered. It will take at least several years to completely solve these hidden dangers, and this is still the most optimistic estimate. It is not wise to annex Kel-morian now. Arcturus nodded. You are always so domineering. Be careful not to be greedy. Augustus smiled. Well, welcome back. Arcturus hugged his brother. Now that you're back, let's get back to work. We still have an empire to build. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. I'll see if I can burst into my little universe for the update TT. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 533 My Uncle Emperor. At dawn, the sky of Augustgrad was turquoise, and the haze brought by industrial production and construction was like a grey lens. Considering that the natural environment of Korhal IV was already riddled with holes, such pollution was not worth mentioning. Outside the Augustgrad airport, the wide triumphal avenue flanked by guards was crowded with tens of thousands of cheering people. They held high the golden and red flags of the Terran Empire and signs with slogans, shouting the Emperor's name and his series of titles that could be said for 2 minutes. In the team guarding the Emperor, the Vulture of the Imperial Alpha Squadron was at the forefront. Then came the Imperial Navy's official formation of about 400 people, each wearing red CMC 300 power armor, followed by the Royal Guards Raiders and Wolf War mechas. These giant armors and mechas gave a great shock to the people present. There was no doubt that these were powerful weapons of the new era. The Emperor's armored vehicle was in the team, and he was responding to the people's enthusiasm with gestures behind the polarized bulletproof glass window. At this time, the remaining forces of the Federation within the Empire had not been cleared, and there were many people who wanted to restore the Terran Federation by assassinating the Emperor of the Empire. The love of the people was by no means fake or disguised, because the lives of them or their families were improved because of the Emperor and the Empire. These people occupied the majority of the population of the original Terran Federation, and they were the cornerstone of the Empire. And even among these enthusiastic people, there were also many people who had bad intentions and were cold-eyed. But they also pretended to be eager and stretched their heads hard to see the handsome and extraordinary Emperor of the Empire. But they didn't have to kneel, worship, or kiss the Emperor's boots. Now Augustgrad is still under construction, rising from the ruins. She is a miracle city in itself. The airport is built in the central urban area of Augustgrad, where most of the buildings are more than 100 feet high and giant skyscrapers comparable to the Sky Tower. The buildings in Augustgrad are all under construction, and the bronze steel frames and concrete are like the skeleton of this city. The city center is connected by a maze of viaducts, high-speed train tracks, trams, and subways. Parking lots, escalators, and bridges can be seen everywhere, leading to and from skyscrapers and subway platforms. The pyramid-shaped alloy frame of the palace is like a mountain in the distance, surrounded by many silver spires. It is the undisputed landmark of Augustgrad. It is not only the largest and tallest building in Augustgrad, but also the most magnificent building in human history. This magnificent giant building did not use any credit coins from the treasury. All of it came from the private property of Prince Augustus Mengsk, so the question of the Emperor's large-scale construction and extravagance is untenable. Augustus noticed that the people gathered here were Augustgrad's construction workers, vendors selling small commodities, and some government office civil servants in formal attire. This is also the main population structure of Korhal IV. There are not as many rich people and nobles as in Tarsus, and it is mainly blue-collar workers. There are no nobles in Korhal, because the nobles of the old Federation are afraid of the devil, and want to be as far away from the Emperor as possible. This situation may continue for quite a long time. Korhal will be the industrial hub and political center of the Terran Empire, and Tarsus, as a financial and commercial center, will still be the richest world. The triumphal ceremony soon ended with a chorus of salutes, and Augustus announced that everyone would have paid leave on this day to celebrate this victory. In this way, the cheering onlookers went into bars and restaurants to share what they had just seen. The busy Augustgrad calmed down, and only the AI-controlled automatic sprinkler truck of the municipal government was still working. There were almost no pedestrians and vehicles on the road, and no luxury yachts in Tarsus could be seen. The road was wide and went forward. The wall outside the palace gradually appeared in front of us. It was just a high wall surrounded by fences and electric fences. At this time, the palace had just completed the foundation construction, and there were some temporary buildings on it. The construction was very dusty and noisy, and it would take at least 4 years to complete the construction for the royal family to move in. The royal family mainly lives in another completed skyscraper, living with the royal guards and the imperial palace guards. Given that the Terran Federation government once sent ghost agents to assassinate members of the Mengsk family, there are still a large number of imperial ghost guards in this building. According to conservative estimates, at least 1,200 former Federation ghost agents chose to be loyal to the new Imperial government, and about 150 became Imperial ghosts directly under the Emperor. There are no ladies wearing gold and silver or clowns and jesters in the Terran Imperial Court, only soldiers with sabers and silent ghosts. This protective measure is extremely necessary. Since the founding of the country, crazy supporters of the old Federation have been constantly trying to assassinate members of the royal family and high-ranking officials of the Empire. When Augustus came to the building where the royal family lived, the royal guards guarding this temporary palace saluted him one after another. They all wore power armor with a gold and red background, and ceremonial blue ribbons on their shoulders. The royal guards are only loyal to the emperor and the imperial family of the empire, and they are ready to sacrifice their lives to protect the imperial family at any time. Although it was only used as a temporary palace, it certainly had everything it needed. The halls and corridors in the building were decorated with magnificent decorations, including marble stands with star maps, delicate mechanical clocks, 3-branch candlesticks with reflectors, peace flower tapestries, and slender tall glasses with apple blossoms and roses. Even the delicate tables and chairs were gilded, and countless brass mirrors and crystal clear crystals decorated the walls. Despite this, what Augustus was most satisfied with was that he didn't spend a penny on it, because all these luxury items were obtained from the mansion of the Tarcinus creation family. 2 noble ladies in sky blue dresses and black velvet shawls were waiting for him there, with a little blonde boy beside them. They were Augustus' mother, Catherine Mengsk, Princess Juliana, and Prince Valerian, while Augustus' father, Angus, was both the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, and was working at the time. The women of the Mengsk family are all beautiful, with elegant faces and graceful figures. The little prince also inherited this noble face from his mother. He is so handsome and his golden hair is so soft. Valerian Mengsk, the son of Arcturus Mengsk and Juliana Based, is the most beloved person in the world. Augustus hugged his family one by one, just like he did every time he was separated or reunited in the past. "Go, that's your uncle," the princess said to Prince Valerian, who was holding her hand. Princess Juliana is still as beautiful as before, but even the most sophisticated cosmetic surgery can't hide the fine wrinkles. She is still very young, but she looks old very fast. The princess's marriage to Prince Arcturus was not happy. This seemingly humble and polite man with great ambitions was actually an extremely selfish person. He had long lost interest in this woman and had little tenderness in his heart. In fact, Juliana was a very gentle woman, an elegant Umoyan noble, a perfect marriage partner. She was supposed to be a haven for her husband to rest when he was tired and injured, but Arcturus was such a heartless person. Arcturus was not the kind of person who would be bound by a woman or a family. He was an eagle, and the world could not bind him. He was never injured, and even if he was defeated, he would stand up again and again. "Your Majesty, you have defeated the Protoss and the Zerg. There is no one in this world who is more qualified to be called a hero than you." When Valerian walked in front of Augustus, the latter was also looking at him. Valerian was only 14 years old, but he had grown tall and strong. Through constant self-training, Valerian had become the kind of heir his father expected: knowledgeable, quick-witted, elegant and quick in manners. "Did your mother teach you this?" Augustus smiled and looked at his nephew. Augustus was surprised to find that Valerian had grown into a reliable man when he had not noticed it. When he was a child, he was weak, his arms and legs were as thin as chopsticks, but now his whole body was full of strong muscles. In addition to receiving family education, Valerian also studied politics and economics, and was able to skillfully use various firearms. This was partly due to the strict education of Arcturus, and partly due to his dream of going out to explore the world. Valerian hoped to become a hero like his uncle Augustus. "I think so." Valerian's eyes seemed to be shining. "I heard my father talk about your battle with aliens, which was never mentioned in myths and epics. The hypocritical Protoss and the greedy Zerg are the enemies of mankind. This world is not just black and white, child. If you want to become a king, you must rely on your own judgment to distinguish between friends and enemies, turn enemies into friends, or kill with borrowed knives." Augustus said to his nephew. No, I want to be an adventurer and archaeologist, and go to alien planets, to explore alien ruins and rare mines. Valerian stood shyly and humbly like a child, but then relaxed, because of Augustus' kindness. What's so good about aliens and mines? As a member of the Mengsk family, you were born to do great things. Arcturus on the other side frowned and shouted that he was a rebellious son. He had been wise and brave all his life, but he didn't know how he gave birth to such a thing. Don't you think so at your age? Augustus smiled. He has to go to the Stilling Military Academy. Now is the right time. Arcturus has always been arbitrary and decided his children's future based on his own ideas, just like his father. Unknowingly, Arcturus became the kind of person he tried his best to resist when he was young. Stilling Military Academy is the first military academy in the Empire. The academies here come from various imperial territories, and most imperial officers choose to send their children to this school. This means that, if Valerian can successfully complete his studies, he will be able to make friends with future imperial generals. As a member of the royal family, Valerian can inherit his father's title in the future. Even though he is not yet an adult, he has already obtained a fiefdom of his own. Actors, you fool. Valerian should decide for himself what path to take in the future, the princess said angrily. Actors immediately showed his anger, but facing the rare woman in the world who dared to slap him in the face, he actually didn't have much confidence. He and Juliana always quarreled about their son's problems, and their relationship was very bad. Enough. Actors, Augustus has just returned. This is a day worth celebrating. As soon as Catherine opened her mouth, actors didn't dare to say anything. If it was his father who said this, at least he would never admit defeat, and his mother was the person that actors respected most in the world. Catherine was proud of her children's achievements, but she was also worried about their safety all the time. Because she was too worried about Augustus, and worried that he would die on the battlefield, her mother became older and older because of worry. Do you have any plans for yourself? Augustus asked Valerian softly. I plan to complete my studies at the Stilling Officer Academy first, then join the Imperial Marines, and go on adventures after I retire. Valerian replied. Arcturus raised his chin with a triumphant expression. It can be seen that Valerian took his uncle as an example and wanted to walk the path that Augustus had walked. Then do it. Augustus patted his nephew's shoulder and suddenly thought of something. Where is Dorothy? You just appointed her as the governor of Iridia Prime, and she just left a few days ago. Catherine also sighed. As their youngest child Dorothy grew older, she was becoming more and more beautiful and stronger. Just like her brothers, Dorothy has a strong leadership temperament, is decisive in doing things, and is very good to her subordinates who follow her. Dorothy does not look like a noble lady. To be more precise, she is a queen wherever she goes. Well, I almost forgot about it. Augustus pressed his hand to his forehead. I was always worried that Dorothy would get hurt, but then I realized that I couldn't protect her all my life. In essence, the Mengsk family has similar personalities. But in my memory, she is still that little girl. Dorothy has really grown up in the time I wasn't paying attention. He said, I really should have a daughter. As he spoke, Augustus took Kerrigan's hand and walked in. After a long time, Augustus had dinner with his family again. The high radiation environment of Korhal is not suitable for growing crops and raising livestock. Only hydroponic farms and food factories can provide synthetic food. Fresh food must rely on frozen imports, which is extremely expensive in Augustgrad. To set an example, the royal family only eats soup made with dried mushrooms, mixed lettuce and sausages. Augustus doesn't care about simple food. He doesn't eat much worse than this in the army. Augustus was still very happy. This family atmosphere, which was not harmonious but still warm, was exactly what he wanted to protect. He sincerely hoped that millions of imperial families could sit together like this when they return home. Chapter 534 Royal Research Center. Augustgrad, the Royal Research Center. This is a dome-shaped building, made entirely of new alloy steel, shaped like a flat ping-pong ball. The main body of the research center is monotonous brown-gray and imperial red, with only the golden symbol of the royal family shining brightly under the scorching sunlight of Korhal at noon, which is not filtered by the atmosphere. The Royal Research Center is connected to a physics laboratory and has a high-energy particle accelerator and many detailed research equipment. The research center and the underground part are divided into 4 floors, each of which represents a research related to cutting-edge technology, representing the highest technological level of the Terran Empire. Only the most talented and trusted researchers can join the Royal Research Institute and spend their lives to innovate Terran technology and process technology. At the same time, the Royal Research Center is also the research center in August Grid with the second highest security level after the Royal Palace. The scientists inside the research center are mainly engaged in the research of extraterrestrial civilizations. Every scientist who can come here has been evaluated by the Terran Empire's highest intelligence department and the OGB spy agency to ensure that they will not leak highly confidential research materials to the enemies of the Empire. Don't blame me for not reminding you, newcomer. Don't try to touch the Xel'Nagus lab. Dr. Talais Kogan, who was busy recording research data, raised her head and spoke at her fastest speed to a young researcher who had just joined the research center. He was a young man who looked irritable, with black hair, a middle-parted hairstyle, a high nose bridge, and a pair of sharp eyes. He was wearing a white worksuit and equipped with eyepieces, artificial eyes, and auxiliary mechanical limbs. He was standing in front of a 5-foot-high operating table, on which there was a black slab sealed in a square glass container. The slab seemed to be as black as a crow's feather, without any reflection. Apart from that, it looked ordinary. This laboratory was very spacious. If it was used as a conference room, it could accommodate hundreds of people at the same time without feeling crowded. There were a large number of cutting-edge optical and electronic equipment in this room alone, and there were more than one such slab. There were also many void crystals emitting fluorescent green light on each operating table, and precious Xel'Naga relics similar to bronze or organic meteorites were everywhere. All the Xel'Naga relics come from the protective excavation work of the Imperial archaeologists, who emptied one Xel'Naga temple after another in the remains of the city. Emperor Augustus believes that, in order to develop science and technology, archaeology must go hand in hand with the research and development of new technologies. There are about 30 imperial researchers in the laboratory, all of whom are historians, biologists, or scientists studying Protoss technology. There are even scientists from the UED Expeditionary Force. After all, fighting for the great cause of the Terran humans is also for the great cause of mankind. Among them, there are also a considerable number of UED computer experts, astrophysicists, and nanoscientists, talents that the Terran Empire lacks. You know, although the military technology of the Terran humans is very powerful, with huge warships and advanced mechas, computer encryption and mechanical language still remain in the past few centuries. The codes and functions used by the computers of the Terran Federation are still the supercomputer Atlas carried on the colonial mothership pilot ship Najerfa 250 years ago, which has been almost stagnant for so many years. The supercomputer Atlas was originally the technology of Earth 2.5 centuries ago. The technology of the Terrans also originated from this supercomputer. This is why the technology of Terrans is so similar to that of Earth. It is precisely because of this that the computer system of the Federation is full of loopholes in front of the UED Expeditionary Force. For this reason, the Empire has also stepped up the innovation of information technology while strengthening national defense and security. What else will happen, Doctor? I want to know what happened to the person who did this. Hearing this, he retracted the hand that he stretched out unconsciously. This looks like a Mayan slate. Maybe when you get up the next day, you will find that your testicles are still quietly in the bed. Isn't it interesting? Dr. Talais didn't care much about this new companion, and didn't even raise her head. More than a month ago, geneticist Talais Kogan was invited to work at the Royal Science Station. She previously worked at a leading research institute in Tarsus, but later lost her job due to the change of regime and social unrest. Fortunately, top scientists like Dr. Talais will not have to worry about not having a new job. Moreover, since the first appearance of the Zergan Protoss in the public eye, bioengineering has become increasingly important. But after signing an extremely harsh confidentiality clause, the first thing Talais came into contact with was not the alien biological research she imagined, but the more mysterious Xel'Naga. However, the Xelnaga was not the only research Talis was engaged in. Zerg and Protoss physiology were also research topics she was responsible for. The heavy workload not only did not overwhelm Talis, but instead made her fighting spirit high. The Royal Academy of Sciences and the Royal Research Center are the top research departments of the Terran Empire, and they can even be received by the Emperor, which is much more important than her original research institute. In addition, Talis has another identity, that is, the ex-wife of Bernard Hansen, the governor of the Empire's Agria Autonomous Region, and the biological mother of Veriel Hansen. Talis doesn't care about the ideas of those in power. She is willing to join the Empire, partly because the Imperial Army rescued her daughter in Agria some time ago. Not only scientific researchers, the new Empire now urgently needs talents from all walks of life. No matter they are former federal researchers or civilian scholars, the Empire will welcome them all. Okay, I won't do anything to it. The young scientist who was observing the slate raised his hands and stepped back about 10 yards. Very good, very good. Mysterious alien technology, some kind of vicious witchcraft. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. I didn't expect that a serious workaholic like you would make such a joke. Be careful to scare him, otherwise no one will come in the future. At this time, a bald man walked in and said, I'm the Imperial Royal Chief Alien Research Chairman, Herrick Brannimer, the General Manager of the Scientific Research Center. Welcome to the Royal Scientific Research Center, Mr. Warren Held. Be loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. Be loyal to the Emperor and the Empire. Ward shook hands with Brannimer. Hello, Chairman Brannimer. I'm Held, an alien research expert. I used to be engaged in research on alien creatures, hoping to learn ways to improve human genes from it. I have received an invitation from the Royal Academy of Sciences. It is an official document signed by the Emperor. Don't worry, the actual situation is not as serious as Dr. Corgan said. Brannimer showed a thin smile. Although this is the case, she definitely has good intentions. But if you get too close to the Xelnagas labs, or stay in the same room with them for too long, you will inevitably experience dizziness, nausea, and weakness, followed by severe insomnia and nightmares. He continued, people with active minds will hear meaningless mumblings, as if these slabs are dimensional pockets of another world. It sounds like a nuclear reactor that is constantly releasing huge amounts of radiation. This is incredible. What exactly is this slab? Is it an energy device of a prehistoric alien civilization or some kind of record carrier? Held stared at Brannimer. According to Held's understanding, the Xelnaga was a prehistoric civilization that was once extremely glorious. The Protoss even called them gods and creators. Now, judging from all the research on the Xelnaga ruins, the technology of this civilization is indeed like a god to humans. There are more than 20 stone slabs of different sizes. Some of them are only a few inches long, like broken bricks cut from the wall, and the largest one is 10 feet long and 5 feet wide. Some are pitch black, while others are engraved with intricate and beautiful patterns. The earliest one is the Xelnaga stone slab of Marcera. The secret on it has not been solved until now. X-rays, sound wave detectors, lasers, and neutron beams cannot hurt them. Brannimer said. Drive Emil speculated that this may be the stone tablet of the Xelnaga to enlighten future civilizations, so the text on it is set to be easily understood by other races. The Xelnaga stone slab is shrouded in a hazy mystery and has the ability to connect to the void. The mumbling heard by the researchers may come from the Xelnaga in the void. For humans, this kind of mumbling containing spiritual power is extremely difficult to bear. And now the void is also filled with the anger of the dark god Ammon. It would be strange if you don't go crazy if you listen to his mumbling every day. The Xelnaga should at least teach humans what their definition of easy actually is. Held said. Humans have not yet reached the level of being able to interpret it. Brannimer stroked the few strands of hair he had left. But Narad can understand it. By reading the words on the stone tablet, we can further decipher the Xelnaga language. This is a milestone in the field of Xelnaga research. Dr. Talis finally finished the work in her hands, looked up and said, he is a genius among us. He has led bioengineering to a big step forward and defined the entire discipline of studying Xelnaga. Xelnaga scholars are still a new title, and there are only a handful of people in the Empire who can be awarded this title. Emil Nerad is the undisputed founder of the field of Xelnaga research. I have read the books published by Dr. Nerad, and many of his articles have been included in the required reading courses of Korhal University. Held affirmed, and then said to Branimal, the director of the research center, when can I start my own work? In order to dissect live Zerg and Protoss, I also brought matching knives and tweezers. For the future of mankind, someone will always sacrifice himself. You didn't join the Royal Research Center for this, did you? Branimal asked. Yes. Held said as if it was a matter of course. As long as the application is approved, there are some cultivated Zerg for you to study. But Protoss can't. The Empire prohibits the live research of Protoss. Branimal thought that another madman had come. This does not apply to those Tal'Darim Protoss war criminals who have slaughtered humans, but these Tal'Darim who are high on drugs are rare. Most of the people in the Royal Research Center are scientific madmen who are arrogant because of their talents. If they come here, they are either for fame and success, or for the strong support of the Empire's scientific research resources. In other words, they are basically very difficult to deal with. There are also many former Federation researchers who were forced to work in the Federation's research stations. Their humanity and emotions have been wiped out by long-term, repressive, inhumane, and inhumane experiments. It is difficult for these people to integrate into society and communicate with others. As the director of the research center, Branimal naturally has to deal with these people every day. In addition, this small research building is full of hidden talents. At least one Tal'Darim lord is imprisoned underground, and a fat brainworm is raised. These two big figures with high status in the tribe are either addicted to terrazine and live a dazed life, or they eat potato chips and drink coke all day long. If there are Kel-morian or Yumoyan spies, they will probably be torn to pieces by the Zerg in the animal pen or the angry Tal'Darim Protoss. I think any creature other than humans is not within the scope of ethics and morality, and does not need any sympathy. Held nodded. Branimal glanced at this seemingly harmless young man and thought about what kind of position he should be assigned to. The research center is mainly engaged in the research of Xelnaga, Zerg and Protoss technology, and the attached physics laboratory focuses on the field of nanotechnology. Since the UED brought more advanced nanotechnology, the Empire's Protoss allies have also provided some of their research results on this technology. The nanotechnology of the Terran Empire has made rapid progress in a very short period of time, and its application areas include military, medical, mechanical manufacturing and many other fields. It has become a very promising discipline in the Empire. Everyone can find a suitable position here. Branimal has not decided for a while. This research center is now in short supply of people everywhere, and every project is also very important. Chairman Branimal, the goods brought back by the army have arrived. The Emperor has appointed you. At this time, a researcher walked in. Okay, Mr. Held, I will email you later. Branimal looked at his watch and hurried away. Before that, you can go back to your room to rest. Chairman Branimal left in a hurry after speaking. He knew the inside story. The so-called goods were the 4 fragments of the Xelnaga artifacts that the Empire had seized from the Tal'Darim Protoss. It only needs to add the fragment of the artifact that Korhal kept to reassemble the complete artifact, but that fragment is not kept here. Will His Majesty come? Branimal asked the researcher as he walked. If His Majesty is coming, we will know soon. The other party said. Chapter 535 The Importance of the Artifact. The Royal Research Center is a multi-layered steel structure. The laboratories, analysis platforms, control centers, and security centers connected by thousands of corridors and airlocks are like a huge palace made of steel. The research center is not only a research building. In addition to the necessary living facilities, high-standard restaurants, opera houses, bars, and even swimming pools are all available. As always, Emperor Augustus fulfilled his promise to the scientists in the invitation letter. Knowing the importance of the Xelnaga artifact, Branimal hurried to the internal elevator entrance, while nodding to the passing researchers of the research center. At this time, the passage leading to the top hangar was lit with red light. Unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited from entering and exiting. Violators could be executed at the most serious level. This is a sparse and common thing in the research center. Due to the special functions and uses of the building, special planes would arrive every day to transport precious goods. Most of the cargo is alien creatures used for research and experiments, excavated Protoss relics or Xel'Naga relics. In the past, bare-toothed beasts, Kala beasts, blue-crowned deer and hetero-tailed scorpions, which could be auctioned at high prices in Tarsinus, are not uncommon in the Royal Research Center. Emperor Augustus has high hopes for the Royal Academy of Sciences and its subordinate research centers. They are equipped with the most sophisticated equipment and experimental specimens, and the treatment of researchers is unprecedented. To be frank, the Emperor hopes that this top research institution, which has invested heavily and mobilized national resources, can produce something. Scientists can get inspiration from the huge bone plates of the Thunder Beast to upgrade the armor of warships and chariots. Stealing the advanced resource collection technology of the Protoss, it can be applied to the mines and gas refineries of the Empire. Since the UED brought the nanotechnology of the Earth, nano-regenerated steel has also come into being, and then used in warship construction and medical treatment. The Emperor pointed out, technology is the primary productive force. In addition to military applications, the advancement of science and technology will also involve areas of people's livelihood such as medicine and agriculture. Improve people's livelihood and benefit mankind. Branimal is the director and head of the Scientific Research Center. He knows what kind of burden he shoulders. Since the Emperor called Branimal to his presence, he treated him with great courtesy and said frankly that science holds the hope of protecting the future of mankind. They are the fearless pioneers on the edge of this terrifying, greedy, evil and dangerous universe. Since then, Branimal has regarded the completion of the Emperor's great vision as his sacred mission. There are only a few people who can enter the top floor. When he walked out of the elevator, Branimal only barely recognized a few experts who studied Xel'Naga technology. Among them, there may be people engaged in psychics, which is also a new discipline. Psychics is related to psychology, but it is much more mysterious, because those who are engaged in this research are experts with psychic induction ability. High-level psychics who are proficient in telepathy can even kill people silently by exerting pressure on the mental level, such as creating a suicide without loopholes. Branimal didn't have much contact with these people. He heard that these people could control your bladder and make you incontinent, making you embarrassed in public. Gradually, the closer Branimal got to the top hangar, the more Imperial soldiers there were in the corridor. The security department of the research center was not a civilian security guard, but a genuine Imperial Royal Guard. Every Royal Guard was a veteran who had fought in many battles, and fought with Emperor Augustus during the Revolution. "Hello, Chairman Branimal." A white-bearded scientist came from the other side, followed by an AI-controlled widow mine. "Hello, Daniel Rothfuss." Branimal couldn't help but shrink his neck when he saw this mechanical foot with blade-like limbs moving as fast as the wind on the ground. Although this was just a mechanical pet, it was not equipped with small sentinel missiles. As far as he knew, Daniel was an expert in computer information engineering and an outstanding astrophysicist, responsible for the network security and AI programming of the research center. Although Daniel never mentioned his past experiences, and his files were so restricted that even the director of the research center could not access them, Branimal believed that he might be an Earthling. After the defeat of the UED Expeditionary Force, the surviving members of the Expeditionary Force had only two choices: either join the Empire, or spend the rest of their lives in a closed prison world. After realizing that the hope of returning to Earth was extremely slim, many UED soldiers and scientists believed that Earth had betrayed and abandoned them, so they decided to serve the rulers of the Terran humans. "Dan, I heard that you are currently working on the reprogramming of the mechanical adjutant's intelligence program. How is the progress?" Branimal looked at the Widow Ray, which was about 5 feet taller than him. Branimal was not sure how much Daniel knew about the inside story of the Xel'Naga artifact. All email notifications about the artifact were issued by the palace office. He had no right to ask, and he would not know more than others. Therefore, he did not ask more. "I have to say that the old Federation adjutant is full of loopholes. To put it in an analogy, it's like using a basket to hold water." Daniel sighed. It seems that even a third-rate decryption expert in the garbage dump can decipher this metal waste. The Federation is simply running naked in front of robbers wearing gold and silver jewelry. At least in the eyes of us laymen, the Federation's security level is still reliable. Branham laughed dryly. The computer security system of the Terran Federation may indeed be a joke in the eyes of the UED. No one knows whether the Earthlings have been running wildly in a field that the Terrans have no understanding of for more than 200 years. In terms of AI, the Protoss and the Umoians have done much better. The instructions that machines can accept are many times more than humans, and both the speed and reliability are completely not at the same level. Daniel continued, and the task given to me by the Emperor is to make his mechanical adjutant smarter, but not too smart. However, although Dr. Daniel's identity always makes Branham suspicious, it does not prevent the two of them from becoming friends. Daniel is very talkative, and his words fully show his wise cognition and thinking about this world. As they spoke, Branham and Daniel had already arrived at the heavily guarded top hangar. Next to the hangar was a temporary warehouse for storing experimental materials, and above it was a landing platform protected by an energy shield force field. This huge circular flat-roofed building has a huge helipad, which is capable of taking off and landing Hercules-class transport ships with the help of electromagnetically accelerated ejections and interception tracks. The hangar below the helipad is even larger, filled with military transport ships and low Earth orbit shuttles. There are soldiers with live ammunition and automatic turrets everywhere, which shows how much the Empire values the Zelniger artifact. About a dozen Imperial scientists in white uniforms are waiting here. At this time, those who can come here are the elites of the elite. Each of them is a top scientist in the field of alien biological research, biomaterials, astrophysics, nanomedicine and other cutting-edge fields in the Terran Empire. They are masters and shining stars of tomorrow in their respective fields. When they received the Emperor's invitation, they might have been taking classes at other top universities in Caprulu, such as Tarsinus University, and they were all masters. "Hi, Mr. Branham. Good morning." A short man in a white coat came over, his face looking too young and full of uneasiness. In fact, Dr. Egon Stetman had just bitten his tongue because he was too excited to get others' attention. "It's nighttime now, kid." Dr. Daniel pointed this out. "Ah, I didn't notice it. I must have forgotten about it. I have hardly slept these days because of those collection robots." Stetman opened his mouth and looked at Branham blankly. "You don't mind, do you?" "Why not? In this place without sunlight, it is inevitable that day and night are reversed. You don't have to care." "Dr. Stetman, the brainworm in the basement didn't bother you too much, did it?" Branham didn't dare to neglect it. Egon Stetman, who studied under Franks, although he was still a minor and might not even be 14 years old, was already an authority in the field of alien biological research. Most importantly, Stetman may not be aware of this at all. Judging from the degree of inclination of research resources and other designated care, Emperor Augustus is basically raising him as a son. To be fair, Egon Stetman is really a genius. As early as 2 years ago, Stetman was able to assemble robots using discarded parts from the garbage dump in the Port of the Dead. Now, in addition to feeding the brainworms in the basement of the Scientific Research Center on a daily basis, Stetman is also engaged in research related to intelligent machinery. The bottom floor of the Scientific Research Center is an engineering station, an armory, and an automated heavy factory that produces intelligent machinery. Dr. Egon Stetman's work is related to intelligent machinery. For example, his most proud achievement is a dangerous mechanical cassowary. I believe that it will not be long before Stetman can build his own mechanical hydralisk. Oh, that pig always has something new to do for me. I'm really angry when I mention it. Stetman immediately complained loudly. Last time it spent $1 million on the card drawing game for the virtual singing girl. Who knows how I got through those days. When the matter was exposed, it actually said that it was just a bug after all, and what bad things could it do? At this time, it finally remembered that it was a bug. He roared, "What can I expect from a brainworm that can only cheat with its psychic ability when playing cards?" In fact, according to the concept of brainworms, humans are considered to be bugs. However, the domestic brainworms of the Empire are brainworms that only know when to advance and retreat. "Doctor, you must have spent a lot of effort." Branham patted Stetman and couldn't say anything for a while. The domestic brainworm of the Empire is only 1.5 years old. It is true that it is really like a child. However, the cunningness of brainworms is no less than that of humans, and only people like Stetman with equally novel thinking circuits can deal with it. The Emperor has arrived. The first to arrive was the Imperial Emperor's plane. The Emperor had just returned to Augustus a few days ago, and was so busy rebuilding Korhal and establishing the Empire, that he even found time in his schedule for the Xel'Naga artifact. Originally, Brannimer thought that it might be Prince Arcturus who came. After all, the latter had come to the Royal Research Center for supervision many times. "Thank you for your hard work." The Emperor was still wearing a military uniform when he stepped off the plane, and he did not forget to return the greetings to the soldiers and scientists while walking. As in the past, Her Majesty Queen Kerrigan always followed her husband. An hour ago, Augustus had just reviewed the Imperial Army at the Red Star Square in Augustgrad. This grand military parade was so large that it took a whole day to complete. "Harak, I brought the fragments of the Xel'Naga artifact. 2 of them are for research, and the others will be sealed somewhere else." Augustus looked up and gestured, and 4 royal guards in golden red power armor walked down from the transport ship carrying a sarcophagus emitting a blue copper light. "Be careful, the Xel'Naga artifact is not an ordinary Xel'Naga relic. The assembled Xel'Naga artifact is a key to the void. That is, it is Pandora's box." He warned Brannimer and other scientists, "Don't believe any scene you have seen in the illusion, and don't believe any sound you have heard. If you notice that there is something wrong with your mental state, report it to your psychiatrist and spiritual expert immediately." "Yes, Your Majesty." Brannimer and other scientists around him immediately bowed their heads and said, "The Xel'Naga artifact contains unimaginable energy. If used properly, it is the most terrible weapon in the universe," Augustus said at last. These are what Nerad told Augustus. Of course, this part of the information is basically true. To deceive people, it is best to weave the only lie with countless truths. Augustus knew that the Xel'Naga artifact was not just a weapon, or it was not designed to be a weapon. For the Xel'Naga, information, energy and will are all one. That is, they can transform entities into energy and energy into will. Everything in the universe, essence, matter, spirit, everything can be converted. In other words, the Xel'Naga artifact is theoretically omnipotent and has infinite possibilities. This is the artifact. In the Battle of Wings of Liberty, Nerad only slightly changed the Xel'Naga artifact, which allowed it to destroy the Zerg directly at the DNA level. It was only because Nerad wanted the Terran Empire to regard the Xel'Naga artifact as a weapon and ignore its original purpose. It was also with the help of the Xel'Naga artifact that the Queen of Blades was transformed back into a human. For Augustus, he has no need to use the Xel'Naga artifact now. But the Xel'Naga artifact is indeed an artifact to deal with the Zerg, and can be used in emergencies. The Xel'Naga has transformed the Zerg in the Protoss. Since the Nova Shock can deal with the Zerg, it is also designed to deal with the Protoss. Refer to Nerad's words in the official book Flashpoint. The Xel'Naga once modified the Protoss and Zerg life forms on a large scale. For them, anything that can destroy their DNA is of course a weapon. You only need to get even a little inspiration from the Xel'Naga artifacts, and humanity will benefit infinitely, Augustus told the scientists. Augustus did not expect these scientists to be able to study the Xel'Naga artifacts, as long as they knew a little bit. For your expectations, we must spend our entire lives. Brannimer knew the weight of the Emperor's words, and he made up his mind at the moment. "Okay, now take me to find Tosh," Augustus finally said. "There is still a debt between him and me to settle." Chapter 536, The 3 Inmates. Under the Augustgrad Imperial Research Center are the most vicious alien monsters in the universe, including insane half-crazed Protoss, ferocious and greedy Zerg, and deformed infested. If one considers these terrifying monsters to be the most brutal, violent, and evil alien creatures known to mankind, the 3 most terrifying cages are enough to make people shudder. Even the most absurd thriller writer cannot describe 1/10,000th of these abominations, as if it is fear itself. The cells used to hold these monsters are made of a fused alloy strengthened by the Neophalsum catalyst, which is harder than diamond. The walls are reinforced with layers of psionic isolation materials, and according to the Imperial engineers who built it, it is more than enough to imprison the Zerg overlord. Whether this is true or not, at least it does not prevent the three giants imprisoned in different cages from communicating through telepathy. These abominable humans, Augustus Mengsk, blasphemers. When the day of reckoning comes, I will cut you into pieces. The mental language containing the anger of the Tal'Darim executor echoed in hundreds of large and small cages underground, shaking the wall lamps, but the only response was the roar of the monsters. Nyan, your pathetic brain has been smoked by the Terrazine. If you don't toss and turn, you can live a few more days. Gabriel Tosh, the Prince of Blades, who was just captured by the Terran Empire some time ago, was hammering sandbags in his single room. He couldn't bear to hear Nyan's mental roar like a disease. Since humans no longer provide you with enough terrazine, you have become even crazier. Tosh and Nyan were separated by thousands of yards and layers of walls, but they were not disturbed much in the communication of mental language. This was not because the Empire's psychic isolation facilities were flawed, but because their psychic powers were too powerful. As Nyan became more and more insane, he never limited the amount of terrazine he took in. His psychic power increased day by day. The more he lost his sanity, the stronger he became. Nyan was imprisoned recently, and was said to have been a Protoss executive officer. However, apart from his fanatical worship of the gods, Tosh had never seen any noble qualities of his fellow ale in him. My god. I deserve death. Nyan ignored Tosh. Zelniger. God. Take me away. Take me away. It's so pitiful. He is hopeless, Prince. The Protoss. These son of a bitches are crazy because of fanaticism, and they are heading for ultimate destruction because of their madness. On the other side, the deep psychic language of the brainworm came from another direction. The Zerg have a close mental connection, and Tosh can clearly sense the existence of the brainworm. He knows it. It is the newborn brainworm that protected Tosh when charpupated and transformed into the Zerg Blade Prince. At that time, the newborn brainworm was still very weak, and was extremely obedient to the Overlord's beloved son. Now, the brainworm has not only become much stronger and more mature than before, but has also learned many human curse words and vulgar local slang. In the era of the first generation of the Overlord, this brainworm used to obey Tosh, but now it is not the case. It has undergone changes that Tosh could not imagine, as if a baby wearing open crotch pants learned to smoke, drink, and perm his hair overnight, and took care of all the gangs in a block with a lollipop in his mouth, and finally became a godfather. The brainworm gladly accepted the name given to it by humans, Alpha. This may indicate that it is only the first brainworm captured by humans. Accepting a name, this is equivalent to rebellion in the eyes of the alien Zerg. Because only the Overlord can give a brainworm a name, it is equivalent to recognizing that humans are its own masters. Of course, Tosh did not think this was a betrayal at all, nor did he feel angry. Tosh knew that he did not belong to the alien Zerg, and he believed that his sense of belonging to the Zerg swarm was fabricated out of thin air. Nyan is one of the strongest Protoss heroes I've ever seen. He can even fuse into a Pretor with his own strength. Tosh responded calmly. But he's still just a lunatic. The brainworm said, the Protoss lifespan is much longer than humans. He will continue to go crazy until he becomes a super lunatic. And then, boom. You know. At this moment, Nyan finally stopped roaring, and Tosh's mental communication with the brainworm also stopped abruptly. Just like the previous communication, this kind of communication was mostly some tests of each other. They also had many doubts about each other, and did not completely trust each other. Since the death of the first Overlord, the tight hierarchical structure of the Zerg swarm collapsed. The brainworm only obeyed the Overlord, and the new second generation Overlord obviously could not gain the recognition of all the brainworms. Coincidentally, Tosh and the brainworm no longer obeyed any Overlord. The brainworm could not disobey the orders of the Overlord, and would never betray, so the internal differences would only stop at verbal conflicts at most, and civil war would not occur. But once the brainworm lost the object of loyalty, the relationship between them changed subtly. How about some potato chips and coke? The brainworm asked after a while. I'll ask my servant to bring it to you. No, thank you. Tosh expressed his gratitude. That's great. I have always had a question. Prince, you are so powerful, how can humans hurt you? The brainworm said. Besides, I'm just a brainworm without self-defense ability after all. But you are different. You should not be trapped here at all. I just lost to the Protoss. Tosh responded briefly, and then asked back, I almost forgot how you were captured by humans. The enemy is numerous, and we are few. It is not a crime of war. The brainworm's mental voice fluctuated, and it seemed that it was always ashamed. The Protoss are endless, and my swarm is suffering casualties every minute and every second. The brainworm's anger was just a disguise, and it immediately changed its tone, but it doesn't matter at all. You deliberately let yourself be captured by humans just to save me. It laughed very humanely. No one here can trap you. Hurry up. When I become the master of the swarm, the entire universe will be ours, and the swarm will devour the world. Tosh knew that this brainworm might really have the possibility of becoming the master. Its psychic potential is so high that now it has grown to the point where Tosh has to be on guard. God knows what the Imperial humans fed this brainworm, or whether it is just naturally gifted. The brainworm actually knows the principle of sleeping on straw and tasting gall, pretending to be addicted to wine and sex to paralyze the humans who control it. If you ask it if it still misses Char, it definitely doesn't want to. Maybe it's overacting. Point, I'm not here to save you. Tosh was silent for a moment. I thought you were dead. Besides, if I really came to save you, there would be no need to go through so much trouble. Are you kidding? The brainworm was furious. The Tosh family doesn't joke, they only tell the truth. Tosh said. Point, is it really hopeless? The brainworm was stunned. No hope. Tosh said. So you were really caught? The brainworm said. If you can't beat it, won't you run away? I'm here to pursue the ultimate destiny. Tosh said calmly. That is death. Seeking death. You're crazy too. The brainworm was stunned. Unless killed, the brainworms are almost immortal. Their cells renew very quickly, but do not age, and they can live for a very long time. Oh, then why am I wasting time talking to you? I have to go to the next level. We'll talk later. The brainworm cursed and retracted its mind connection. If you have any good ideas for escape, you'd better tell me. Tosh was speechless. A brainworm was more like a human than he was. The infection of the alien Zerg acted on the genetic level and distorted Tosh's mind, erasing all his humanity. Many times, Tosh fought against countless cruel and evil thoughts in his mind. Although he did not succeed every time, he never gave up the fight. Finally, Tosh's side was quiet again. The sharp roars of monsters were heard from the underground prison all the time, making the prison once again gloomy and terrifying. He looked around his room and felt a little relieved. It was more like a comfortable hotel than a prison. This single room was very large, with a single bed, a holographic projection TV, a sofa and a set of tables and chairs. It can be seen that, although the Empire fears Tosh's power, it still treats him as a human, rather than a Zerg. When Tosh was a child in the slums, he had dreamed of such a scene countless times, but now he has no interest in it. As a highly modified creature, Tosh does not need lust that will only be a burden. At this time, Tosh's keen psychic intuition detected that a group of people were walking into this underground prison. There were many of them, and it seemed that high-ranking officials of the Empire had arrived. Tosh could almost smell the scent of Augustus Mengsk, but these people did not approach here, but talked to Tosh through the holographic projection TV. Your Majesty Emperor Augustus I, His Majesty Mengsk. Tosh soon saw the Emperor of the Empire. The Emperor on the holographic projection screen was at the best stage of his life, full of energy and confident. He had a handsome face and a cold expression, just like the first Augustus. Looking at Augustus's heroic figure, Tosh was a little jealous, but this emotion was fleeting. Augustus Mengsk had always been a person who was extremely far away from Tosh. He had heard of this revolutionary hero of the Terrans a long time ago, and heard of his many great achievements. Tosh was born in the slums, born humble, but God wanted him to become a nightmare. Augustus was born aristocrat, as if he was born to shine. Hello, Gabriel Tosh. Augustus nodded at Tosh as a greeting. The Emperor was surrounded by royal guards, and their retractable visors reflected the brilliant cobalt blue light. Augustus had a great grudge against Tosh. He tried to save Tosh before he turned into a Zerg, but when he knew that the situation was irreversible, he decisively ordered to eliminate the trouble forever. Of course, Tosh hated Augustus. To be precise, he hated everyone. But Tosh hated himself more. In my eyes, you are just a child. Augustus looked at Tosh and said sincerely, I have seen what you were like in the past, and I know that you are not what you want to be like now. I know that you have been trying your best to restrain your desire to kill, which is more difficult than saving others. He said, Tosh, I firmly believe that you have an upright heart. Tosh felt a little touched and wanted to ask Augustus why he was so confident in himself. Do you know why I attack the human world? He said suddenly after a long time. I hope you can solve my doubts. Augustus nodded. When the Overmind created me, it gave me a great mission, to save the Zerg. Tosh began to talk, but I don't know how to save them. I don't know what kind of disaster the Zerg will face. Frankly speaking, I don't want to care about it at all. However, the mission to save the Zerg is still deeply rooted in my heart, controlling my thoughts, and making me unable to resist. He said, at the same time, there is always a voice in the darkness, asking me to obey him, and take his orders. I'm here to die, Mengsk, I can't stand it. I'm Gabriel Tosh, and I don't want to be a puppet of others. I believe you. Augustus said seriously, I can understand. Those words actually made Tosh believe that the other party really understood. Suddenly, a hissing sound from the brainworm Alpha broke the conversation. What's going on with that brainworm? The Emperor's expression remained unchanged. Egan, what is it saying? Sorry, Your Majesty, I haven't learned the worm language yet. The young scholar in a white research suit beside him trembled and said cautiously in a tentative tone, I think it's either cursing its father or cursing its mother. Your Majesty, I can't think of a second possibility. Egan's eyes rolled. Well, I'm guessing. But it's probably like this. If Alpha loses the game, he will definitely yell. Okay, tell it. If it doesn't quiet down, I will have to cut off its network. Augustus ordered. Then, Augustus looked at Tosh again. Tosh, I want you to believe me. I have a way to save you. He stared at Tosh with his cold grey eyes. The idea of removing the infection has been found, but it requires a long time to prepare. Can it make me turn back to my past appearance? Turn back to a human being? Tosh couldn't believe it. Yes, turn back into a human. Augustus looked at Tosh. It can be done by applying Zelniga technology, but there may be some sequelae. For example, leaving a head of snake hair. Tosh showed an extremely ugly smile. How can I believe you? Or do you just want to find an excuse to make me willingly cooperate with your scientists, to torture me in inhuman ways? Whether you trust it or not, this is your only chance. Augustus also smiled. Tosh was silent for a while. So, what benefits does this have for you? You could have killed me directly. Turning enemies into friends will make the Empire stronger. Augustus said. You are a human. That's enough. It's late today, and I may have to wait until the morning to update tomorrow. Chapter 537. Are you using this to test the brainworm? Gabriel Tosh's spiky grey face slowly dimmed on the holographic projection screen in the main control room. His words with a strong Jamaican accent gave Augustus, who was standing there, some inspiration. There was no doubt that Augustus had just offered Tosh an offer that he could not refuse. However, regardless of whether Tosh believed Augustus's one-sided words, Augustus also believed that Tosh, who was greatly influenced by the Zerg, might not want to become a human at all. As Tosh himself said, his mind had been reshaped by the Overmind, and loyalty to the Zerg and saving the Zerg was everything. For the Zerg, individual personality and demands were not important, although the Overmind retained his personal psychic potential and other excellent traits in his character. When he ordered the Master of Evolution Abatha to transform Gabriel, the impact of Zerg transformation on a person should never be underestimated. This distortion and reshaping is very thorough. The transformed will only think in the Zerg's concept and values. No matter conspiracy, massacre, or betrayal, they will not be bound by human ethics and morality, but just follow the Zerg's instinct to survive and develop. From a human perspective, it is of course extremely cruel and dark. The original Gabriel Tosh was definitely a person worth making friends with. His philosophy is to take revenge when there is a grudge, to repay a favor when there is a favor, and to repay you with a foot, if you respect me. Tosh was deeply influenced by the Heiji Voodoo sect and his deceased grandmother, which together shaped his unique thinking and behavior patterns. Gabriel Tosh loves his grandmother deeply, and this obsession has been affecting him so much that he always imitates his grandmother's behavior. Before Tosh's experience in the Terran Empire Ghost Academy completely changed him, he was not an anarchist. Tosh once believed that, even if the means were unclean and immoral, as long as the final result pointed to justice and could protect the people of the Empire, there was nothing wrong with it. This is exactly the epitome of Tosh's life. You can't say that Gabriel Tosh must be as upright as Jim Raynor. There are countless differences between them. But you just need to understand that when there is trouble, Tosh must be the first one to lend a hand. But it is hard to say about the current Tosh. He is completely different from the one in Augustus's impression. What Tosh said to Augustus just now may not be true. He may really just want to die, but why doesn't he go directly to the Protoss or dive into the stars, but come to humans? Maybe Tosh has been controlled by Ammon for a long time, or has been influenced by him inadvertently. Tosh must have other intentions, but Augustus doesn't know yet. Of course, Augustus can call Nerad now and ask him to assemble the Xel'Naga artifact and adjust the mode to remove the infection from Tosh and turn him back into a human. But you have to know that, taking the Queen of Blades as an example, when purifying Tosh, the energy he has will be converted and used to pull the will of Xel'Naga Ammon in the void back to the real universe. The most direct result is that Ammon, who has obtained this energy, will have an increasingly stronger influence on the real world. Therefore, unless he was fully prepared to defeat Ammon, Augustus did not intend to purify Tosh now. Therefore, Augustus asked Tosh to wait for a while. It was feasible to lock Tosh up and prevent this terrible unstable factor from causing trouble in the Terran Empire. This was why Augustus had such complicated feelings for Tosh. Killing Tosh directly was actually the best option, but he was not sure whether he could be resurrected again like the brain worm. And Augustus was not sure whether the person chosen by Xel'Naga Horus to save the world was Serra Carrigan or the Queen of Blades. If so, removing the influence of the Zerg on Tosh and making him his own was the best choice. Augustus would wait and see what Tosh would do next. Transfer Tosh to the prison ship Morris, which is cruising in the Sigma sector, and keep him under strict supervision. When Augustus was thinking, no one around him dared to disturb him. The Morris is equipped with the most advanced jump engines, capable of continuous hyperspace jumps. Even if something goes wrong, it will not endanger civilians. Morris is a highly maneuverable, supergiant Imperial prison ship equipped with a powerful warp engine that can jump between galaxies at a very high frequency. This prison ship is built to a larger specification than the Behemoth-class battlecruiser and is guarded by elite Imperial soldiers. The Morris was not built to impose high pressure and terror, but is mainly used to detain the highest level prisoners. Let Warfield do this, and tell him that there must be no mistakes. Augustus walked a few steps in the main control center and said, "Okay, that's it." "Yes, Your Majesty," an accompanying Royal Guard officer replied. "Are you worried that Tosh can't be trapped here?" Queen Serra Carrigan next to him said with concern. When he was captured, Tosh didn't resist at all, which proves that he wanted to die. Augustus nodded, but Tosh is still very dangerous. The supernatural power he possesses is beyond our cognition. Humans have very limited resistance to psychic power, and ordinary ghost agents can never be Tosh's opponents. August Grid is just under construction now, but it will be a densely populated center of the Empire in the future. If Tosh loses control, it is inevitable that there will be heavy casualties and panic. There are also Dark Templars staying in the research center. They were left when Zarachil visited Augustus. At this point, I'm afraid that even Augustus can't figure out the exact number of Dark Templars in the Terran Empire. For a higher ideal, the Dark Templar volunteered to guard the dangerous Prince of Blades, and if necessary, they were willing to merge into the Dark Archon to seal him. But by then, the city center of August Grid will probably become a ruin. The research center was not designed to imprison Tosh. There is no prison in the entire Terran Empire with a security level high enough to hold Tosh. Tassida and Zarachil can defeat Tosh together. Carrigan said, "You are indeed far-sighted. They are the only ones." Augustus hummed, "I have to ask Archbishop Tassida to send his high-level Templars to help us guard Tosh. I believe they will lend a hand. Also, put that Tal'Darim Executor 9 on the Morris." At first, everyone thought that Nine was dead, even the Protoss thought so, but he still survived the destruction of the Tal'Darim mothership, and was saved by the Dark Templar space-time technology. Before that, Nine had drained the Tal'Darim Protoss on an entire mothership, and now he has completely turned into a mentally disturbed lunatic. Augustus doesn't know what use this guy has for keeping him for the time being, but he thinks he still has a lot of scientific research value, and if it doesn't work, he can be used to generate electricity. Your Majesty. Egon Stetman, who was standing by, suddenly shouted at this time, but then he regretted his action. Very good, Egon. Do you have anything else to add? Augustus immediately looked at Stetman. No ad. Egon opened his eyes wide, sweating from being too nervous, and stammered to Augustus, Your Majesty, shouldn't you also lock up that lazy brainworm on the morass? He organized his words. That brainworm is also very dangerous and very scary. If it suddenly goes berserk, it will be a big trouble. The brainworm is not aggressive, and the swarm is its claws and teeth. Without the swarm around, it is just a fat white worm. Karrigan said. According to the human evaluation level, the Tal'Darim Protoss Executor Nayan, the Blade Prince Gabriel Tosh, and the Imperial Domestic Brainworm are currently above level 10, and it is difficult to classify them above. In general, level 8 human psychics are already very rare, and individuals among them can often gain certain supernatural powers. But compared to the former, human psychic power is still very weak. However, although the brainworms have very powerful psychic powers, they have no self-defense ability, let alone create terrible destruction with their own power, because the Overmind did not give such abilities when it created the brainworms. In contrast, the later mothers of the swarm are obviously much more comprehensive. Your Majesty, then you must be deceived by its appearance. Stetman did not realize that his voice suddenly became shrill. The brainworm is the embodiment of evil, and they were created to destroy. What did it do to you? Augustus glanced at Stetman, thought about it and said, okay, I will consider changing your job. Switch the surveillance sensor screen to the alpha brainworm, and take a look. Oh, I beg you not to do that. Stetman covered his eyes. Okay. My Kyla Villassi, I'm going to buy you a new little skirt. Bobo, Kyla Villassi is a female star. If you pay attention to the scrolling subtitles below the news, you will notice a story, and this person is also printed on Titus Finlay's armor. Of course, she is just a child star now. I saw a fat 400-pound brainworm lying on the sofa, watching TV while holding a spoon to stir black tea with its flexible tail tip. It was so fat that it looked like a ball of soft white meat stuck in the sofa. There was a smashed game console next to the sofa, and no one knew what had just happened. The brainworm's room was huge and luxuriously decorated, and it could not be called a prison at all. People who were criticized by brainworms on the internet would never dream of this picture, just as you can't guess whether the one arranging the storm with you is a brainworm. It also chases stars. Augustus was silent for a few seconds. Occasionally. Of course, it also follows TV series and e-novels. Stetman said, Alpha learns everything very quickly. Human knowledge is not difficult for it. You may never imagine that this brainworm is proficient in mechanics. It can also repair tanks. It is also a writer. It has published several books under the pseudonym of Zergmaster. I've heard of it. Augustus had long heard that the brainworm had done a lot of things in the past year. Although the brainworm spent most of its time eating excessive amounts of fried food, it was not completely idle. What else has it written? The Death of the Black Goat in the Forest, a book that explores philosophy and human nature. Alpha takes you to see the Zerg, a detailed book on Zerg physiology. Zergmaster, an extremely erotic self-congratulatory novel, telling the story of the Zerg abandoned child creating a Zerg mother who travels through and conquers another world. I have to say, I have never seen such a shameless author. I have heard of it a little. Augustus shrugged his shoulders, and, as far as I know, it sells well. To be honest, brainworms do not have genders. But this brainworm prefers female humans, and has a unique aesthetic taste, which may be related to the gender of the first human it came into contact with. The brainworm used the account you gave it, and the publishing income, to enter the New Gettysburg Financial Street in Tarsus, and its principal increased 1,000 times in 1 year. Now it has entered the film and television industry, and that Kayla Velas's. Stetman talked endlessly. Augustus nodded and added, taxes must be collected as usual. At this time, the brainworm realized that someone was looking at it. The brainworm has learned many things from humans, including flattery, Dog Emperor. Of course, if Augustus angered it, it would definitely call it the old emperor. Are you bullying Egan again? The emperor was not angry, and asked it just like that. You are suing me again. The brainworm glared at it with its almost non-existent eyes. Stetman, just wait, I will tear Gary apart later. Don't cause me any trouble. Augustus also glared at the brainworm. This brainworm has been around humans for so long, but has learned nothing good. He has not touched any of the 7 virtues, and has committed all of the 7 deadly sins. According to the agreement between you and me, you are now free. Now you are also a citizen of the Empire. From today on, I'm conscripting you to serve as the Commander-in-Chief of the Empire's Cerberus Zerg Army, Admiral, General, and Commander-in-Chief, and you will also have a corresponding residence and general uniform. That's what you said. The Emperor is the supreme ruler and his word is law. The brainworm jumped up and raised his non-existent neck. I thought you were just being perfunctory. Is this true? General Brainworm. The premise is that you cannot easily show up in public, and the number of Zerg swarms under your command must be strictly limited. Expansion can only be carried out during wartime. Augustus replied, now you have understood the rules and order of human society, and you are no longer just an ordinary Zerg. In fact, you know how to be a human better than humans. If the brainworm is well cared for, it will still be alive, and well after tens of millions of years. That's not hard to do. The brainworm said, compared to many of you, I'm more human. Besides, I really don't eat humans or suck human brains. A wise choice. You know, as long as the Prince of Blades or the current Overlord is alive, you have no chance to become the new Overlord of the Zerg. In other words, you can only rely on us. Augustus said, and if we unite with the Protoss to kill them all, you will be the new Overlord. Emperor of the Terran Empire, Emperor Augustus I, ruler of the Caprulu sector, divine monarchy, imperial destiny. The brainworm shouted, you're welcome. I'm the Dog Emperor. Augustus snorted. Tyranid Empire brainworm, Lord of Cerberus, future overlord of the Zerg. A super big troll. A little stuck, but not a big problem. Chapter 538 Lieutenant General Stukov. By early March, the sunlight in August grid was still blazing. The first spring wind brought the sandstorms that covered the sky in the radiation desert instead of the expected abundant moisture. The wind was no longer gentle and warm. If people touched it without protection, they would suffer from terrible skin diseases, and if they inhaled it, they would burn their respiratory tract. The city, which was still under construction, was shrouded in red clouds all day long. Visibility was extremely low, so the lights were always on. In the gloomy mist, August grid stars shone, which were nuclear power plants, metallurgical factories and airport signal towers. This latitude of Korhal IV was once a paradise on Earth with good weather, but since the nuclear strike turned the entire sea into a desert, the rainfall has also dropped sharply, and the occasional rainfall also carries excessive radiation. The land is no longer suitable for planting, and food depends on imports. Only the ecological plantations are still growing hydroponic vegetables and feeding livestock with grains. With the announcement of the introduction of more effective nuclear radiation purification technology by the Terran Empire government, the environment of Korhal IV will be further improved, but the legacy of nuclear war is still inevitable. Although Korhal no longer has the beautiful environment and extremely high development index that attracted immigrants in the past, it still became the most popular candidate for immigration at the beginning of the century when the Federation and the Empire changed their regimes. Every day, immigrants from various worlds come to Korhal. Their origins and occupations are of course very different, and their purposes are also different. Some are just forced by life, while others are for dreams. Some bid farewell to the endless wheat fields in their hometown, and take the fleet of interstellar merchants alone, while others bring their families with them. Korhal IV is full of opportunities, just because it is the imperial capital of the Terran Empire and the hometown of the Emperor. The most visionary and adventurous among the celebrities of Tarsinus responded to the Emperor's call at the first time. Almost all large cross-galaxy enterprises in the old Federation set up headquarters in August and introduced factories. As the political center of the Terran Empire, Korhal August is naturally a new stage for politicians and ambitious people. Whether it is a clown in a circus or a prestigious planetary senator, they all long to be favored by the Emperor and rise to prominence in the imperial court. Emperor Augustus only cares about ability, not origin. Even rats in the slums have the opportunity to soar to the sky. The Emperor was once a member of the Federation creation family, but now he is doing what real revolutionaries do. He cares about the people and their livelihood, and requires the officials of the Empire to do the same. Look at those people, look at their postures and expressions walking on the streets of August. You can see panic, blindness, and novelty. I dare not guarantee that these people have hope, but I really hope they can find hope here. At a window on the second floor of a newly opened restaurant in the center of August, Emperor Augustus of the Empire was pointing out the window and talking to Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov, the former commander of the UED Expeditionary Force, who was wearing a casual black suit opposite. This is a newly built restaurant. All the buildings in August are new buildings, new residents, and new life. The restaurant's decoration style is not luxurious. The whitewashed walls are covered with rose-patterned wallpaper. The chandelier on the ceiling casts a warm glow. The mirrors on the panels and the reflections from the windows overlap to create countless shadows. The restaurant is run by a couple from the slums of Tarsinus. If it weren't for the subsidies and various exemptions provided by the Empire's economic recovery policy, the couple would not be able to afford this store, even if they spent all their savings for 20 years. After the establishment of the Empire, all kinds of unreasonable and heavy taxes during the old Federation period were cleared. The government encouraged people to start industries and set up new pillar industries based on the local characteristics. The old aristocratic system and privileged class were also completely abolished. The burdens that had been heavy on the people of the Empire in the past have been cleared, and the economic recovery has been much faster than the Empire expected. It can be seen that the endless exploitation and oppression of the Federation has long made the people breathless. Therefore, they are also sincerely grateful for everything the Empire has brought them. Outside the window is the August Central Park under construction, and at this time the park is just beginning to take shape, still with a bare reinforced concrete foundation. Construction workers were laying layers of pebbles for the fountain pool and planting imported soil for the flower beds. The Korhal people always remembered the sufferings that the Federation had brought them, so in addition to a golden statue of Emperor Augustus and a wolf, there was also a monument with a sentence from Augustus himself: "No matter who the enemy is, we will never surrender." Further away was the August Palace and the central building, which had begun to take shape. The tall buildings were connected by countless corridors and stairs. The glass curtain walls were like a glittering sky, and the spires made of alloy and steel were shining with gold and silver light. Because it was close to the wide Kings Road and August Bennett Airport, immigrants who had just disembarked from the airport could be seen every once in a while. They were all legal immigrants, and there were no illegal immigrants who had mixed into August. The radioactive desert outside August stretched for 20,000 miles, with dry rivers, dead forests and bottomless craters everywhere. There are mutated Korhal scorpions, shale dogs, and Korhal wolves living in the wild, which are very dangerous. If an illegal immigrant lands in the endless radioactive wasteland outside the city, he will surely die, unless he obtains the help of the Imperial Research Station and the border outpost. Most of the immigrants who came to August on this day were from Earth's III. One of the most notable features is that, although the Earth's people are dressed in tattered clothes and look like refugees, both men and women wear berets, but their way of speaking and eyes are fierce and dangerous. The residents of Earthus are all physically strong, and their professions are mainly mercenaries and miners. Hope. Earthus. Their homeland has almost been completely destroyed in the war. Stukov could recognize the iconic attire and special silver gear badge of the Earthus people. In the past wars, Earthus was the nightmare of UED soldiers. Earthus was one of the few Federation worlds that did not succumb to the UED. They fought unyieldingly until the arrival of the Terran Empire's navy. According to statistics, at least 2 large-scale wars have occurred on the satellite of Earthus. The wars between the two sides were so fierce and bloody that thousands of people died in the tragic battles, so that this world was called the Urtus Meat Grinder. Although the Urtus people would never submit to the rule of the UED, the Terran Empire's army immediately surrendered when it arrived. This was a bit disappointing for General Edmund Duke, who was ordered to recapture the empire, because he had already prepared for a big fight with the Urtus people. The rich mineral resources on the satellite were the key to triggering the war, and at the end of the battle, the confused UED commander began to doubt whether the loss of troops invested was far greater than the gains. In the invasion war of the Earth Federation, the core world of the Terran Federation basically did not resist much, but the marginal worlds that were alienated from the federal government had been resisting. Your credit. Augustus' face did not show much expression. So many people who lost their homes in the war will find their final destination in Korhal, and I don't know whether I should be happy or sad. I love my people. Augustus seemed to be talking to himself. The Mengsk family has been protected by Korhal for generations. I will not excuse my crimes. Lieutenant General Stukov has lost a lot of weight compared to before, and you can see protruding bones on his cheeks. But Stukov's beard and hair are well groomed, so he is not unkempt. There are some food on the table in front of him, including a plate of sliced French bread, vegetable salad and mushroom soup, as well as baked potatoes with scallop, a kind of livestock native to Kel-morian, which is a special dish that has become popular in August recently. However, considering the magnetic handcuffs on Stukov's hands, he really can't enjoy the food in front of him. To date, Stukov has been in prison for more than half a year. He has been in a dangerous mine with the labor reform, and almost died there. Stukov begged Augustus to give him an end, but the latter obviously didn't want to do that. At this time, the noise outside the restaurant became louder. Stukov and Augustus could see large groups of immigrants leaving on buses, and they could see the sorrow or expectation on their faces. But in August grid, at least they will not have to worry about jobs. Now Korhal needs people everywhere, and housing will be allocated for skilled workers, and the housing prices for builders are also kept very low. Not only the Urtus people, but also the Blaxis people wearing thick velvet hats and bearskin coats can be seen in the crowd. Blaxis has been destroyed by the attack of the Protoss, but not all Blaxis people died in this catastrophe. About thousands of people escaped by chance in flying vehicles. In recent times, Blaxis has been reincorporated into the scope of the Terran Empire's colonized planets, because the bombing of the Protoss has caused some benign changes in the minerals of this planet. Even if the Terran Empire does not declare its sovereignty over Blaxis, civilian mining guilds will soon flock to it. Without government management, Blaxis will definitely become a lawless place where filth and dirt are hidden, just like other remote mining planets. Suddenly, the crowd became turbulent, and a huge white bear was seen running through the crowd quickly. This was a Blaxis beartooth, with thick white fur and a terrifying bloody mouth. This beartooth was more than 10 feet tall, and it looked like a young man. In comparison, the young girl riding on its back in a cold-colored militia uniform was even more eye-catching. She had long light golden hair that was almost white, and she carried an senior torrent shotgun on her back. After that, several August grid city police riding vulture vehicles whizzed over the crowd. Augustus and Stukov looked at each other and were silent. What's going on? Augustus looked at Faraday next to him. Still contacting the police station. Faraday walked to the Emperor and whispered, "Tell them that if they still can't control a weak girl, they don't have to come back to see me." Augustus thought for a moment and added, "Don't hurt her." "Yes, Your Majesty." Faraday left in a hurry. She is definitely not an ordinary person, to be able to tame a wild beast. Stukov was silent for a moment and said, "You mean she may have psychic powers?" Augustus tapped the table with his fingers. As far as current research is concerned, profiling, the ability to obtain information about others by touching their belongings, Pierce has this ability. Fire control, mind burst, and precognition are all very powerful and rare abilities. A child named Leo Travsky, has the talent to communicate with machines, but there has never been a record of anyone who can communicate with animals. He thought for a moment, if this child controls the beast through mental control, then her psychic level is at least above level 8. Tanaya. Augustus shouted, "You go and do this." A female ghost in a black bodysuit and a royal guard badge appeared beside Augustus, carrying two single swords on her back. A member of the royal guard once made an analogy that if someone jumped into the range of 100 yards around the emperor, he would be dragged up by densely packed ghost agents. Supernatural power, controlling people's hearts, or doing the opposite can overthrow a powerful regime, because such power is not within the limits of physical laws. Stukov looked at Augustus and was silent for a long time. This is a talent of the Terrans, and this talent will only get stronger. If the people on Earth do not relax the restrictions on psychic power, they will suffer sooner or later. But how can you control these powerful psychics? Unless you have more powerful power than them, how can these people be convinced? Stukov knew the strength of the Earth. Before that, he was more worried about the Zerg and the Protoss. It was not until he was defeated by Augustus that he determined that the Terrans might also threaten the Earth. The Terrans are still very weak now, but their potential is unlimited. And Stukov knew that the Terrans now have a powerful leader. The Terrans are good at learning, and the Protoss, the Zerg, and the Xel'Naga are all their teachers. The current Earth Federation does not take the Terrans seriously, but who knows what will happen in 100 or 200 years. Everyone can see that the Terran Empire will only be stronger than the Terran Federation, not to mention that the Terran Empire has the powerful Protoss Empire as an ally. The Earth should indeed worry about its own safety. Augustus did not answer Stukov's question. I have seen the green mountains and clear waters of the Earth, and the beauty of Korhal in the past should be no less. In addition to the Zerg, there are other races in this universe that have pure malice towards humans. They despise humans as we despise ants. Their ultimate goal must be to destroy all humans, and of course the Earth is among them. Augustus said, both the Zerg and the Protoss have learned the coordinates of the Earth, and the Council is still unaware of it. If you were the Overmind, what would you do? Stukov knew the answer. If the Tyranids cannot resist the Zerg, Earth will be their next target. This Cerebrate is the one responsible for protecting the cocoon of the Queen of Blades in the StarCraft Zerg campaign, and it also appears in the official book Queen of Blades. Therefore, this player character does exist in the plot. There is such a sentence in the introduction of the Zerg soccer map in StarCraft. Most people assume that the Zerg are a malicious species with no sense of humor or fun. While they are quite malicious, some Cerebrates have demonstrated both humor and a desire for pure recreation. Most people think that the Zerg are a malicious species with no sense of humor or fun. Although they are indeed malicious, some Cerebrates have demonstrated both humor and a desire for pure entertainment. This is also the source of my inspiration for the creation of this character. Yes, it is a bad thing that loves to play. Chapter 539, Recruitment. You have always been the Earthling I admire the most, Stukov. Among the commanders of the UED Expeditionary Force, only a handful of them have brains, and you have to be one of them. Augustus took over Stukov's words and said, I think there is no need for the Terrans and Earthlings to fight to the death. There is a full 60,000 light years between us, and the enemy that will eventually devour the world is very close. To be fair, Augustus tends to live in peace with the Earth Federation, before obtaining more intelligence from it, and fully assessing its strength. At present, Earth has not received the news that the UED Expeditionary Force has been defeated, and it may not be clear about the situation for a long time. Even if it is clear that the Expeditionary Force has been defeated, the Council will not be able to know the reason for the defeat. After that, Earth will inevitably be cautious about the issue of the Kaprulu sector colony. If the Expeditionary Force fails at the best time to invade when the Protoss and the Zerg are both defeated, then there will be no hope for the subsequent expedition plan. After wasting so much manpower, material resources and financial resources, and wasting so many lives of the Earth Federation soldiers, they didn't even see a splash. According to the intelligence Augustus got, the Solar System Empire colony centered on the Earth is not a monolithic entity. If the ruler of the Earth is aggressive, the internal conflicts will not be so easy to deal with. At least within 10 years, Augustus will not need to deal with the Earth. Do you want me to convey the friendly diplomatic attitude of the Terran Empire to the Council? Stukov did not recognize the so-called Terran Empire Emperor. After all, the Mengsk family was just a self-proclaimed ruler. He was just a prisoner of others, but he still did not give up his dignity. In general, it is not difficult to understand that the civilization of the colonies that are too far away from the Earth has regressed. In remote star regions, religions that had been eradicated on the Earth immediately revived. The ancestors of those extraordinary figures who claimed to be kings, emperors, grand dukes, and presidents of the Republic could even be traced back 3 generations to a group of bandits who occupied the mountains as kings. The Mengsk family and the entire Terran human race are nothing but descendants of criminals. Their ancestors were just a group of modified humans who illegally used genetic drugs, technological criminals, or opponents of the Earth regime. It can be said that the genes of aggressiveness and rebellion have been rooted in the Terrans. But Stukov still quite agrees with Augustus Mengsk, who claims to be the emperor. The more you know about this person, the more people who already hate him will hate him, and the more people who already like him will like him. If the Earth has received my letter, it must understand my attitude. Augustus smiled and said, Augustus has ordered a probe ship controlled by a supercomputer and loaded with Zelniga technology and space-time force field technology to be launched to the coordinates of the Earth. The probe ship is expected to arrive at the edge of the solar system in 8 years. At this time, the Earth will have roughly figured out what happened to its expeditionary force. By then, the Earth United Council will receive a letter from Augustus informing it that the expeditionary force has been annihilated. As for what kind of expressions the council members will have when they see the specific content on the letter, Augustus is looking forward to it. I can imagine what you said. Stukov knew that Augustus Mengsk was not a monarch of those short-lived dynasties, nor was he comparable to the Terrans who could only roll in the mud and peasants in the countryside. Stukov had never liked the Terrans in the first place. In his opinion, the Korhal sector was just a rebellious colony, and now he had no good feelings towards them. Just as the Terrans hated him, Stukov also hated them. Although Augustus was an emperor supported by the peasants, in Stukov's opinion, he was really a figure like Alexander. In a galaxy full of dangers, mankind needs a strong and courageous leader, and this courage cannot be shaken by the needs and feelings of a few people. There is no doubt that Augustus Mengsk is such a person. It's just some polite words. Augustus leaned back in a velvet-covered chair. I have to reveal my identity and explain to them how much damage the UED Expeditionary Force has caused us. Based on this, the Terran Empire can only accept the Expeditionary Fleet as it is, and there is no reason to return it. From now on, the Empire welcomes every guest from afar, whether he is from the solar system or other colonies, and if the enemy comes, they will only be greeted by giant ships and cannons. He crossed his fingers on the table. With the Terran Empire, alien forces cannot capture the Korhal sector. If trade is to be established, an era of prosperity with mutual benefit will surely come. And if the Earth United Council wants to put shackles on these kind-hearted humans who are born free, war will come. Then let the war spread, from Korhal all the way to Orion, until one of the sides is completely destroyed. Augustus' words were not a timid threat. He was simply stating the Empire's position to the people of Earth. The Terrans never fear war. The Terran Federation in the past was not worth mentioning in the eyes of the Council, and they would not think that the Expeditionary Force was defeated by you in the end. The Russian accent in Stukov's words became heavier, which was precisely the proof of his nervousness. But from my understanding of the Council, if they see what you said, they will probably spend a lot of time in suspicion. The Council may re-evaluate the power of the Terran Empire, but don't expect them to turn a blind eye to psychic mutants. There is no need for the Earthlings to teach me what to do. Augustus said firmly, I mean to say that Earthlings and Terrans are originally of the same origin. All humans, whether Terrans or Earthlings, should unite and advance and retreat together. But if the Earthlings want to ride on our heads, there is absolutely no reason for this. The tyranny of the Federation cannot enslave the Terrans, and the Earth United Council certainly cannot. Point, you have proved it. Stukov looked into Augustus's cold grey eyes, as if he saw himself in them. In this aggressive ultimatum, I may have mentioned Alexei Stukov. I think this lieutenant general, who will be sent to a military court, even if he returns to Earth, must have declared his allegiance to the Terran Empire, and is content to be a lackey of the Terran Emperor. I didn't say that. Augustus nodded and ordered someone to remove the electromagnetic handcuffs from Stukov's hands. An officer of the Royal Guard stepped forward to remove the handcuffs, but still stared at Stukov, fearing that he would harm the emperor. Lieutenant General Alexei Stukov is just 46 years old today. Although he has lost a lot of weight, his physique is still very strong. This man is addicted to vodka and cigarettes, and he is also a ruthless character on the battlefield. It's not wrong to put it another way. Stukov moved for a while, and without being polite, he picked up the knife and fork and started to deal with the food on the table that had long been cold. You might have added that, if the Earth Expeditionary Force invades again, the Terran Empire might show some mercy for the sake of their compatriots, but no one can guarantee that the Protoss allies behind the Empire will not be ruthless. He said while eating, "You can do whatever you want. Anyway, the Terran Empire will not mediate. It just happens that the territories are adjacent." Augustus watched Stukov eating heartily and felt a little hungry. He snatched a few pieces of bread from his plate without caring about the Emperor's dignity. Earth is the home planet of all mankind, but if the Earthlings are proven to be unworthy of owning this sacred land, then it is up to us to realize the revival of mankind. It is the destiny of the Terrans to unify mankind and conquer the universe. If you tell this to the council, they will be furious. Stukov just smiled and didn't think Augustus would really do that. The gap between the Terran Empire and the Earth Federation is still large, but it is not impossible to catch up. Even if a war of conquest occurs, it should be a matter of several generations after Augustus. In fact, Augustus' descendants are what Stukov is most worried about. With the blood of both the Mengsk family and the strongest Tyrannid Seeker, the future Tyrannid Emperor is likely to be an unprecedented super Seeker. With his Seeker potential, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the son of God. To be honest, the voices in the Empire asking me to execute you have never subsided, not even for a moment. He said to Stukov, "But I have to say that among my generals, only Warfield can compare to you. If it's Duke, you can compare to 10 of him. No need to be polite to me, just say whatever you want to say." Stukov wiped his mouth and took out another cigarette from somewhere. "This is not the Augustus Mengsk I know." Stukov glanced at the royal guard officer next to him, and the latter took out a laser lighter to light his cigarette. At this time, the girl who had been riding the bear-toothed beast on the street had been found, and was being beaten by her tearful parents. As for how the bear-toothed beast escaped, we have to ask the customs. Now it seems that this girl happened to tame the bear-toothed beast that broke free from its cage at the airport, saving many lives. "I'm still lacking a person who can take charge of things on his own," Augustus said bluntly, "and he is definitely the one who can take on the responsibility. You are from Earth, but that doesn't matter. There are many Earth people working for me now." Augustus shrugged. "In the Empire, there are also Protoss helping me. You should have heard of this. I even recruited a brain worm, and now it is also a regular Imperial worm." "A brain worm? This is really a joke." This is very new to Stukov. Can this beast understand human language? It understands reason better than many of us, and even recites the Tao Te Ching by heart. Augustus thought of the bad-tempered brain worm. Titus and his ilk are just a bunch of idiots compared to him. The introduction of the StarCraft I Map Dangerous Waters quoted Lao Tzu's words, "Nothing in the world is softer than water, but nothing can overcome the strong." What impressed me most was another introduction that quoted Sun Tzu's Finghuashan Forest in the Art of War. So, I really have to meet him, if I have a chance. Stukov had a cigarette between his lips. It was not difficult to sketch the appearance of a brain worm in his mind, but it was not easy to put on a custom-made general uniform. Although only a few high-ranking generals of the Empire knew about the existence of the brainworm general, the arrival of the brainworm Alpha was really a big deal. It was a genuine Imperial admiral, and it should have a higher rank than Edmund Duke. This certainly satisfied the vanity of the brainworm, but some people were not happy. Edmund Duke could not accept this fact. He did not dare to get angry with the Emperor, so he rushed into the headquarters of the Imperial Marines, and pointed at the brainworm's belly, and cursed it for being unfair. He, Duke, followed the Emperor through life and death, fought countless battles, and his rank was not as high as a bug. But what Duke did not expect was that he could not curse a bug. Moreover, the brainworm and Duke did not repeat a single dirty word while arguing with each other. While scolding, he also used his mental power to control 25 small accounts to play the game Dungeon, which stunned Duke. Each brainworm is a master of micro-manipulation, and the alien insects to be controlled on the battlefield are in the billions. Duke, who was angry and embarrassed, was ready to duel with the brainworm, to fight to the death. But who would have thought that the other party was not martial and actually attacked him? He was caught off guard and knocked down by a flexible salted fish stabbed by the 400-pound brainworm. In the end, he was carried out by other generals. Jim Raynor, the Imperial Char Garrison, who learned of this, sent a letter to care about his old friend and told him not to take it to heart. Whenever Raynor thought of this, it was enough to warm him up in the coldest night. However, except for the true-hearted General Duke, there was no reason to really care about a brainworm. Well, look, now everyone knows that you, General Duke, can't beat the worm. What's there to care about with a worm? It didn't eat Duke's rice. A bug. Stukov didn't know what to say. Only you can do such a thing. Feeding an eagle with a wolf, driving a tiger to eat a wolf. Stukov originally thought that Augustus used the nerve agent used in the UED Black Flag project to control the brainworm. This is also the most effective method at present. This poison is enough to control the overlord, but the production is limited. But now it seems that the Empire did not use coercive means. But this is understandable. The higher Zerg have extremely high intelligence and independent thinking ability. When the brainworm is out of the control of the overlord, their behavior pattern will change. Well, even the brainworm has joined the Empire, so what if I become a traitor? Stukov laughed self-deprecatingly. I just didn't expect that you would still trust me. He was inevitably touched. As early as when we were defeated, I decided to serve my country with my life. Until I learned about the experience of Jared and other soldiers, I brought them all the way from Earth to this foreign country of Kaprulu. The UED Lieutenant General sighed with emotion, and tears seemed to well up in his eyes. I don't need to remember each of their names. I just need to take them home. He said, now, I have such a mission. Even if I can't save those Earth warriors infected by the alien worms, I have to kill them and give them final relief. I know. Augustus was silent for a long time and said, now, I appoint you to guard Char and take over the duties of Admiral Jim Raynor. It is said that there are still signs of activities of the Carlos group of brainworms there. He said, let's set off immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 540. Time flies. It was a long-lost sunny day in Augustgrad in June, with puffy white clouds gathering in the sea blue sky. This miracle city built on the radioactive wasteland and barren land is one of the few pure lands in Korhal. The green belt around Augustgrad and the high alloy cast walls block the wind and sand from the radioactive desert, and the huge umbrella-shaped air purification facilities throughout the city keep the air in the imperial capital clean. The imperial government has fulfilled their promise to ensure that children born in Korhal live in a risk-free environment. Augustgrad is one of the many contributions that Emperor Augustus Mengsk made to his birthplace. It is a modern super steel city that embodies the wisdom of almost all the master builders of the Terrans. In order to build this great city, 25 million people worked in Augustgrad at the same time during its heyday. Looking down from above, with the towering palace as a center, Augustgrad's chessboard-like streets extend endlessly in all directions, with countless silver domes, rib-like high-rises, towers that reach into the sky, and glittering glass roofs that seem like the roof of the world. Surrounding Augustgrad, a huge bright silver metal ring can be seen even in high-altitude orbit, just like the back of a silver dragon with scales turned up. It is an undisputed magnificent city, showing human ambition from planning to construction. Even though most of the city area is still under construction, the reinforced concrete foundation alone stretches for thousands of miles, equivalent to the area of the last satellite of Korhal. Bennett Airport is the largest integrated terminal in Augustgrad, larger than all the airports in Korhal so far. At first glance, it is shaped like a horseshoe lying in the center of Augustgrad, with 3 identical silver spires in the center and the curtain wall across the spires forming a beautiful equal triangle. At the same time, Bennett Aerodrome is also the first giant public building funded by a private enterprise and expected to be donated to the Empire after completion. Surrounding the aerodrome are the most well-known landmark buildings in Augustgrad: the Imperial Royal Military Academy, Korhal University, Imperial University and Golden Library, which are under construction, are also magnificent buildings with great artistic value. According to Universe News Network, the aerodrome was built by the Bennett family, one of the only 7 remaining Tarsinus founding families. The current head of the Bennett family dedicated this magnificent building to Emperor Augustus the Great to congratulate the new emperor on his ascension to the throne. Today is a day when the last batch of Imperial troops stationed in Char return. The waiting area of the terminal of Bennett Aerodrome is full of the families of the returning soldiers. Although it is not yet shoulder to shoulder, it is also very lively. Char is one of the most dangerous areas known in the Kaprulu sector. It is affectionately described by Imperial soldiers as a place hotter than hell. It is a paradise for Zerg, with lava flowing on the ground and insects crawling everywhere where you can stand. At any time, Char is the Imperial planet with the highest mortality rate of soldiers. Only the Rangers led by Admiral Jim Raynor can ride vultures to gallop across the dangerous ash world of Char, and only these space cowboys can tame this dangerous land. In this way, it is not surprising that the relatives were moved to tears when they saw the soldiers returning from Char. Augustus was also standing in the crowd of people in the terminal. The only difference was that he was wearing a luxurious red long coat with golden lock edges, and the bronze wolf-head epaulets on his shoulders were particularly eye-catching. Of course, even without these signs, the people of Augustus could recognize their emperor at a glance. Considering that the excess of enthusiasm of the people might make the scene difficult to control, the emperor's position was separated by rows of royal guards and isolation belts. Otherwise the people who were rushing to shake hands with Augustus might have lined up to the palace. Beside the emperor stood the queen and several imperial generals, and next to him was a woman with healthy wheat-colored skin. She was wearing a white dress and holding a little boy with brown hair and brown eyes. That was Lady Elizabeth Raynor, wife of Admiral Jim Raynor, and his son John Raynor. John Raynor was already 4 years old, fair-skinned, cute, and extremely intelligent. John had grown up with Valerian Mengsk and the Mengsk family since he was a child. His godfather, Emperor Augustus, treated him as his own son, and even during the Rebellion War, he still wrote letters to inquire about John's growth and learning. Now, Emperor Augustus asked his former martial arts teacher and one of the 10th level seekers in the Empire, Sarko Angelini, to teach John. Although Jim Raynor was just an ordinary person, his son had extremely powerful mental powers. Although still very immature, the child could see through people's hearts at a very young age. John had a good relationship with Valerian and regarded him as his brother, which made their parents and uncle very happy. Is Jimmy not here yet? As an officer of the Royal Guard, Sergeant Titus Finley was of course wearing a well-tailored royal uniform. He wore a blue lap-heeled vest under a red coat with gold trim, and golden ears of wheat hung down from both sides of his black bearskin hat as he spoke. Augustus had always been undecided about the design of the Royal Guard uniform, and it was finally the Iron Prince Augustus Mengsk, who was widely praised by the people, who gave a design based purely on his own preferences. In any case, the tall and strong Sergeant Titus looked like a decent man in this uniform. Titus Finley was not lacking in the ability to command a large army, he just hated doing such a thankless and risky job. So Augustus could only keep Titus, the old guy, by his side and let him do some lucrative work, which was considered to be a way to get rid of him. If you want to pay Titus a high salary, he will definitely think you are cheating and want to send him to perform a dangerous mission that is fatal. He refused to take the money, even if it was given to him for free, and chose to steal. In general, Titus was a man who had nothing to do with loyalty. He was a ruthless character who could sell out his partners and then ask them to count the money, and could kill his own people in a blink of an eye. But Titus only recognized Augustus, and he had already taken him in his arms. It was extremely difficult for him to trust others, but if they really established a life and death friendship, then they could trust this person with their backs. You can see it with your eyes. Augustus looked at his watch. Jimmy, I heard you say it 8 times in the morning. Titus, if you treat those girls like this, you won't be afraid of being dumped by others. Every time Titus was hot with prostitutes, he would swear to each other, and sometimes he could even deceive himself when he was drunk. The last time Titus had just fallen in love with a mercenary woman, she got him drunk and cheated him of the last few credits in his pocket. August Grad banned the pornography industry, so the powerful Titus got in touch with the merchants and sailors traveling between Tarsinus Prime and Korhal. Anyway, as long as they were doing something sneaky, you could always trust Mr. Titus. Titus was an extremely smart man, but he never used this intelligence in the right way. Do you remember how much bread you have eaten? Titus pondered for 2 seconds and suddenly said this. Is that why you have to take a notebook to write it down after each time you do it? Augustus asked back. Are you spying on me? Titus glared. That's what you said when you were drunk last time. Augustus said bluntly. That's impossible. Titus thought for a moment and said, I have always been a good drinker. Hannah Hank and General Jacko Bennett next to him were both amused. Those members of the Heavenly Demon Squad who are still alive today can be said to have really made a fortune. But even they could not avoid the estrangement with Augustus, who was already the emperor. Only these few people could still make tasteless jokes with the emperor as before. Come on, Titus, next time you just don't dance in front of the foreign guests in Moria, I beg you on behalf of the boss. Hanak laughed and slapped his thighs, hiccuping like a goose with its neck pinched. Pay attention to your image, Hank. You are also a person of status. Don't be like a monkey with itchy hair stuck in your armpits. Jacko Bennett used the alias Rick Kid when he was in the Heavenly Demon Squad. He had a certain psychic talent and was the best sniper among them. Now, Jacko has returned to his original name and has become the head of the Bennett family. If he didn't do that, the Bennett family would never have escaped the Empire's liquidation of the Creation family. Today, the family's huge shipbuilding and interstellar shipping industries have also turned to serve the Empire. Why, Hannah Hank, never care about what others think when I do things. If anyone is dissatisfied with me, I can let him taste the hot pan, boiling oil, steaming, frying, and frying. Although Hank said he didn't care, he still put away his exaggerated smile. As an Imperial general, Hank has restrained himself a lot more than before. He will not lift the skirts of girls on the street like before. When he was still in the Federal Marine Corps, Hank boasted to Augustus that he was General Hank, and now he has really become a general. Probably to deal with those staff officers. Hank used to be a rougher man, but now he can read a few comic books. If you really don't care, you can marry my sister who loves to toss, and be strong now, and quickly inherit the Bennett family's industry, so that I can live in seclusion on the Edge planet. Jacko rolled his eyes. Why don't you let me die, manage the company, and look at the account books? Is this what a human being does? You want me to grill meat, and you can choose from 1 to 12 rare. Hanuk got anxious when he heard it. There's really nothing between me and your sister. Jacko has a sister who is good at business management, and was originally the heir of the Bennett family. But at an Imperial officers' ball, she somehow fell in love with Hanak. Hanak was originally overjoyed, but when he heard that he was going to marry into the family business and inherit the family business, he packed up his things and ran to Agria to burn insects that night. Look, I didn't say anything, General Hank. Jacko actually has a good relationship with his sister, and he is a close friend of Hank. This brother is about to enter the marriage grave, so he has to kick him quickly. This matter, others can't ask for it. What are you afraid of? The power of the old nobles will only become weaker and weaker in the future. They dare not challenge the powerful imperial power. If there weren't many of the original generative families left, do you think it would be your turn? He said, and no one really expects you to recognize words? No way. Anyway, I won't do it. Hanak screamed. Just as Hanak was wailing, the terminal became lively again. The Imperial soldiers returning from Char have arrived. The wings of freedom and the rattlesnake skull are the symbols of the human rangers. They are the undisputed top cowboys in the Terran Empire, and the most famous and bravest rangers. The rangers are the smallest legion, with only 35,000 people at most. Its commander Jim Raynor has no requirements for soldiers. He treats both combat heroes and criminals with criminal records equally. As long as they make a break with the past and find their own destiny, the Rangers will accept them. The scorching sun and the harsh natural environment of Char have left obvious marks on these Rangers, making them stronger and more combative. Teams of Imperial Rangers in Navy uniforms walked out of the platform to reunite with their families who had been waiting for a long time, and the crowd immediately boiled. A woman with a belly that was about to give birth anxiously looked for her husband in the crowd. Everyone kindly made way or reached out to help her until a sergeant knelt on one knee in front of her. The man who was about to become a father had missed the 7 months of his child growing up little by little, and now he was leaning his face on his wife's belly and crying silently. Some soldiers finally saw their wives and children, so they hugged them together. Some lovers who had been separated for a long time kissed passionately, some cried like children in front of their parents, and some just took out the photos in their pockets silently. For these soldiers who defended the border world, family is the reason for their fighting. Welcome back to Korhal, Jimmy. The lights of Korhal are bright for you tonight. Augustus hugged Jim Raynor, who was walking towards him quickly. Waiting for your drink. Jim smiled. Raynor was still the same, dressed like a cowboy, with the Colt revolver in the holster on his waist. His beard seemed to be shaved frequently, but not too sloppy. You are busy every day, and the backlog of work has piled up like a mountain now. Raynor patted Augustus on the shoulder. Of course someone will do it. Well, who cares, brother, let's go have a drink. Augustus shrugged. Whiskey number 8. Raynor said. Your taste in wine is still so bad. Same old. This job is not easy, is it? Titus looked him up and down, and was satisfied that all the parts of Renault's body were still intact. The arms and feet are still there. Thank you for your concern. Damn it, Titus, you old boy have lived such a good life. You have gained a lot of weight. After saying that, Renault walked to his wife, kissed her forehead, bent down, hugged his son John in his arms, and said to him, my son, dear, I'm back. Thanks to Maki Nishikino, the leader of HSHS. Chapter 541 Empire 2496. It was a cool evening, and the huge sun of Korhal was sinking into the burgundy red glow. The city center of Augustgrad, which had just been lit up, was shrouded in bright blue and glassy red neon lights. On the huge blue holographic subtitles in the city center, you could see the slogan Welcome to 2496. 2 years had passed since the first brick was laid in Augustgrad. During the 22 months of construction, countless steel and glass were invested in the construction of Augustgrad and the other 7 major cities. The perfect steel smelting technology and modular construction process of the old Federation era were the guarantee for the rapid expansion of the city. The Emperor of the Empire was also very satisfied with the construction progress of Augustgrad. In less than 2 years, the area of its city center exceeded that of the former Stealing City, and its prosperity was far greater than before. Augustgrad was an unparalleled megacity, and it was born to become the capital of this huge interstellar empire. It is the seat of the largest bureaucracy and administrative agency in the history of the Kaprulu sector, and all laws and regulations are written by Augustgrad people. It is the industrial hub of the Terran Empire, and its developed industry handles a large amount of crystal ore and high-energy gas every day, producing high-tech products, military products and engineering parts. It is the capital of fashion and fantasy. And the cultural and ideological trends that lead the times all originate from the imperial capital. Whenever Augustus stands on the top floor of the Imperial Senate building and looks at the entire center of Augustgrad, he feels a sincere sense of pride. Between the Imperial Senate and the Augustgrad Palace is a Stealing Square. This park, named in memory of the Emperor's hometown, Stealing City, has the largest proportion of green plants in Augustgrad, the largest and best artificial lake, and the largest statue, the Great Emperor and the Wolf. Looking south, Bennett Airport is just like the hoofprints of Pegasus in Augustgrad. To the west of the airport, across several wide circular maglev train tracks and viaducts, is the famous Golden Library. It is like an inverted maple leaf, standing in an incredible posture under the effect of anti-gravity technology. Korhal University is now a top university on par with Tarsinus University. It is built of pure white Moria marble, surrounded by greenery, and gathers the most powerful educational resources in the empire. The National Gallery of the Terran Empire is known as the most charming building in Augustgrad. It contains not only the most precious artworks in the past 2 centuries, but also crystal products donated and presented by the Protoss. At all times, the Kadarin crystals outside the National Gallery emit extremely pleasant harmonic matrix resonance sounds like an ensemble of musical instruments. There is a strange crystal in the gallery, and it is rumored that it can reproduce the scenes of the Battle of Air, which has now been recorded in history textbooks. These 3-dimensional, beautiful, and elegant buildings are the display of August Grid's prosperity, and will eventually become an indelible memory for 100 million August Grid people. On the other side is the crowded Queen Square, a masterpiece of art and aesthetic engineering, an integrated commercial street building with 2 rows of towering Roman columns, arcades and stained glass domes. Behind the windows facing the crowd are all kinds of perfume shops, jewelry stores, art exhibition halls and clubs. August Grid local residents almost never go to these luxury stores. To be precise, they are all for wealthy tourists. A large number of middle-class and upper-class people from wealthy worlds such as Tarsinus, Moria and Eumagen came to August Grid by planetary shuttles, all ready to spend a lot of money in the center of the Empire. Thomas Square on the other side is for ordinary people. They only need to spend a small part of their monthly income to buy cheap and high-quality beer, tea, clothes and electronic products, which is the embodiment of August Grid's industrial strength. This is the worst time, and the best time. Since Emperor Augustus announced the permanent abolition of all privileges of the nobility, the state has once again regulated and distributed wealth, greatly improved the treatment of workers, and established a complete medical and social security system that was not available in the Federation era. The increasingly sharp class contradictions in the Federation era have been alleviated, and people's lives have also undergone earth-shaking changes. This is a great empire, not another Terran Federation under the Iron Fist and the oppression of power. Neat streets, beautiful buildings, roads stretching to the far end of the horizon. Such a chessboard-like straight curve is the peculiarity of August Grid that is different from any prosperous colonial city. The location of each of her streets, each street lamp has been planned on the design blueprint and repeatedly calculated by supercomputers, thus showing the stunning coordination and precise beauty of electronic components. Other cities, such as Tarsinus City, have slowly expanded on the basis of the original city. The closer to the city center, the smaller the space seems. The suffocating feeling of the steel forest woven into the sky is overwhelming, and the imbalance of land and wealth has created those chaotic and dirty slums. In Augustus' eyes, Tarsinus was not even 1/10,000th as beautiful as August Grid, and he poured all his feelings for his homeland into this city. August Grid, the city named after his grandfather, would be the center of the Terran Empire, the next generation of Korhal, and the place where Augustus' children would be born. 10,000 years from now, he would be a legend. Standing by the window, looking at August Grid outside the electromagnetic force field developed by Egon Stetman's team, Augustus still felt particularly comfortable with the breeze blowing. The palace, government offices and parliament were a no-fly zone, and no one could disturb the emperor's enjoyment of the night sky. But under this colorful light pollution, Augustus could not see many stars. Unlike the flattering praises of the media, it was thousands of imperial citizens who built August Grid, not Emperor Augustus Mengsk. He thought. At this time, the holographic projector on the rosewood desk rang again, which meant that there was important news to be communicated to the emperor as soon as possible through this direct line. Augustus was the emperor of the empire, so of course he didn't have to do everything himself. This matter must have reached a very urgent point. By the end of this year, Augustus's vacation time would be very limited. He always had endless things to deal with and endless troubles to deal with. Augustus took over a mess when he took over the Terran Federation. Years of war caused the Terran Federation to lose a large number of people. The worlds were isolated from each other, and communication and trade routes were interrupted. Under the turbulent times, people were living in poverty. There were more interstellar bandits and pirates than ever before. Space travel in the known star field became a dangerous adventure. Even small-scale interstellar merchants had to organize armed forces to protect themselves. Exorbitant taxes and corvée, millions of soldiers of military age died in foreign countries, large numbers of farmlands and farms were abandoned, and even the richest agricultural world suffered a serious food crisis. From the economic crisis, the Great Depression caused by overcapacity, the collapse of the financial industry, to the conflicts between the worlds, the Federation planets that declared independence set up tariffs privately, and the outbreak of wars between the brother worlds, the interior of this huge federation has long been riddled with holes, and the false prosperity of Tarsinus and other core worlds is built on the blood and tears of the marginal worlds. The Federation is a giant that will break at the touch, and Augustus is to stabilize it before it falls completely. The first thing Augustus did was to organize a large number of people to recompile the codes of various fields on the basis of the existing federal laws, and establish courts at all levels in the empire across all worlds. Then he established a national currency printing and issuing agency, temporarily taking over the major banks in Tarsinus to issue new currency. The reforms of Emperor Augustus were so great that they covered all aspects of the lives of the citizens of the empire. Through the regulation of agricultural product prices and government assistance, the agricultural world headed by Shylock once again prospered. In terms of culture, Augustus established a sound 12-year compulsory education system to ensure that the children of the citizens of the empire can receive education and cultivate their confidence in the national culture of Benteran and patriotism. After Admiral Jim Raynor cleared the remnants of the Federation and the bandits from the core world to the edge world, trade returned to normal. The development of science and technology also led to the innovation of agricultural and medical industrial technology, so that every piece of land can grow more food, making the blood of industry more boiling. As we enter the year 2496, with the continuous improvement of the quality of life, it is expected that the population of the empire will begin to see the first wave of explosion. The revival of industry is most striking in the unprecedented prosperity of modular manufacturing. Cheap and high-quality industrial products such as hovering cars, robots and electronic products have almost defeated the Kel-morian Federation in just half a year. Their high-quality mining raw materials have been plundered by the capital flow without restriction, and local industries have closed down one after another. This time, the economic collapse of the Kel-morian Federation is really imminent. The CEOs of the major guilds of the Federation have to start with customs to limit the dumping of the Terran Empire on the Federation. However, what the Federation can't stand the most is the loss of population caused by the large number of Kel-morians entering the empire, which forces them to suppress the lower class people with more cruel means. The Terran Empire is a large empire spanning multiple galaxies, and the environment of each territory is different. In this way, a one-size-fits-all policy is extremely stupid, and the empire will no longer use the plundering policy of the blood-sucking colonies of the Tarsinus government, but will give the territorial government room to develop itself to a certain extent. Augustus must melt the entire empire into a whole and make it a de facto country. Therefore, the work to be done is not a little bit. Even with the help of Angus and Arcturus, it is a very arduous task. But what can Augustus complain about? As Mike Liberty criticized, this empire belongs to Augustus Mengsk. He has to sit on the throne and look at his people. If the people are happy, it should be attributed to the emperor. If the people are suffering, it should also be blamed on the emperor. Thinking of this guy, Augustus laughed and cried. He only noticed Mike's talent a year ago. This guy's a minister who is not afraid of the emperor's majesty. Thus, the emperor who had not held a grudge 3 months ago finally ordered a reporter who had never been merciless to be taken to the palace, and his junior, Miss Kate Rockwell, took over his position. Interestingly, when Liberty was taken away, his colleagues all felt sympathy, and only Rockwell said good job. According to a certain imperial general present, the reporter named Liberty was ready to die generously, but he did not expect the emperor to appoint him as the imperial secretary of state on the spot. The stunned reporter has since criticized the emperor more fiercely. The emperor stepped on the soft dark red silk of the emperor's office, glanced at the mechanical timekeeping clock on the wall, and set his eyes on the exquisitely crafted wooden holographic projector. There was also a report on the upcoming trial production of the next generation of the Imperial Fighter Viking by Ursa Shipyards. He was a nostalgic person, and he had kept the holographic projector given by his brother Arcturus, and never replaced it. But perhaps, as the queen said, this emperor was just too stingy. Next to the table was a console for communication and connection to the various monitoring equipment in the Parliament building. Sometimes, Augustus always laughed and cried at his brother's excessive caution in this regard. Even now, Arcturus still missed his network of surveillance cameras used to monitor the entire palace. When Augustus' eyes fell on the holographic projector, Augustus put away his smile. This was sent by General Edmund Duke. Because Duke was always fighting with the brainworms in the headquarters, Augustus had to send him to carry out military missions far away from the edge of the Empire to clear out the remnants of the Federation and the planets that were in conflict with the Empire. To date, the Terran Empire has only recovered 153 of the planets that the Terran Federation once had, and there are still many mining planets that have few people. There are still dozens of planets that refuse to join the Terran Empire or publicly declare support for the Terran Federation government in exile to fight against the army sent by the Terran Empire. The former are planets in the central and marginal parts of the Korhal sector. They rebelled against the central government during the Federation era and are still the same now. They did not have many political claims and demands, but they just did not want to be controlled by the government anymore. For this kind of world, Augustus adopted a conciliatory policy, making it clear that they could join the empire in the form of affiliated planets and dominions, and the imperial government would treat them equally. As for the latter, Augustus sent a fleet to suppress the rebellion forcefully, without mercy. In other words, the war of unification is not over yet. Augustus sat back in his chair and looked at the report. Sure enough, Duke would only report good news and not bad news. He only mentioned the rebellion and the Kandor colony, and claimed that he had conquered another piece of land for the emperor. However, out of distrust of Duke, Augustus still had to look through the report of his adjutant Scott. Augustus dealt with many things again, and before he knew it, it was already late at night. When Augustus finally felt tired, he stopped working, opened the door of his office, and prepared to go back to sleep. Titus, you are still here. Augustus suddenly saw Titus outside the door, and was not surprised. If you feel bad, you can let me go right now, Titus said as he tried to light a cigarette, but Augustus slapped him away. If you're sleepy, go home, Augustus said with disdain. Haha. Titus smiled, with a concerned look on his face. Are you in a hurry to go home? The doctor told me that Kerrigan is about to give birth. Yeah. Augustus nodded. So, I can have a free drink soon. Titus has been a little tight on money recently, and can't even afford a drink. Choose something expensive, Titus. Augustus said. I'm not short of money. I'll add more chapters. Chapter 542 Child, when you were born. The Augusgrid Palace was born out of the ambitions of the imperial people. From the moment it stood on Korhal, the palace's spire dominated the Augusgrid skyline, a symbol and emblem of the Terranid renaissance of this era. To date, the construction of the palace has used millions of tons of concrete, steel, cast iron, marble, granite, tile, nickel, chrome, new alloys, and glass. This pyramid-shaped supergiant building is an unprecedented miracle in human architectural history. It is rumored that its height alone is enough to affect the direction of air currents, and its weight is enough to indirectly cause earthquakes. The palace is hailed as another monument to the world, and its existence itself is an ode to human creativity, wisdom, and strength. It was a cloudless night, and even from miles away, people could see the palace's brilliant golden light, as if it were a pyramid made of tons of gold. Not only that, for this significant day, the grand scene from the center of Augusgrid to the area still under construction hundreds of miles away can no longer be described as simply lit up. In order to welcome the upcoming royal family members, all buildings, streets, and roads are brightly illuminated, and even government buildings, military camps and ports are shrouded in bright light. 10,000 dazzling anti-gravity crystal lamps are lit on the steeling square outside the Augusgrid Palace, and all fountains are illuminated by the deep red lights at the bottom. The people of Augusgrid, the entire Korhal galaxy, and the entire Terran Empire are waiting for the birth of this child with royal blood. The closer to the palace, the more crowded the streets are. The crowd is so dense that people are almost tightly pressed together, forming an airtight wall. Standing in the crowd, you can't move a few yards even in an hour, and you can only see the small golden and red flag of the Terran Empire from the hands raised high. As for the flying cars and private airships in the sky, they are countless, firmly occupying the best position. to peek at the palace in the non-restricted flying zone. On the tram and SkyTrain tracks around Augustgrad, suspended trains decorated with colorful lights and flowers circle Augustgrad again and again. The whole of Augustgrad has come to a standstill, and even the children who have just become sensible are following their families to join in the fun in a confused manner. The busiest department today is the police department of Augustgrad, but even if they have 3 heads and 6 arms, they are not enough to cope with the situation, and the Emperor can only send troops to maintain order. Unlike this lively and grand scene, the Augustgrad palace is heavily guarded, and Imperial soldiers in power armor can be seen everywhere. Goliath-armed robots that could only be seen at celebrations and parades in the past occupy every gate of the palace. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Augustus, dressed in a golden and red robe, nodded to the 2 royal guards guarding the palace gate as he walked, and saluted the guards who followed him. Everyone's face was condensed with seriousness and tension. Even the usually unrecognizable Corporal Titus Finley was particularly solemn. Anyone who was close to Augustus knew how much the Emperor valued this day and would not allow any accidents to happen. The Emperor rarely got angry, but his truly terrifying look was definitely not what a furious lion or a roaring dragon could describe. The last time the Emperor was furious was when a colonial world that decided to join the Empire was destroyed by the Federation's defeated fleet. The ministers of the palace were trembling and silent. Augustus could feel the gazes from all directions in the dim light of sensor cameras with every step he took. The palace is not only a symbol of the imperial power of the Terran Empire, but also the strongest barrier of Korhal. The palace is equipped with the most advanced life safety and maintenance system, with a complex flame retardant interlayer structure, biochemical filtration system and ion shield force field. It is equipped with pressurized elevators, fire stairs and lift platforms to ensure that the deployment of personnel is fast and foolproof. The basement of the palace is more than 100 meters deep, enough to ensure safety under the threat of nuclear strikes. Even the palace's communication lines, exhaust ventilation shafts, electrical appliances and water storage pipes are under strict monitoring, and the entire control network is controlled by a computer system. The core and some components of the computer come from the supercomputer Atlas built into the colonial mothership flagship Najefa. Although it is more than 200 years old, it has not been surpassed to this day. As soon as he entered the palace, Augustus's eyes fell on the white corridor and the royal guards stationed on both sides. The Emperor's affirmation made all the guards stand up straighter and hold the AGR-17 rifle in their hands again and again. The interior of the palace is a neat combination of cold metal and glass. The steel and glass domes are connected with layer upon layer of domes until the starry sky. The exquisite steel skeleton, the shining glass curtain wall and the slightly blue iron force field create an open and transparent interior space. This is a combination of modern Terran human art and ancient New Era architectural style, with a great beauty of simplicity and technology. What the architects are most proud of are the slender and tough nanowires used to support the glass curtain wall, making the entire palace look like a Columbian Greek temple made of crystal. With the rapid development of nanotechnology, more and more technologies can be used in architecture, medicine and military, and will expand various fields to prospects that were previously unimaginable. Looking through these loyal warriors to the royal family, Augustus whispered to thank the soldiers. He didn't have time to stay again, but every step was taken calmly. Augustus and Titus went directly to the top floor of the palace through a vertical ladder, operated by anti-gravity technology. The top floor is a huge garden, reception room and dining room, planted with exotic flowers and plants from many imperial territories. This is not a wasteful act. For those colonial worlds that are on the verge of bankruptcy or just starting due to war, tax officials will only symbolically bring back a few flowers and their seeds from that land in lieu of taxes. All these plants are planted on the top floor of the palace, and they become more and more prosperous as time goes by. It seems that the Emperor is with the people of these worlds. The garden is also used to meet envoys from the Kel-morian Federation and the United States of Umoyan. Sometimes the Emperor will also entertain court ministers, members of the Imperial Parliament and generals here. The Queen also likes this garden very much. She has liked these beautiful things since she was very young, although she often recalls the nightmarish memories of the past. Your Majesty. As soon as he entered the top floor garden, Augustus saw his father's former security captain Achtenfeld. Ashton has also aged a lot, but the majesty between his eyebrows is still no less than before. Acton had watched Augustus and his sister Dorothy grow up, and now he had witnessed the birth of his child. Behind this loyal guardian of the Mengsk family, many familiar figures could be seen, all ministers in the court and generals in the army, each of whom was incredibly powerful in the empire. Friends of the Mengsk family were also invited, including the families of the ministers and generals, and many members of the former creation families who had close ties with the Mengsk family, including the Terra family and the Hoth family. There were about 100 people in the entire garden, but compared to the huge area, they were just sparse. Nova Terra was also among them. She was 13 years old, and the delicate girl was gradually beginning to develop. It wouldn't be long before even Augustus would be amazed by Nova's beauty. The Terra family had the closest relationship with the Mengsk family. This family did not decline due to the destruction of the Terran Federation, but instead became more prosperous. As the youngest child in the family, Nova often saw the Emperor. Nova was more in awe of Augustus. She had to keep a close eye on her mother and sister who always wanted to be the stepmother of the Emperor's future child, so as not to be chopped by the angry queen. Your Majesty Augustus. Like everyone else, Nova bowed and saluted. She was wearing a white silk dress and pure white gloves, and her etiquette posture was perfect. Augustus looked at them and nodded slightly. He walked through the crowd, and walked towards his relatives and friends. Augustus, I have experienced this before. Believe me, don't be so nervous. My mother said that good people will have good luck. Jim Raynor said I'm familiar with this. Raynor was also wearing a black dress, which was unexpectedly suitable. If he hadn't joined the army in a fit of impulse, Raynor might still be farming at home, or working as a police officer in that police station. I'm not nervous, Augustus replied. You always clench your fists when you are nervous, just like you look up at the ceiling when you lie. Prince Arcturus nodded. Now you can kill someone with one punch. Augustus, Sarah will survive this. Mother Catherine held Augustus in her arms. The delivery hasn't started yet. Why are you so anxious? Old Father Angus said aside, not wanting to admit that he was also anxious. Listen to me. There is no need to worry about this matter. Here are the best midwives and the most sophisticated equipment in the Empire. General Duke always has an inexplicable self-confidence, which appears in other people except himself. Although General Duke is usually regarded as a cruel and ruthless person, he has done a good job of teaching the future heir to the throne to march and fight. I swear, the princess will be influenced by the art of war as soon as she is born. The general raised his nose proudly. Duke is like a willful child. When he is angry, he is furious, and when he is happy, he wants to put a flower on his face. Come on. Mirahan was wearing a black cook's dress, a white apron, and her pink hair was tied into 2 ponytails. She looked like a big sister, but she looked pure and lovely. Are you going to teach the princess to lose the battle? You shameless old thing. You. Duke was so angry that his face turned red. If my daughter were still alive today, Connor Ward sighed, happy and sad. Enough, don't say depressing words. Raynor shook his head. Connor has not yet come out of the shadow of losing his family, and he refuses to start a family for the second time. It's better for you to say less than anything. Xander Marks said. When can we see the baby? Hannah Kank was extremely eye-catching there. This time he even dressed himself up as a plush little yellow duck, ready to make the newborn baby laugh. This cute duck has a bellyband filled with milk bottles, small clothes and other cute little things. It's really a tough guy crying. That human cub will be born safely. A bloated humanoid dressed in clergyman's clothes, and with a cross ornament on his body let out a childish and sharp scream. Ah, God bless my Terran Empire. Grand Marshal Alpha, be careful, my illusion is not stable yet, you should say less, so as not to be exposed. Sarko Angelini, the principal of the Terran Empire's Ghost Academy, was wearing a black military academy uniform with red trouser lines. He was so nervous that even his golden hair was visible and invisible. When did you believe in God? I heard that this is standard procedure, and that existence has value. How do you know if there is a real God in this world? God tastes good to eat. The brainworm seemed not to care how much attention its weird appearance attracted. There were even rumors that the emperor hired a wizard because he was too worried about the safety of the queen. Principal, move me to the left, this seat. Thank you. It announced, I want some Coke to calm my nerves, and a bag of French fries, fried thoroughly, with ketchup. Augustus broke free from his mother's arms, feeling a little dizzy from the chaotic scene around him. Somehow, Rory Swan suddenly appeared. Your Majesty, I know you are very nervous. I'm sorry, although I have been married several times, I still don't have a child, so I don't have much experience. Swan thought for a while and said, but I can make a cradle and toys for this child. Or do you want me to forge a sword that belongs exclusively to the royal power? That's fine too. I heard that Arcturus likes to do this. No, thank you. Augustus immediately refused. At this time, another royal guard announced the news of the new guest, and Augustus was overjoyed. Not long after, Darum Protus Archbishop Tacitus, CEO Artemis, Grand Archon Phoenix and Executor Moyo walked in from the special passage. These Protus in golden armor caused surprise and tension among the crowd, but they all knew the friendship between the Protus and the Emperor. This was not a secret that could not be made public. A year is just an ordinary moment in the life of the Protus, but it may mean marriage, the birth of children and other important things to humans. As a close friend, this cannot be missed. Tacitus walked to Augustus. I knew that you would come, if I wrote you a letter. Augustus said happily. In an instant, a moving shadow came in front of Augustus, and the elder Dark Templar who walked out of it caused the guards present to be nervous. Zarachel is my mentor, and we are as close as brothers. Augustus said immediately. I brought it. Zarachel was still ragged, but the geometric block in his hand was very exquisite. He looked at Augustus, his eyes emitting green light slightly bent upwards, revealing a humorous emotional flow, a gift. Thank you for the reward from the Archbishop. TP friendship lasts forever. Chapter 543, Caprulu's stars whisper your name. I'm sincerely happy for my unborn child. Zarachel, you are so generous. Augustus took the light square box with beautiful geometric outlines from the hand of the Dark Archon Zarachel, and noticed that its material was like a metal meteorite but very light. So Augustus guessed that this might be a huge Ian crystal. The Protus Dark Templar used this crystal to record history, and the user could use this crystal to reproduce their memories from the recorder's first-person perspective. This crystal that can record all memories in detail is very precious, and the few pieces in Augustus's hand are all treasured as national treasures. This is a warp light warblade. Zarachel saw the doubts in Augustus' heart and answered him. In the years I have gone through, most of the time I have been traveling alone in the universe, exploring the mysteries of the universe and the truth of the world. During this period, I was also collecting the relics of the Zelnaga and rare minerals in the world. Zarachel was tall, and even if he was slightly hunched due to old age, he was taller than most Protus. The Dark Master was standing among the humans. He was undoubtedly a giant in a purple robe. Everyone had to look up at him. After returning to Shakurus, I asked 3 Dark Masters to use the materials I collected to forge this warp blade that humans can also use. It is designed to be more slender and has a more sensitive and gentle beam device. Zarachel said, a Zelnaga relic was also used to forge the blade. It is said that it is a part of the embodiment of pure essence, which can awaken the source material in the cells. Zarachel's master warp blade. Dark Templar will get their own warp blade when they reach adulthood. This psychic blade carefully polished by the Dark Master will accompany them throughout their lives. In the long life of the Protus, more than 10 or 20 years just pass by in a flash. In Zarachel's view, when he sees Augustus's child again, she will have grown up. I hope this child can use it. Augustus was also surprised. The Protus's psychic blade is very powerful and can cut through all materials in the world. The psychic blade is not designed for humans to use, but in theory, it can only be used by races with the same psychic talent as the Protus. It should be so, said Zarachel. The Dark Templar are cold warriors, but they are also a loving race. A tiger in the heart can smell the rose. Maybe you should give this sword a name. Admiral Horace Warfield, who was standing next to Augustus, reminded the Emperor. Will you name the psychic blade, Zarachel? Augustus frowned. We don't do that, brother. Zarachel replied. Then let it be. Augustus said, just call it the Master's Blade. We also brought a gift for the Emperor's daughter. Tassida also signaled his student Artemis to hand over the exquisitely crafted wooden gift box. The gift box is only 10 inches long and 6 feet wide, and it looks small and exquisite when it falls on the Protoss's broad palm. Whenever I recall our friendship, I will tell her about their origins and the origins of humans and the Protoss. Augustus took it. The Protoss once gave Augustus a whole treasury of Protoss artworks in the Imperial Palace. These artworks were made by Protoss master craftsmen, and their artistic and aesthetic values are widely sought after in the human world. They have the best craftsmen in the world, and the masters have been skilled in this for thousands of years, and the skills as far back as the Golden Age have never been forgotten. In the human world, this has become a luxury that is hard to come by. The Protoss rarely trade with humans, and they have only exchanged urgent supplies with the Terran Empire in the most urgent times. I think this time it is a treasure that the Protoss also value. These are fragments cut from the Protoss holy relics, Iraqi and Kalis, and they will bless this child. Artemis' voice echoed with psychic energy and reached the hearts of everyone present. Named after the stars of Aaron Shakiris, when she was born, the Protoss of Deram were blessing her. The Dark Templar are doing the same. Zarachel said. Her name will be spread among the gods in the void. Legend has it that these two crystals are holy relics bestowed by the creator Zelnaga to the eldest Sun clan. The Uraki crystal condenses the power of the pure Templar, and Kalis is endowed with the energy of the Dark Templar. Just as the seawater is immeasurable, the energy contained in the crystal is also immeasurable. Even a small part of it is unimaginable. Artemis opened the gift box, and a pair of crystals were accurately cut into diamond shapes by the mechanical table. One was bright green representing life, and the other was blue like the sky. Each crystal was surrounded by the mist of psychic energy, and Augustus naturally realized its preciousness. Even the fiber cloth under the crystal is also a material that can stimulate psychic energy, and is usually used to make vestments for high-level Templars. Augustus accepted the gift, and his gratitude was self-evident. That brain worm. It can stand among humans so comfortably. Soon, Zarachel naturally noticed the brainworm Alpha in the crowd wearing black priest's clothes, a brainworm accepted by human society, rare. This domesticated brainworm wore a loose black robe to cover its overly fat body, and a purple ribbon was tied at the lower part of its body to make it look more like a human. It wore a black hood, and its terrifying face was hidden under it. Since there was no suitable clothing at all, the brainworm could only choose this extremely loose robe. For a while, the brainworm read books about medieval Earth religions in the digital book library of the palace library, so it packaged itself as a priest and prepared to baptize the emperor's newborn child to please Augustus. As a brainworm that had studied in the human world, this brainworm had become more tactful than all of its peers. However, except for Augustus, the master in the eyes of the brainworm, and Kerrigan, the brainworm would not give face to anyone. The domestic brainworm was a real bully in the palace, hated by everyone. If it were not for being a homebody, it would look like a harmless pet most of the time, and its reputation as the emperor's bulldog would have spread long ago. Principle, try harder. The fear of the Dark Templar was engraved in the brainworm's DNA. Naturally, from the moment Zarachel appeared, it wanted to grow 2 legs and run away. In a hurry, it even used its head, regardless of whether its caterpillar-like crawling posture was detrimental to its appearance. Angelini, the principal of the Imperial Ghost Military Academy, also helped push him from behind, but he could not push him a few yards, no matter how hard he tried. The domestic brainworm liked human seekers very much, and had eaten many human death row prisoners of the Terran Empire with seeker potential. On weekdays, he was also very familiar with the teachers of the Ghost Military Academy. This hot guy has always been the mascot of the Empire, and no one dares to mess with it. Zarachel came to the brainworm with the help of a teleportation. I'm very interested in your experience in the human empire. The brainworm is such a ruthless, powerful, and efficient creature, and you are the opposite. Timid, fragile and lazy. You, the domesticated brainworm, laughed. Just ask. Zarachel was silent for a few seconds, and every second made the trembling brainworm feel uncomfortable. Finally, Zarachel apologized for his little teasing. You are very powerful, stronger than many older brainworms I have seen. Point you. Please continue. The brainworm raised its head. At this time, more and more guests arrived, including Augustus's relatives and friends, as well as the presidents of large enterprises in the empire. The governors of the core worlds of the empire either rushed to August Grid in person, or sent their most trusted assistants, to apologize to the emperor. Almost all the royal relatives and dignitaries have arrived. The court of the Terran Empire is not the extravagant aristocratic circle of the Federation. The atmosphere of extravagance and debauchery has not spread to the political circle. The treatment of the imperial officials is very high, at least they don't have to worry about their lives. Ogbo agents and mind readers are reviewed every year. The closer to the core world, the less the imperial officials dare to embezzle and accept bribes. The meticulous can deceive the mind readers, but their subordinates cannot. As long as they take a wrong step, they will be doomed. Norris and Nafu still maintain the resocialization transformation factory. New Falsam and Morris are the nightmares of all treacherous ministers. Outside the empire, Jorgensen, the chairman of the Umoyan Arbitration Council and the foreign minister, and Abraham Kaczynski, the chairman of the Kel-morian Federation, have also arrived and came to shake hands with Augustus. Jorgensen is a representative figure among the politicians of this generation of the Umoyan people. Only people like him can survive the overwhelming aura of the Emperor of the Terran Empire. Abraham is the uncle of Viktor Kaczynski and Milo Kaczynski. A short, fat, and smooth man, Abraham knows all the rules of politics, and his policies towards the Terran Empire are usually considered weak and servile. Augustus fulfilled his promise not to violate the sovereignty of the Umojan United States, and the Umojans naturally strive to maintain the current diplomatic status. As for the Kel-morian Federation, they already have many contradictions within, and they dare not anger the Terran Empire. Whether in terms of population, territory, economy or military strength, the Terran Empire is already far ahead of the other two brother civilizations, and it is only a matter of time before it returns to the peak of the Federation era. As early as when Queen Sarah Carrigan was pregnant, the Emperor had announced the news to the outside world, and later, the information was detailed to the health, gender and expected date of birth of the child. Before the princess was born, the enemies of the Terran Empire had already begun to fear, and the people loyal to the Emperor were jubilant. With the Emperor appointing his own successor, the Terran Empire became even more indestructible. Although the Emperor of the Terran Empire is still young, the emergence of a successor will inevitably make the imperial power more stable. I'm sorry, Your Majesty, I was delayed on the road for many days. Dr. Emil Nered came to the top floor of the palace panting, and rushed to see Augustus as soon as possible. Dr. Nered looked radiant and energetic. His dyed black hair was neatly erected back, and the curly lip mustache on his upper lip was proudly raised, with a cheerful look. The doctor's clothes were also carefully selected, and his outfit was also remarkable. It was a black tartanous black suit, and high-heeled soft leather shoes. In the past 2 years, Nered has been repairing the huge Zelnaga world ship for the Emperor in the Sigma Quadrant. Almost every once in a while, Augustus would give Nered a promotion and a raise. Now he is the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Energy of the Terran Empire. In any case, Nered is indeed a talent. Even according to the surveillance report of the ghost agent, he is also extremely diligent and dares not neglect his work day and night. With Nered's unremitting efforts and sleepless struggle, the hulls of the Zelnaga world ship have been firmly recast together using nanotechnology, renewable biosteel and Zelnaga organic meteorites. The next task is to repair the internal systems and assemble the solar core to make it work again. Augustus originally thought that Nered would use his position to embezzle part of the ship repair funds to cultivate his own hybrid, but unless he really did it perfectly, he didn't deduct a penny in the past 2 years, and even paid a lot of Zelnaga building materials. The Sigma Quadrant is very far from Korhal. To a certain extent, Augustus also wanted to give Nered a chance to be cunning and reveal his true colors. What Augustus didn't expect was that Nered didn't do that. Loyalty is witnessed by heaven and earth. Emil, I'm glad you can come here. Augustus hugged the old man who was tired from traveling all the way, and frowned with concern. It wasn't very smooth along the way. This guy came at the right time. The birth of a daughter is a big event, but Augustus would never ask all senior officials to wait here, nor would he send out any invitations. Those who came today were officials from the core world or local officials who happened to return to Korhal to report on their work. Narad had been working in the Sigma sector before. Last month, he reported that he wanted to go back to Augustgrad for a vacation, and he happened to catch up with the day when the princess was born. As soon as he returned to Augustgrad, Narad requested to enter the palace, saying that he did not want to miss the birth of a great emperor with noble royal blood. Isn't this suspicious? In the past 23 months, Narad has not taken a single day off, and he has been working diligently and like thunder. Augustus ordered him to take a vacation, but he dared to disobey. Dr. Narad's diligence in work makes those scientists and engineers who think they are 20 or 30 years younger than him feel ashamed. His high work efficiency and serious attitude are also second to none in the ongoing construction projects of the Empire. The road from the border to Korhal is much easier to travel than before, but it is still not very stable. There are fewer Tyranid bandits, but more and more Kel-morian pirates. Fortunately, those Kel-morian thugs dare not provoke the powerful Imperial fleet. Narad wiped his sweat. Narad was a frail old man, and he was exhausted just by jogging for a while. The Kel-morian pirates are becoming more and more rampant, and the Chimera pirates and New Trinidad pirates have also begun to attack worlds with weak defenses. Augustus pondered for a moment and said, I have ordered General Matt Horner to lead the fleet to fight the pirates, ensure the smooth flow of routes, and protect the safety of the people in the Imperial territory. As he was speaking, a doctor came over and told Augustus that the queen had begun to give birth. The palace immediately became quiet. There were humans, Protoss, and Zerg who witnessed this moment. Chapter 544 Princess Louise. The process of waiting for the arrival of a new life is always extremely long and painful. No one can share the pain of a great mother. From late at night to dawn, every minute and every second is difficult to endure. People in the palace were restless at first, talking in low voices, or praying for the queen and the unborn child. The deeper the night, the more solemn the emperor's expression became, and the dark clouds on his face seemed to be able to drip water. Augustus did everything based on his own experience, calm reason and courage to battle when necessary. When he realized that he could not help much when the queen gave birth, it was understandable that he was at a loss and uneasy. Sarah Carrigan may be the most powerful human in the world, and this speculation is not untenable. She can strangle a bison to death and explode a human head with her mind. The court doctor told Augustus that the queen's body was much healthier than his, and there was no problem in her family history, so there was almost no possibility of accidents during childbirth. But for Augustus, he could not rest assured until the last moment. It was the first time that the ministers saw the emperor so nervous, and they tried their best not to make any sound. If there were still people who didn't know the power of Emperor Augustus Mengsk in the Terran Empire and his authority among the ministers, it meant that he had not yet entered the core circle of politics. The emperor held all the power, and was also the supreme commander of the army. All the ministers, governors of territories, imperial senators, diplomats, court judges and military officers in the Terran Empire were appointed by the emperor. In other words, the imperial officials present were directly responsible to the emperor himself, and their power and status came from the emperor and could be taken away by him. Emperor Augustus was happy to show his love for a general and minister, but rarely said who he didn't like. The emperor paid equal attention to everyone, as if everyone was important to him. But if someone believed that the Mengsk dynasty was indispensable except the emperor, it was really wrong. No matter how much the emperor showed that he valued you, never get carried away. When the emperor was in a panic, only his family and generals could speak, but most of them had no good ideas. Raynor suggested drinking a glass of wine to relieve his worries, and Titus suggested finding a palace maid to relieve his boredom. This pair of young and beautiful men were deservedly scolded. In the end, Prince Arcturus ordered someone to bring a chessboard, and he and Augustus played chess. Whenever it came to a critical moment, Arcturus would find someone to play chess with him. He thought while playing chess, and the fate of a planet was determined in the time it took to play a game of chess. Arcturus believed that the battlefield was like a chessboard, but higher than it, and everyone was a chess piece on the chessboard, and following the rules did not guarantee victory. As usual, Arcturus played black and Augustus played white, and they still defeated the emperor. Finally, Tacitor and Zerachel also joined the game, and they mastered the trick in a short period of time. Valerian, son of Prince Arcturus, stood by, dressed like an officer of the Royal Guard, in a crimson coat with golden wheat ears and finely tailored dark blue trousers. Valerian was about to turn 16, which meant that he would soon be treated as an adult. By this time, Valerian was already a tall and handsome young man, with his mother's beauty and his father's cold eyebrows. Valerian was as strong as his father and as gentle as his mother, with aristocratic temperament, which made people like him. He spent his childhood in the pastoral scenery of Imogen, and received an elite aristocratic education under the guidance of his father. As a result, his parents were pleasantly surprised to find that Valerian Mengsk, although still an impatient and arrogant young man, had the excellent qualities to become a wise lord. If all went well, Valerian would inherit the title of Prince of the White Star, Arcturus, one of the 21 brightest stars in the sky, from his father. Before I knew it, several stars in the sky had disappeared, and dawn had arrived. The entire August grid was still brightly lit, and people gathered on the streets, and were unwilling to leave. They simply sat on the ground, and those who had prepared, had set up tents. August grid is one of the cities with the best public security and the lowest crime rate in the entire Terran Empire. This is due to the monitoring network and effective governance throughout the city since its establishment. At this time, when the Emperor's daughter is about to be born, every street is patrolled by armed hovercrafts and August grid police and drones all night long. At this time of year in August grid, the spring breeze is warm during the day, but it is still cold at night. This is still in the city center, surrounded by high walls and tall buildings. If it is in the dangerous radiation desert, the temperature difference between day and night is even greater. Fortunately, according to the forecast of the Car Meteorological Observatory, August grid tonight is only a little colder. This day is windless and rainless, and it is a very good weather. By 5 in the morning, the temperature in the center of August grid suddenly dropped to 10 degrees Celsius. People lying on the street with blankets were surprised to find that a layer of frost had condensed on their bodies at some point. Then, the wind started again, and the cold wind was biting. Without any warning, the sky left the trails of many Wraith fighters, and rows of Imperial soldiers wearing red power armor appeared on the platforms of the August grid subway and the suspended train tracks. The crowd was in turmoil again, and millions of people tried every means to see the palace more clearly. Most of the people in August grid are outsiders, and the native Car people are no longer the majority. A recent opinion poll shows that the royal family is supported by the people of August grid. Not only the people of August grid, but most of the people in the Empire are watching the latest developments through the cameras pointed at the palace. Regardless of whether these people support the royal family or love the king, they do not want to return to the era of war and poverty. Under the gaze of tens of billions of people, the magnificent golden outline of the August grid palace was covered with a layer of hoarfrost and icicles. It was the water vapor condensed outside the glass windows, and the cold air came from inside the palace. The anchors of various TV stations urgently contacted meteorological experts to analyze the cause. After a short time, all experts agreed that this was a normal natural phenomenon. Such a phenomenon is indeed unprecedented. Even humans with telepathy are not so special when they are born. No matter how powerful the talents of these telepaths are, they often do not show it when they are young. The unnatural reality that can affect the weather has only been seen in the Zerg Overlord, the legendary Dark Arcanoriga and the original Blade Queen. No matter how strong the human psychic power is, there is a limit. But the people of the Empire don't know. They only regard this as a good omen or a bad omen. Talking about human history, this has its roots. And when it comes to the natural phenomena, when the Emperor is born, there is something to say. At this moment, Augustus, who is in the palace, feels it more clearly. Admiral Horace Warfield immediately dispatched the elite troops of the Korhal Legion to August grid. This was an unusual situation, and no room for error was allowed. As the temperature in the palace continued to drop, gusts of cold wind blew from all directions, blowing the skirts of the women. The strange sound seemed to come from the abyss, like a whistling, endless wind. Some people were horrified to find that they heard strange whispers, while others could not hear anything. It's so cold, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the air conditioning system? Dr. Narad shivered, and his face turned pale. It's ridiculous. How can the queen and the princess be frozen at this time? This is going to be a big problem. Swan, go and fix the central temperature control system. Augustus almost crushed the chess piece in his hand. Royal Guard. Guard Captain Faraday immediately presented an AGR rifle, and Augustus picked it up and walked towards the delivery room. The men of the Mengsk family have been able to hold guns since they were young. They have achieved what they have today by themselves, not just relying on the protection of their fathers. I have witnessed the birth of the Black Sun and the destruction of stars that are countless times more powerful than Shakiris, but I have never seen such a scene. Zarachol raised his head and took a defensive posture. I feel the power of the void. Some strange medium is opening a void gate. He immediately corrected. The medium is not from Kerrigan, but from somewhere else. Once this rift is formed, the palace may be dragged into the void. Shadow Guard. At some point, the control of the Shadow Guard fell into the hands of Archbishop Tacitor of Durham. Templars, come and assemble here. I saw powerful high-level Templars and Dark Templar masters warping into the interior of the palace. They summoned powerful twilight energy like spellcasters. With the help of the Nerazim space-time stasis field, the void rift that had just appeared and had not yet formed quickly dissipated into nothingness. Fortunately, this void medium disappeared before causing more serious consequences. Did this void medium appear out of thin air? Augustus quickly regained his composure and looked at Zarachol. The Zelnaga temple can open a rift with the void, opening the door to reality and illusion, but there are no Zelnaga ruins here. Zarachol replied. Is it Auriga who is doing this? Tacitor asked. Auriga may be able to do it, but he has no reason to do so. Zarachol said. This is more like a trick of the Dark God, but why is it a human? Emir, do you have any clues? Augustus's eyes immediately locked on Nerid. The void is a mysterious natural phenomenon. Nerid was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. Just like a black hole, we can't see the void, but we can find out its existence through clues. But no one has been to the void, and we don't know how it appears and disappears. Well, Augustus looked at Nerid and said, we should stay away from the void. Nerid, stay here and find out the reason for the appearance of this void medium. As you said. Nerid bowed immediately. The Dark God Ammon can even pull a planet into the void, but at this time, his power in the real world is not enough to support him to do so. Ammon still has the power to influence this world, but he took great pains to open a crack, not just to join in the fun and take a look. Augustus suspected that Nerid had done something. If he could use the Zelnaga technology to open a short gap to the void, it might be like this. The void was freezing cold, filled with dangerous high-energy particle streams that could shatter the strongest warships into molecular form. The void had long ceased to respond to the prayers of the Protoss Dark Templar. There was only a bound old god, a prison guarding evil god lackey, and a malicious evil god. This was not good news. Nerid was likely to take this opportunity to do something bad. If something happened to the queen, he could use this opportunity to threaten the queen to restrain Augustus. In order to prevent Nerid from using the Zelnaga artifact to do anything, Augustus ordered the artifact fragments to be stored in different locations, which meant that he must have other means. But Nerid must not be able to do what he wanted. Archbishop Tacitor of Durham immediately recruited a large number of high-level Templars and Dark Templar masters to eliminate the newly appeared void rift through the space-time device. In any case, Augustus had made up his mind not to let Kerrigan and her daughter take risks. When the storm subsided and the frost faded, a cry woke Augustus up. He hurried to the delivery room and saw a doctor holding a baby in his arms standing in front of him. It was a wrinkled child. She was crying and occasionally opened her eyes to reveal a golden light. The princess's eyes were golden when she was born, and when she opened her eyes were like roses cast from gold. She is very healthy. The doctor meant to explain that the princess's vision was normal. Augustus held his child and came to Kerrigan's bed, kissed her sweaty forehead and said, "Thank you, Sarah. Good things take time." Raynor said, "This child will not be ordinary. She inherited her mother's gift." Zarachol said, "She was born with telepathic ability. When she opened her eyes, she was talking to the stars. How amazing." Tacitor taught Artemis, "As I told you, don't underestimate the psionic talent of humans. This child. Something is wrong." A brain worm squeezed in and quickly occupied a key position. It tilted its head, acting unusually, and unconsciously made a buzzing sound like a bug. Great, it shouted. Let me lick it. You man-eating beast, stay away from him. Duke scolded. I can feel the connection between her and the Zerg. This is the power of Sarah Kerrigan's bloodline. The brain worm raised its head and felt some kind of clever call. Their mental connection with the Zerg has an extraordinary sense of sensitivity, just as they can attract the Zerg and command them. Let me lick it. It said. Look, she smiled at me. Nonsense. How can the princess have any connection with the Zerg? Duke roared. Lick it. You can't spread what happened today. Augustus said only one sentence and walked out. She will be as great as her father. Nerad was waiting for him outside. The god of destiny favors her. A bright future shines on her. I will take this as a prophecy. Augustus nodded, thinking about the meaning of the words, and then he came to the press conference room outside the palace to announce this exciting news to his subjects, who had been waiting for a long time. Today, my daughter was born, he said. Her name is Louise Mengsk. Remember this day, don't forget. Louise Mengsk, taken from the Louise and Sarah Louise Kerrigan's name, and this name is to commemorate Kerrigan's deceased mother. The imperial people in Augustgradul rumored that when Princess Louise was born, it was frozen, and the storm roared. In the official book Uprising, 2491, Kerrigan, who was still a human, could control the larvae in the laboratory. Recommend this book, all staff and fiction, female lead. Chapter 545, The Age of Empire. No matter what era, interstellar travel is always long and torturous. Technology is always improving, but it has not been used for the poor. In his heart, Estefos agrees with his sister Lauren 100 times, and their views have nothing in common except this. King wants you to help him fix the microwave in the captain's room. Boy, don't blame me for not reminding you that, if you lose anything, he will hand you over to the Imperial Sheriff at the next stop. Even when he pees, he needs me to hold it for him. Esther struggled to stick his head out of the narrow berth between the cabins. Why didn't I realize that he was a miser with an underdeveloped cerebellum when I got on board? Everyone on the ship knows this, but don't say it in front of him. The crew member opposite waved his hand and walked to the next equally crowded cabin holding the aluminum handrail. Yes, he still holds a grudge. After saying this, Esther quickly put on his work clothes and went down the safety ladder to the lower cabin. He moved forward with the help of the flickering lights, and at the same time he had to be careful of the various goods piled in the cabin. The Bedford is a 374 foot long, about 114 meters, cargo ship. It was originally a scrapped ship of the Angel family, and was later bought by the current captain Jin at a very low price. The modified Bedford is now a ship that travels between Antigua Helsane Tassinus Vilishakar all year round. This is the busiest route in the Empire, with tens of thousands of different types of ships rising and falling, and the ships are thousands of miles long. Originally, there was a large passenger fleet operated by the Angel family on the route, specializing in transporting immigrants at low profit prices. The worst thing is that Esther just missed the last bus, and the next one will have to wait for half a month, which means he is likely to miss the start of school. As a last resort, Eastle had to choose the Bedford. Whether in the old Federation era or the current Empire era, the interstellar passenger transport industry is usually an accessory to bulk cargo transportation. If you don't have considerable assets, it is not easy for an individual to travel between the stars by ship. The Bedford, which has been patched up for another 3 years, is much older than Eastle. 3/4 of the interior of this spaceship is occupied by engines, life support systems, pressurized hangars and cargo holds. There is not enough space for the crew, not to mention making room for hitchhikers like Eastle. Captain Jin is a typical interstellar merchant. He doesn't want to waste the available space in the spaceship. Therefore, even the crew cabin and the corridor are filled with bundles of Helsing flax, tea and olive oil, and the main control deck is filled with high quality wool. After the route was reopened, the sales and prices of agricultural products from the edge worlds and the core world have been rising, so the Bedford's cold storage also stores a lot of Antigan yellow potatoes and turtle meat. Fortunately, Bedford is a spaceship and does not need to land on a planet. Otherwise, Eyster really suspected that it would fall down as soon as it entered the gravity field because it was too heavy. These interstellar merchants traveled between worlds to make profits by carrying raw materials from the edge world to the core world in exchange for industrial products. In order to make more money in a round trip, merchants would also take on other jobs as much as possible, such as picking up passengers. On the Bedford, the place where Eyster usually slept and rested was located near the engine of the spacecraft. There were dense cables, pipes, and instruments everywhere. These antiques were as difficult to serve as Bedford itself. Many parts were no longer produced and could only be found in garbage recycling stations. Bedford's air circulation system was a product of the last century, and the role it could still play could only be said to be better than nothing. The spacecraft was almost destroyed and killed because of a rupture in the shell, which caused an imbalance in the air pressure inside the spacecraft. And just for this old ship, Eyster had to pay 930 Imperial credits, which could buy a brand new KMC multifunctional combine harvester in the marginal world. In the newly started agricultural world, a multifunctional combine harvester can be used for land reclamation, stone crushing, land preparation, sowing and other tasks. A hard-working family can build a farm with a harvester. In the past, Eyster would never have been able to come up with this money. "Hey, boy from Helsin, be careful not to step on my furs," a fur trader from Vanus shouted. "Don't do bad things." Vanus is a long-abandoned colony of the Protoss Empire with extremely rich forest and animal resources. Although Vanus is not under the protection of the Terran Empire fleet, there are always people who take risks for the resources above. "Your foot is stepping on my foot." Another person didn't know what was going on, and his sentence actually had the local accents of 4 colony worlds. "Watch out, you impetuous bad boy," someone shouted. There were also many people sleeping between the ribs of the inner hull structure and the pipes covered with insulation materials. There were all kinds of people, including small traders and all kinds of people. Although it was not very comfortable here, as long as the temperature was kept constant, it was acceptable. This was the 3rd year of the establishment of the Terran Empire. The founding monarch, Emperor Augustus I, worked hard to eliminate the malpractices since the old Federation era. He formulated laws to promote human rights and morality, reduced taxes, and allowed the people to recuperate. He ordered the powerful Imperial fleet to clear out the disloyalty, reopened shipping to allow hundreds of worlds to exchange what they had, and formulated trade policies to protect the fragile industrial structure of the weaker worlds. The most obvious change was that agricultural planets like Helsingen quickly recovered their vitality, and the originally poor soil of Antigua Prime became the most important industrial hub planet of the Terran Empire. The economic recovery gave people in various colonies more opportunities to communicate, and many people seized the opportunity. Eyster ignored the shouting voices and climbed in the narrow corridor. After more than 10 minutes, he squeezed into the captain's room. The so-called captain's room was not bigger than other cabins. What was commendable about Jin was that he was as stingy with others as with himself. He saw the smoking microwave oven at a glance. He didn't know where Jin picked it from. There was an old-fashioned holographic projection device next to it. It was playing the election of members of the Imperial Senate and the Imperial Parliament. Interstellar merchants rarely care about politics. The policies of the old Federation are also changing every day. They would rather be illegal than register with the federal customs to avoid the various taxes of various federal colonies. The Bedford was such a ship in the past. When the shrewd merchants found that the trade policies promoted by the Empire were beneficial to them, their attitudes immediately changed. The captain's room was even covered with the Empire's interstellar trade preferential policies, and there were various notes below. You know, Eastel had heard about what kind of person Jin was in the past. Except that he didn't commit murder for money. He was no different from an outlaw. Merchants traveled between different worlds all year round, rarely stayed in any region for too long, and had a very weak concept of the country and the government. In the old Federation era, these small merchants never dared to hope for the protection of the federal police. As long as they were not blackmailed, they would be thankful. Not only that, there was a framed portrait hanging opposite Jin's bed. It was a man on horseback, with grey hair and grey eyes, wearing a black wolfskin coat, a mink hat, and carrying a torrent shotgun in one hand. 3 years ago, this man was not famous in the entire Terran Empire, but now everyone knows him. It was a portrait of the grandfather of Emperor Augustus the Great, with the same name and surname, and a head portrait on the large denomination imperial credit coin. Now, thinking carefully, the old Mengsk was indeed a majestic lord of Korhal. He might not have thought that his descendants could directly overthrow the Terran Federation and become emperors on Korhal. In the past, to Aistel and other imperial citizens in remote areas, he was just an ordinary old man. But now, he is a symbol of wealth and power. For Aistel, the changes related to the empire have come so fast. Now, the Helsing people do not say that they are Federation people or Helsing people, but only that they are imperial people, because the empire's agricultural revival policy has saved the farmers on that planet. Suddenly, a piece of news attracted Aistel. The Terran Empire's latest Minotaur-class battlecruiser has begun to serve in the Imperial Navy. Emperor Augustus Mengsk attended the launching ceremony of the first fleet flagship Bucephalus at the Bennett shipyard, followed by the testing of the Viking fighter Archangel model. The Marines also received a new generation of CMC 400 power armor, and the new siege tanks also appeared in the parade for the first time. New equipment will eventually replace the old ones, but the Federation-era mechas and chariots such as Goliath and Vulture are still in service in the Empire's huge armed forces. Seeing these new weapons, Aistel felt proud. Yes, he is also a member of this armed force that looks down on the Kaprulu sector. This year is 2497, 6 years after the Zerg invaded Aistel's hometown of Halcyon. Princess Louise is also 1 year old, and it seems like the day she was born was just yesterday. Aistel is 18 years old. He has grown up, and is much taller than his sister. The girls in the village all hope to marry Aistel, because he is strong and tall, with a pair of beautiful blue eyes. Not only that, Aistel is also a certified mechanic, and most of the harvesting robots, irrigation facilities and communication equipment in the village are maintained and repaired by him. The captain of the Bedford was willing to let Aistel on board because of this. This was a free repairman and he could save the money of an employee. Aistel knew that he was destined not to spend his life in the golden fields of Helsing. After Aistel was admitted to the Sterling Memorial Officers Academy of the Terran Empire with excellent grades, his life has changed dramatically. The Sterling Memorial Officers Academy is ranked second only to the Augustgrad Royal Naval Academy and the Ursa Ghost Academy among all military academies. The former trains the best naval commanders for the Terran Empire fleet, while the latter trains the best psychics in the Empire. After graduation, students of the Ghost Academy can choose to become ghost agents to continue their studies, or they can join the Imperial Procuratorate. Nowadays, most parents who send their children to the Ghost Academy hope that their children will choose the latter, and this trend is increasing. The Stirling Memorial Military Academy is a Marine Corps academy. Aistel proudly believes that the Imperial Marines are the most powerful army. Their duty is to defend the Emperor and the Empire, and ensure that this new just system will continue to be the benchmark for the entire Star region. Aistel was paying attention to the news while repairing the microwave oven in his hand. He couldn't help but feel indignant that the Navy had such a powerful warship. The Navy is already so rich, what does the Marine have? Everyone go to the engine room immediately and block and weld the door. At this time, Captain Jin's voice suddenly came from the Bedford's radio. It's the Kel-morian pirates. Their ships are very fast, and we can't escape. Don't panic. The Kel-morian pirates only want money, not people. Before Aistel could react, a tall and strong middle-aged man rushed in. His face was full of flesh, and the back of his head was obviously left with an ugly scar, because of a large piece of skin missing. Why did the Kel-morian pirates come here? This is already close to the core world. Aistel asked the captain. Who knows about this? Jin's face was ugly, but he was still calm. In the dangerous life of traveling all over the country over the years, he had seen all kinds of pirates, and the Kel-morian pirates were the most difficult to deal with. However, the Kel-morian pirates were principled pirates, and they generally would not take the lives of merchants. I have sent a rescue signal to the nearest Imperial trade outpost. If there is a patrolling warship nearby, then there will be rescue. Jin looked at Aistel. Boy, don't think about going against these vicious pirates. You can only survive by following them, he said. We can't be the pirates' opponents. At this time, I still could feel that the Bedford's hull was shaking a little. This is a common method used by pirates. They will first use firepower to stop the merchant ship, and then use mechanical claws to fix it to the pirate ship. Then, the pirates will use strong laser scissors to cut open the hatch and rush in. The Kel-morian pirate family can be said to be the most horrifying and notorious pirates in this galaxy, with cruel methods. If a hijacked ship puts up a lot of resistance, they will either kill everyone on board after taking the ship, or blow it up. What about your cargo? Ister dropped his wrench and screwdriver. I bought insurance, Jin said. Fill in the gaps. Thanks for voting, brothers. Chapter 546. Live. Pirates and traitors are the two worst things in this galaxy. It is rumored that the Kel-morian Federation government is hiring pirates and mercenaries to seize resources in the Star Zone for itself. If this is true, then the purpose of these pirates is not simple. If they are really instructed to destroy the Imperial trade, then they are really provoking trouble. With the style of the Emperor of the Terran Empire, if someone punches him, he will beat that person down before he stops. Who gives the Kel-morians confidence? The Kel-morians have always been the outliers in the Prelude sector. They are the best prospectors and miners, and the most hopeless mineral gluttons and resource locusts. The federation they established is actually a super trust country that integrates the government and capital enterprises. There is no obvious distinction between the government and the guild. The state is the enterprise, and the enterprise is the state. The leader of the federation is the family heir who only believes in bloodline. Moria is a paradise for the rich and the elite, and a hell for the poor. The problem is that the Kel-morians are not the opponent of the Terran Empire. The Kel-morian Union lost almost everything in the past 4 years of war with the Terran Federation. Now they have not recovered. What can they use to fight the Terran Empire? I still couldn't help but recall the rumors about the Kel-morian pirates. He heard that these pirates have powerful looting warships and electric field weapons that are hard to defend against. The Kel-morian pirates have a close relationship with the Kel-morian Union government in Moria. There are even reports that the guild guards of the Union have changed their careers to become pirates. The Kel-morians were known for their madness during the Guild War. It is said that their spies would place small nuclear explosives on themselves, which would explode and perish with the enemy once exposed. Whether it is the Kel-morian pirates of the Union, the Chimera pirates of Umagen, or the New Trinidad pirates of the Federation, they are all a group of crazy thugs. The Terran Empire's crackdown on pirates has increased year by year, but it has only temporarily suppressed the pirates' arrogance. As trade routes continued to expand during the Imperial era, newly mapped interstellar routes had already reached the farthest end of the Prelude sector. With so many trade routes and so long, it was impossible for the Imperial fleet to defend them all. The prosperous trade allowed pirates to make a fortune, and more people took risks with the dream of making a fortune. Kim, the Kel-morians are coming in from the pod. The second mate rushed into the captain's room at this time. He was a tall man with a red nose, wearing a wrinkled blue sailor suit. Let me deal with these pirates. The captain picked up a notebook from the small table beside the ship and turned to Eastle and said, "You follow Owen to the engine room now. If they only care about money and goods, they will not bother ordinary crew members. This is close to the core world of the Empire. As long as a patrol ship receives the distress signal, we will be lucky. Remember, unless you are really smart, don't play tricks with pirates." Eastle hesitated for a moment and did it immediately. Unless he was a Tyranid Superman, he would not think that he could solve the vicious Kel-morian pirates or make these desperate criminals run around with just a few words. Jin was not a likable guy. He was calculative about everything, stingy and noisy, but he didn't hurt anyone. He nodded and followed Jin out, but he didn't expect that 2 Kel-morian pirates in black power armor were rushing over from the aisle next to the captain's room. As a student of the Stealing Officer Academy, of course, Ister could recognize it. This was at least a 300 model power armor. The armor was all painted black, and there was no mark on it to indicate the identity. Pirates are so rich now that the Kel-morian Combine couldn't even afford power armor during the Guild War. However, Ister had seen the armor style of the Kel-morian pirates in the past. They liked to add various weapons that violated the regulations, including large caliber railguns and long spears that could pierce people. but the power armor of these two people, except for a little damage, looked too clean. "Who is the captain?" asked one of the Kel-morian pirates. "Me." Jin pointed at himself, and then at Easter. "He's just a guy on the boat, don't embarrass him." "Very good, our boss wants to see you." Now, Easter had no choice but to follow Jin to see the pirate leader. Eastel and Jin were driven to the Bedford's cockpit. Sure enough, the pirates had already taken control of the ship's operating system. In fact, they were actually working on dismantling parts from the old cargo ship. A Kel-morian pirate who looked like an engineer opened the entire operating panel and searched for the parts and equipment he wanted from the colorful electronic circuits and solid-state electronic components. He was very skilled in disassembly and dismembered the operating table in a short while. Jin couldn't help but twist his face. Perhaps only he knew how much effort he had put in for this old ship and how many people he had begged. "We have to take over this ship now. It will be used for more important and urgent tasks." A Kel-morian pirate without a helmet stood in the cockpit. He was a middle-aged man with sunken eyes and black hair, a blue beret on his head, and a pipe in his mouth. "This generation is not peaceful." He seemed to be talking to himself, and finally sighed. The era of the Terran Federation was not like this. 2 years ago, the remnants of the Terran Federation were still the biggest threat to the Imperial government, but that was before the Federation completely lost Seleucid and Jondara system. By this year, only the former landlords and gentry of Helsin still missed the old Terran Federation. "Friend of Kel-morian, I will give you all the goods, as long as you don't make things difficult for my crew," Captain Jin said with a stiff face. "You may not understand." The man in the beret stuffed some tobacco into his pipe. To this day, only those old nobles who claim to be noble and elegant will pretend to use this kind of pipe. "We have to requisition this ship and everything on it. As for you, unfortunately, I'm short of manpower on my ship. Call everyone out. I need to know their occupations and specialties immediately." He stared at Jin and said, "I understand. Do it now." "Do you think I'm discussing this with you? You lowly merchant, I never looked at you in the eye in the past, and it's the same now. Even in another 20 years, you won't be able to turn over a new leaf." Then, the pirate leader had Jin pushed out, leaving only Eastel alone. "What do you do?" the pirate leader asked. "I'm on a ship, sir. I just want to get rid of my poor life and seek a way to survive in the core world." Eastel opened his mouth and spoke. When the Zerg invaded Helsin, Eastel was only a 12-year-old boy who killed several Zerglings with a gun. If anyone despises him, he will regret it. "What are you going to Korhal for?" The pirate leader looked at his men who were working and became interested. "Visiting relatives," Easter replied. "I have a sister who works as a clerk in a trading company in Korhal." "Visiting relatives?" Korhal was a ruin a few years ago. The pirate leader shook his head and snorted. "The land and factories in Korhal belong to the emperor. What can we do? Augustus Mengsk is the largest landowner." He murmured to himself again. "The Terrans are finished. There is no hope. It seems that I can't go now." Easter followed the other person's words and said, "I miss her so much." "Boy, what do you think of Augustus Mengsk and his Terran Empire?" The pirate leader picked up a few more tobaccos and put them in his pipe. "My family used to run a farm, but now we can't do it anymore." Easter didn't answer the question directly. "Times are hard." "Yes, the whole family went to Korhal, and the farm had to be sold. Helsingen is full of large plains, and the fertile land is suitable for large-scale mechanized farming. Many immigrants have also poured in over the years." He probably saw that this group of people might not be Kel-morian pirates at all, but rather a local gang that used their name to scare people. It seemed that they were still very dissatisfied with the Terran Empire. It was probably difficult to be satisfied. The Terran Empire's punishment for pirates was as severe as that for drug dealers, traitors and human traffickers. The highest punishment was hanging, and the lowest was to be sent to a socialized factory for brainwashing and reborn as a human being. Although the pirates are rampant now, they cried and screamed when they were executed. Look at what the life of the Terran people has become now. I have said before that Augustus Mengsk is still a great landlord of Korhal at heart. He is just a thief who lies all over the country. The pirate leader looked around at his men and lamented the people's dire situation. "How about this? You come to work for me for a while. The pirate leader thought about it and decided that Eastel was a good seedling. Be a pirate? Eastel showed a frightened expression. I can't use a gun. How can a Terran not know how to use a gun? The pirate leader smiled. This is a just cause, kid. Only by overthrowing the tyranny of the Terran Empire can you save your hometown. If the Empire is overthrown, who will lead the Terrans? Eastel asked. Of course it's the Terran Federation. The pirate leader was anxious. How many years have passed? People nowadays don't even remember the Terran Federation. Federation? Are you from the Federation? Eastel showed a happy expression. My father was a Federation Marine. When he was still alive, he often told me to serve the motherland. No way. The case is solved. These people are likely supporters of the Federation's restoration movement or terrorists who oppose the rule of the Empire. The remnants of the Federation are no longer a force to be reckoned with. Eastel had studied the cases of the Unification War and the Battle of Sirusat. It was a brutal battle between the Terran Empire and the remnants of the Federation. The Empire had many generals, including Warfield, Raynor, Duke, Mirahan, and Martin. Martin, mentioned in the scroll below the Freedom Wing and News, he is a retired Imperial general, while the old Federation concentrated more than 40 battle cruisers. This battle was the last swan song of the Terran Federation, spanning 47 star systems, and lasting 2 months. The details of the battle were not reported in the newspapers, but its brutality was likely the worst at the end of the 25th century. Millions of Federation soldiers were captured, and more than a dozen Federation generals, including Marshal Gassiduke and General Quigley, either committed suicide or were captured. After this battle, the Terran Federation completely became a second-rate force, and the rest were scattered soldiers. But it is undeniable that their influence still exists, and the predecessors of many of today's Imperial resistance organizations are the surviving Federation forces. Your father was a respectable soldier. The pirate leader looked at Eastel and felt a little more friendly. In fact, no matter whether what Eastel said was true or not, the pirate leaders were determined to conscript men. It's not easy to make a revolution these days. It's hard to recruit people. If you tell people that you want to be a pirate, that's fine. Otherwise you will die at most. But treason is a serious crime, unless he doesn't care about his family. Times have changed. Except for those colonies that don't want to be incorporated into the Empire and planets with war maniacs. People cherish the hard-won peace very much. No one wants to fight, and they all want to live a good life. Compared with the old Federation, the Terran Empire is the real beacon of mankind. Although the Emperor of the Empire, Augustus Mengsk, was born into a noble family, he truly knew the difficulties of people's livelihood and sympathized with the people. Are you even pirates now? Funds are tight and the provisional government is not well off. Since the Empire issued a new currency, it has been much more difficult to turn over the bank accounts of the old Federation. The pirate leader complained that revolutionaries also need to eat. Even for the most just cause, someone has to sacrifice. And we are just robbing some interstellar traders and the Imperial lackeys who betrayed the Federation. Okay, why am I telling you this? The pirate couldn't help but sigh, thinking that he was also a member of the privileged class of the Federation system in the past, but now he has to do this kind of business. Guys, dismantle this ship. We have to return to the port. He shouted. How about radar monitoring? Sir, there is no trace of government troops. A pirate replied. Bullshit, we are the government army. The pirate leader jumped up and down like a lion whose tail was stepped on, his face red with anger. Augustus Mengsk is now the emperor, but he was just a new soldier in the barracks back then. At that time, I could use a pointer to whip Augustus's ass and make him lie on the ground like a fresh shit. That was almost 8 years ago, Major Quigley. At that time you were just his boss's boss, and you didn't even know him. You still regarded Augustus as your lucky star. If it weren't for the meritorious service of the Heavenly Devil's people, you wouldn't have. A pirate who knew the true history said, everyone knows that the only reason you can get to your current position is because you have a general father. Damn it, say less. Forget it. Quigley's face looked ugly. Go back to the ship after getting the parts. I don't know when the people from the Empire will be here. These bastards are as slippery as loaches. By the way, what's your name? He said to Eastel. Eastel Foss, sir. Eastel said hurriedly. Come with me, newcomer. Marcus Quigley shouted, "I will train you to be the bravest federal warrior." Eastel's heart tightened. "Do as he says." At this time, a voice in his heart suddenly said, "If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 547 Federal Restorationism. This corsair was a class above the Bedford, a light cruiser with a wide deck and a grand, open bridge. In appearance, a light cruiser resembled a long flat nautilus, with the sides of the ship covered in layers of armor like spirals, and the elongated tail smoke of the thruster shaped, like glassy blue tentacles. In the interstellar age, non-Leo dual-purpose interstellar ships spent their entire lives in space from the time they were built in orbital shipyards to the completion of their life missions. As such, these ships did not have to follow aerodynamics, or be bound by the constraints of planetary gravity, and the imagination of human engineers was fully reflected. Spaceships could be exquisite works of art or cold, square containers, all up to the designer. And even in a nitpicking way, the Cirrus was a beautiful warship. She was smaller than her cousins in the Imperial Navy, and was used more for transport missions than for capital ship duties. The Cirrus light cruiser is equipped with iron thrusters, heating combustion chambers, Titan nuclear reactors and third-generation warp engines, which are the cutting-edge technologies of the interstellar aerospace industry in this era. Even the latest Minotaur-class battlecruisers cannot avoid these technologies. But from what I still observed, while walking along the corridor inside the ship, the condition of this light cruiser is not very ideal. Otherwise the remnants of the Federation who have become pirates would not have salvaged parts from the broken ships of interstellar merchants. The hull of the Cirrus has obviously suffered heavy damage. Some of the cabins have not yet restored energy supply, and the burnt cables and screws are floating in a weightless posture. Only a higher level warship can cause such damage to the Cirrus. Looking out from the side of the Cirrus ship, more than a dozen Griffin fighters can be seen flying around the light cruiser. This highly maneuverable light space fighter is equipped with powerful claw missiles, which are mainly used by Kel-morian pirates and mercenaries. Although the claw missiles are unlikely to pose a threat to the capital ships, the scale of the Griffins should not be underestimated. It can be seen that the Cirrus once belonged to a fleet of the old Terran Federation, and the crew were all soldiers of the Terran Federation. Now this fleet is likely to have been completely destroyed, and the remaining ships are not a big deal. Who would have thought that the federal soldiers who sang the songs of justice and glory in the past would become pirates? In any case, the captain, Lieutenant Colonel Marcus Quigley, is quite satisfied with the current situation. Although the conditions are difficult, this also reflects the tenacity of the revolutionaries. Augustus Mengsk said that revolution is a long march. Force, we are charged with the great mission of overthrowing the empire and reviving the Federation. This great democratic system of the Federation has dominated the Terran human race for more than 2 centuries, and it should undoubtedly continue to be maintained. Quigley led Istel through the hangar and lower deck of the Cirrus, through the life support cabin and the reinforced alloy steel structure. Augustus Mengsk, that beast, will not be arrogant for too long. I'm sure of this. Pirates wearing light green shirts occasionally walked through the corridors of the Cirrus. They were all muscular, with muscles on their arms and thighs, and shiny bald heads. Except for their appearance, they seemed to be made from the same mold. These pirates all had smiles on their faces and only responded to Quigley's commands. Resocialized soldiers, the evil product of the evil dark era of the old Terran Federation. Emperor Augustus Mengsk ordered the closure of almost all resocialized factories, leaving only the remaining 2 for the execution of the most heinous prisoners. Einstein knew that resocialized soldiers were created to cope with the high death rate and low enlistment rate during the Guild War, but the evil of the Federation was that they would also brainwash and reform citizens who were not criminals. The resocialization project was an inhumane and immoral cruel plan, and now it has become one of the evidences of the Terran Federation's genocide. If a person loses his past memories and is transformed into a resocialized soldier who obeys orders, then the past him is actually dead. Sir, what can we use to fight against the Imperial fleet? Even the United States of Umagin dare not provoke the Empire. Since Eyster entered the Cirrus, the voice that appeared in his brain consciousness before has never appeared again. But Eyster believes that it is definitely not an auditory hallucination. Eyster guessed that it should be an Imperial ghost agent. Regardless of how this Imperial ghost got on board, at least it means that the Empire has noticed the situation here. In an instant, a new paragraph appeared in Eyster's mind. Child, I'm Ghost Agent Theodore Pierce X 20991N, and the Empire is with you. Hearing this, Eyster felt relieved. In the name of Emperor Augustus I, Eyster Foss, a student at the Stealing Military Academy, swore allegiance to the Empire until death. Hearing Eyster's words, Quiggo Bay's thick eyebrows twisted, and his small eyes glanced at the young man who couldn't see the situation clearly. The Kaprulu sector is so big, how can the Empire manage it? At this time, the pirates had emptied the Bedford, and were ready to go home. These poor pirates were simply plucking feathers from the passing geese, even pulling down the solar panels on the ship. The crew and passengers on the Bedford were all driven to Cirrus, and locked in the dark cabin. Among them, the strong young men and women were the new recruits of the pirates, and the rest were unknown. Abandoning the Bedford, which had lost power, the Cirrus quickly started again, and prepared to leave. The Terran Empire has a police force specifically responsible for protecting the shipping routes. Imperial patrol ships may appear at any time on such important waterways. The most important thing is that, if these policemen feel that they are no match for the pirates, they can call the Imperial Navy Fleet. Each Imperial province has at least one fleet organized by a naval squadron, and each fleet has weapons capable of destroying a planet. When Eyster followed Quiggo Bay to the control room of the Cirrus, the light cruiser had already entered the hyperspace channel. Any movement? Quiggo Bay asked the operator, as soon as he entered the control room. Everyone in the control room wore the brown military uniform of the Federation, and wore the military rank of the past. Quiggo Bay was a man who was extremely particular about details to the point of being pathological. He was used to adhering to every rule and regulation of the old Federation army word for word. He was not only strict with himself, but also not lenient with others. Therefore, the pirates in the Cirrus still abided by the military regulations as in the past, at least on the surface. This was still the Federation army of the past. The Federation had perished, and this place was like the broken fragments of its ghost. On the ship was another small society, the small kingdom of Marcus Quiggo Bay. The son of the former Federation admiral still lived in the past, when he had a bright future, and was not as helpless as he is today. Sir, the sensors have locked onto 3 Imperial Waterway Enforcement Officers' heavy gun cutter, and more Imperial ships are on their way. An operator replied, it's still 30 miles away from the Cirrus. This distance is already very close on the scale of space, but Cirrus's advanced warp drive is enough to escape before these law enforcement ships catch up with it. Imperial law enforcement officers are almost the most troublesome figures for bandits and pirates. They are either Imperial veterans or locals recruited from colonies near the route. Many local law enforcement officers who were not appreciated during the Federation era were also reused. Even if they have a lifetime, they can't catch up. Quiggo said this, but still urged them to start the warp drive quickly. The heavy gunboat is a slender and rugged looking spacecraft. During the development of the Wraith fighter, this type of ship was a competitor to the new fighter. Although the heavy gunboats were inferior to the Wraith fighters in performance and lacked firepower, they were more than enough to deal with ordinary pirates and illegal interstellar traders. Many of the new weapons and equipment in the development stage remained on the drawing board, or were not prepared for large-scale military operations for other reasons, but some were mass-produced to equip colonial militias, police stations and other departments. For example, the Ice Dragon fighter, WIM, which can be transformed into a land mecha, appeared earlier than the Viking fighter. They have more powerful firepower, but lack the Viking's solid armor and rapid transformation ability. Later, the Imperial Equipment Department redesigned and cancelled the Ice Dragon transformation mechanism, focusing on air-to-air combat. Now this fighter is widely equipped in the Imperial Navy to supplement the lack of air superiority firepower. As the Cirrus entered the hypersonic route state, the control room fell silent again. Marcus Quigby took off his power armor and pulled out a blue cane from somewhere, acting like an old federal aristocrat. He first ordered someone to make a cup of hot tea for Eyster, and then let him sit in an unused driving chair. "Where are we going, Lieutenant Colonel?" Eyster didn't understand why Quigo Bay was so friendly to him. He could see that he was a man with arrogance in his bones. He didn't have a bad temper, but he was very harsh on his subordinates. Then Eyster thought of those resocialized soldiers and realized that Quigo Bay might want to train him. Resocialized soldiers lack autonomy, which means they lack the necessary judgment on the battlefield. In this way, it is very necessary to train officers who can command these soldiers. You'll know when you get there. Quigo Bay couldn't help showing off. He didn't think Eyster would reveal the secret. "Of course you don't know. Our base is near the Viridian route. The Cirrus's jump path has been constantly changing, as if it is constantly going around in circles. Only after confirming that no one is tracking it will it enter the correct route. In my father's time, the Terran Federation had countless military bases." Quigo Bay sighed. "Since the Empire has been killing us, the bases have become fewer and fewer." Then, Quigo Bay told Eastle about his time in the Federation Marine Corps, but he spent a lot of time talking to himself. This paranoid former Federation officer mentioned the glory of the Federation over and over again. Such words must have been sore ears for everyone except Eastle. And as long as Eastle said that you are right, Quigo Bay felt very satisfied. The days of hiding from place to place seemed to have made Quigo Bay depressed. He used to be a vain and show-off person, and his mouth was always busy. He did not allow others to not know his achievements and what he had done in this hellhole all these years. When Quigo Bay talked about his wise and brave general father, and how he died tragically at the hands of Jim Raynor for the 7th time, Cirrus finally left the hyperspace channel. An asteroid in the asteroid belt at the edge of an unknown galaxy appeared on the control panel. It was much larger than the Cirrus, and was rushing towards the edge of the galaxy at a speed of 9 miles per second. When the Cirrus landed on the asteroid, I still realized that the Federal Restorationists had almost completely hollowed out the interior of the asteroid. Now the steel structure supported the huge interior space. The military base was filled with various materials looted by these bandits. They had their own military factories, heavy factories and docks, and thousands of Federal Restorationists lived and worked here. The Federal Restoration movement had a large number of supporters within the Terran Empire. They were either blind patriots, or had inextricable ties with the privileged class of the past. There were people from all territories and planets, and the Tarsinus were not the most numerous. Many people thought that the Tarsinus hated the Empire the most, but the truth was far from that. The Terran Empire destroyed the aristocracy at the top of Tarsinus, and the wealth of those classes accounted for 99% of the entire planet, and Augustus made these nobles spit out all their wealth. In the era of the Empire, the lives of the people of Tarsinus were much better. Monopoly capitalism was swept away, and the people at the bottom had the opportunity to go further. The influence of decentralization made Tarsinus a satellite world of Korhal, a prosperous economic center. That damn woman would never have thought that we were hiding under her nose. Quig busted up and invited Eastle to visit the base. This is the starting point for us to rebuild the Federation, gathering the elites of the Federation from all the planets near Viridia. Eastle probably guessed who the woman Quigba was talking about was. It should be Grand Duchess Dorothy Mengsk, the ruler of the Viridia province, and the biological sister of Emperor Augustus. The flower of the empire, Dorothy Mengsk, was known to the people of the Terran Empire for her beauty and awe-inspiring skills. People respected her as much as they respected her brother. Eyster also collected photos of Duke Dorothy. He had to emphasize that this was common in any adolescent imperial male. When Eyster really stepped into the artificial gravity field of the asteroid, he could better appreciate the hugeness of this federal base. At this moment, the gangway on the Cirrus side was constantly walking out of the captured people, and the number was far more than the people on a single ship of the Bedford. What did they capture so many people for? This is the largest military base I have ever seen, Eyster exclaimed, and his appearance as a countryman who had never seen the world made Quigo Bay very satisfied. Very good. Quigo Bay nodded very pleased, and said to Eyster, I will train you like my child, Fox. You will become a federal hero. Before that, you need to be tested by telepaths. Over the years, the Empire's undercover agents have been omnipresent, and we have executed many people. He patted Easter and said, "Of course, I know you must be on our side." Chapter 548 The Two of Us Kill. It must have taken the Federation restorationists a long time to completely hollow out this huge rocky asteroid, and it took a long time to turn it into a steel maze of countless corridors, elevators, and rooms. There were thousands of intricate tunnels and thousands of reinforced doors. If Marcus Quigley hadn't asked an officer named Conrad to lead the way, Eastle would have been lost. Eastle could see that the base had a high level of defense, and the steel fortifications were unbreakable, cast in thick reinforced concrete. Every time you pass through a heavy door, you must pass fingerprint, retinal and genetic tests, otherwise the guards and automatic machine guns on both sides will beat the intruder into a pulp. The lights are sparse and the shadows are heavy. The dark tunnel is extremely long, leading to a deep darkness that cannot be seen. The guards were all resocialized soldiers with the same expression, wearing the same brown uniform, speaking in the same flat tone, using words that were modest and cautious, like well-educated noble ladies, rather than strong men who could kill a small dog with one punch. Staring at the faces of these resocialized soldiers for a long time always makes people shudder. These people have long lost what can be vaguely called souls, and they are all imprisoned in their bodies forever. Frankly speaking, people who have been resocialized are easier to satisfy, have a good mood every day, and don't have to worry about troubles, but no one wants to lose some key parts in their brain. Don't worry, the so-called telepaths can guess almost everything just by looking at you. Conrad is a tall and thin man with fierce eyebrows and a scary appearance, but he is still kind to Eastle. Conrad is a lieutenant wearing a Federal Marine uniform, with corresponding military rank insignia on his clothes. These remnants of the Federation who are immersed in the dream of restoring the country and don't want to wake up are still addressed by military rank, as if the glory of the Federation in the past is still there. He carried a CK-27 rifle on his back. This semi-automatic weapon is often equipped by pirates and rebels. It is simple, reliable and cheap. There is a submachine gun with the same positioning in the Empire, which is the Ferromag SMG equipped by the Imperial Stormtroopers. I have told you what a mind reader is, but don't be afraid, they won't eat you. It seems that even the Federation, which is criticized for its rigid and bloated system, has kept pace with the times. The old Federation used to capture and kidnap children with psychic potential like a witch hunt, but now it has begun to use telepaths to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Emperor Augustus Mengsk is the pioneer of this concept. The Terran Empire has set up a special post of psychic prosecutor, divided into two independent prosecutorial departments, one responsible for criminal cases and the other for internal investigations of corruption among imperial officials. Legend has it that there is another secret department that is responsible to the Emperor and is used to supervise the former Federation departments. The three departments do not interfere with each other and even know little about their colleagues in other departments. Not everyone with telepathic abilities is suitable to become a ghost agent. Some telepaths are not good at fighting, but have extremely rare special abilities. For example, the ability to profile is a magic skill for solving cases, and the ability to control fire is the nemesis of alien insects. The new prosecutorial system has created an honest and efficient government, and it has also made the imperial officials always in a state of high tension, because they always think that someone is watching them from behind. This has also caused a lot of ridiculous things. Don't be nervous, unless you are really a spy sent by the Empire, Conrad said while laughing, and the laughter made Eastle feel cold. It's funny to think about it. Those who were shot cried and shouted that they were loyal to the Federation until they died. They really refused to tell the truth even when they died. How difficult is it to deceive a mind reader? Eastle asked. Unless his mind is meticulous enough to deceive multiple telepaths, which is almost impossible. Conrad replied. What if the telepath is also an undercover? Eastle asked again. Every ghost agent has a psychic inhibitor implanted in their brain. This device allows them to obey orders unconditionally. You won't understand, even if I tell you. Conrad seemed annoyed by the question, and waved his hand. You'll know when you get there. It's the next door. Eastle didn't ask any more questions, but he remembered that the members of the Federation's Ghost Project had long been captured, and now no one could figure out whether these psychic inhibitors were working properly. The active ghost agents of the Terran Empire are all former Federation ghosts. The two ghost military academies in Korhal and Tarsinus are still training the Empire's own ghosts, but usually the cadets of the military academy must complete 4 years of study before they can graduate successfully. Is he there? Eastle asked in his heart, wondering if the Empire ghost named Theodore Pierce was still following him. Mr. Pierce, keep calm. The ghost agent replied to him quickly. Ghost agents are like this, cold and talkative, and their views on the world are mostly cold and pessimistic. Ghost agents in the old Federation era did not have to think about the value and significance of the mission, because the memory of each mission would be absorbed. All they had to do was to complete the mission without bearing the consequences, and without having to leave any burden in their hearts. All Eastle could do now was to wait and see. He had no idea how many own people there were in this base, and what stage the Empire's plan had reached. There was only one thing that was certain: once the Empire knew the exact location of this base, it would not be far from destruction. However, there were a large number of hostages inside, and the rescue operation was inevitably cautious. He estimated that he was actually a very lucky guy, because the last time this group of Federation restorationists went out to collect money, they caught the Bedford. A few minutes later, Conrad came to a huge steel door. The door was nailed with copper nails, as if there was still a medieval castle behind it. The door had 3 safety locks, and any problem with any of them would attract the blazing flames of bullets, guns, and solid flamethrowers. Behind the gate was a dark, gloomy hall. The hall had no aesthetic appeal. There were only iron bars and lights for structural reinforcement nailed into the laser-cut walls. 2 telepaths in bright white tights were sitting behind a long table, next to several lights flashing orange-red. This posture alone was enough to make those with guilty consciences feel uneasy. There were many resocialized soldiers with live ammunition standing here, and they would subdue Eastle with force if the situation was not right. Resocialized soldiers were competent for sentry and combat missions, but special tasks required special personnel. Most of the people in this base were resocialized soldiers, and the rest were not good men and women. There were all kinds of people among the Zionists. They accepted patriots, murderers and technological lunatics. The situation was difficult and there was no room for pickiness. Name. The telepath who asked Eastle was a woman with fair skin and beautiful looks, and long hair tied with a tie. Eastle glanced around, and a word popped into his mind: cold and beautiful. Place of origin: Isterfoss. Ister felt that the other party had also learned the Terran Empire's household registration system. Helsin, Junsfoss Farm. In the territory of the Terran Empire, no matter where you go, proof of identity is indispensable. In the Federation era, there was also a series of digital IDs representing identity, but the Empire had stricter requirements for this. If you want to obtain an identity certificate, you only need to declare it, but if you don't have it, you are an illegal resident, and not only will your life be restricted everywhere, but you will even have difficulty moving. This resulted in many colonists who had never been registered in the Federation in the past having to apply, and the population of the Empire suddenly increased a lot for a while. Are there other family members? The other party shook her long cold golden hair. Don't look at her just wearing a tights. That looks as thin as gauze. When she starts fighting, she can knock down a group of Marines in power armor with her bare hands. This kind of superhuman super soldier usually doesn't appear on the front battlefield, but no matter where they are definitely the enemy's nightmare. I have a sister at home, and now lives in Kar Augustgrad. Ister waved his hands. She recently got a boyfriend, and I was very worried. Very good, you passed. The beautiful female ghost nodded. What? Ister was stunned. He was ready to be tortured, and he had to be beaten with a whip and a branding iron. You passed, or are you waiting for your sister to buy you a drink? Baby. The ghost snapped his fingers, and Conrad behind him immediately led him out respectfully. A secret code? Eastle was confused. Our own people. Our own people. This is the secret base of the Federation's restorationists. They think that the location here is absolutely secret and the defense is flawless, but in fact it has been riddled with holes. The secret base is full of terrorists. Under the pillows are pistols and the red and blue star flag of the Federation, and under the gums are poisons that will break at the slightest knock. But sometimes, these things may not be under the pillows. It may be the 4-character party platform of the Pan-Terran party drafted by Emperor Augustus the Great himself. People nowadays don't like to be called federals. They think that only the Empire has momentum, because the Empire can stand up to alien invaders, while the Federation can only run and run, and the defense circle will shrink and shrink. It will be soon, very soon. Conrad seemed to be a little afraid of the ghost agent. He quickly led Eastel out of the hall, and said to him, after he went out, these 2 ghost agents escaped from Tarsinus, and Quigobe has no doubts about them. You've passed the test, so you're one of us. That being said, I have to warn you, don't mess with these tough guys. They haven't had their memories cleaned for a long time, and their tempers are getting weirder and weirder. There was some personal grudge in his words. Anyway, no one deals with them except for work. Easter thought that what Conrad said made sense. Humans with telepathy would not be regarded as gods by ordinary people, but would be discriminated against, insulted and oppressed. This prejudice still exists today. Where should we go now? Easter couldn't figure out what Conrad was doing wandering around. I'm going to show you what the inside of the base looks like, Conrad said to Eastel. The ferocious man opened door after door. Eastel tried his best to remember the order, but he was dizzy. When the next door was opened, Eastel's eyes suddenly became clear and his eyelids twitched wildly. He saw rectangular black iron cabinets arranged neatly. There were probably thousands of iron cabinets, neatly spread on the ground with no end in sight. Each iron cabinet was connected to a hose with emerald green nutrient solution flowing, and new nutrient solution was continuously pumped in with the operation of the giant pump in the center. Nutrient solution is also a byproduct of hibernation chamber technology. The rich rely on it to survive, while the Federation uses it to manufacture soldiers. The latest resocialization technology does not need to be so complicated. The brainwashing steps can be completed in 10 seconds. The rest is to put armor on the Marines. They secretly maintain a small resocialization factory. This resocialization factory has a high degree of automation, is monitored in real time by surveillance, and has few guards. It can be seen that this is probably not the only resocialization facility in this base. This is probably the largest base of the restorationists in the core world. Resocialization factory. You're surprised. The Empire thought it had destroyed the factory in use, but the technology will not be lost. Conrad said, the Kel-morians are also looking for this technology, but those bastards can't even think about it. It is said that the Kel-morians can make all the Terrans united against the outside world, while the Zerg can make humans and Protoss work together. Of course, you must not understand what resocialization transformation is. He continued, the Empire's reports on resocialization are all deliberate slanders. They only forge fake news. Easter felt a chill running down his gums. How many people had been transformed here so far? If the Empire had not covered up the number of ships that had disappeared on the waterway, then these lunatics must have reached out to the people of the colonies. Resocialized soldiers are the best dead men. They are the best candidates for suicide missions. They can be human bombs carrying miniature nuclear explosive devices, or they can drive spacecraft into space stations. With only a minimal cost, these federal restorationists can cause great damage on the land of the Empire. I don't understand, sir. I really don't understand. Easter's confusion came from the heart. Norway said that the remnants of the Federation were a group of terrorists and murderers, and now it seems to be true. You'll understand. Conrad smiled, and this smile looked inhuman in Easter's eyes. Easter stood outside the door of the resocialization factory, feeling extremely angry. The action is about to begin. Now I'm going to give you a task. Guard this resocialization factory, and protect the safety of the hostages inside. Suddenly, Eastel heard Pierce's voice. The next moment, the lights in the entire hall and the corridor outside dimmed, and Conrad jumped up immediately. What's going on? Fox, where are you? Before Conrad could finish his words, he was hit on the nose by an invisible punch, and fell on his back with blood on his face. Enemy attack. It's the Empire. Go to the resocialization transformation room. A team of soldiers in power armor ran quickly from the corridor on the other side. Eastel could even see the flash of their searchlights. Eastel quickly picked up the CK-27 from Conrad's side and said, leave them to me. However, before he could finish, a gust of wind flew out, and the opposite side immediately screamed. In less than 5 seconds, everyone shut up. Efficient, cold and ruthless. Never underestimate the seemingly unarmed ghost agents, because they are powerful weapons in themselves. Theodore Pierce is an experienced ghost veteran. He graduated from the Tarsinus Ghost Academy in the Old Federation in 2491, when Sarah Carrigan was still a legend among them. The two of us are really amazing. Eastle opened the safety of CK-27 and shrugged. Double the monthly tickets. Those gentlemen who forgot their monthly tickets can vote now. Chapter 549. The Mengsk Woman. Eastle Foss squatted outside the gate of the resocialized factory for a long time. He had no tools to record time, but he felt that about 10 hours had passed. Ever since the Imperial ghost agent named Theodore Pierce told Eastle to guard this place, he never left. He stood in the shadows, his eyes like a hawk fell on the only way to pass through the corner of the corridor, and his ears did not miss any sound of the wind and grass. But Eastle could swear to the Virgin Mary that he didn't see a single person. Ghost Agent Pierce had disappeared long ago. He was just like a real ghost, coming and going without a trace. The combat method of the Terran Empire Ghost Agent was different from that of the Old Federation. It was said that they learned swordsmanship and the ability to balance psychic energy from the Protoss Templar and Arc Templar. When fighting at close range, they drew out the 2 titanium alloy bladed long knives behind their backs and jumped into the enemy to kill them. So far, the only bullet Eastle fired was the one he used to shoot Lieutenant Conrad, who fell to the ground. The energy supply here was completely cut off, with only a few lights powered by emergency batteries still emitting a faint pale light. There had been no gunfire here for a long time, and Easter had no idea what was going on. The Empire must have launched a surprise attack on this base, but Easter knew nothing about the battles that were breaking out in various parts of the base. Easter suspected that Pierce didn't expect him to do anything at all, but was just afraid that he would run around. In this way, Pierce's previous words were simply saying, "Kit, you stay here and don't move. It's better to dig a hole and bury yourself in it, but remember not to hurt yourself when digging." To be honest, Easter alone can't stop the armed personnel wearing kinetic armor of the Federation Restoration Organization. He only has the CK-27 rifle looted from Conrad, 2 fragmentation grenades and a shredder grenade, and the capacity of the 500 magazine is less than 30%. If the enemy came, he would probably have to sacrifice his life. Quick, quick, quick. A sound of orderly footsteps came from a distance, and Easter hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, only to see several tall figures in power armor running from the southern passage. Lieutenant Colonel Quigobe has ordered to kill all invaders. Warriors, it's time to sacrifice for the Federation. Easter glanced carefully and saw the blue reflection on their armor and the bright Federation multi-star flag. The Zionist terrorists never concealed their identities in the base. There are people there. As expected, Easter was almost immediately detected by the thermal sensing system of the power armor. "Don't shoot, we are one of them." In a flash, Easter knew that he could not be their opponent, so he simply raised his hands to show his identity. "I'm the adjutant of Lieutenant Conrad. We were ambushed by the Imperials just now. Hurry up, they are fleeing in that direction." In Easter's impression, the armed personnel in this base are almost all resocialized soldiers. This squad only had 5 people, and it was unlikely that there was a non-resocialized officer in command. According to what Easter had learned, resocialized soldiers would only respond quickly to effective instructions programmed into them, but they lack the ability to think independently. In this era, the reason why humans can outperform computers with computing power thousands of times greater than their own is that they have independent thoughts and imagination. In other words, resocialized soldiers cannot distinguish plausible lies. Not all resocialized soldiers are stupid wooden men. This is the difference in the degree and method of transformation. Simply replacing memories can also gain temporary loyalty. Point Imperial. Immediately, 3 red lasers used to assist aiming locked onto Easter's face at the same time. Just one spike bullet would be enough to shatter his head. Civilians, where did they go? One of them looked at Lieutenant Conrad lying in a pool of blood, ignoring the huge wound on the back of his neck. From the beginning, he had not thought deeply about the loopholes in Easter's words. "Keep going along this road. I injured one of them." These imperial bastards can't run far. Seeing that the other party actually believed it, Eyster was no longer so nervous. He had experienced the Zerg invasion war and participated in the battle to defend his hometown when he was 12 years old. His psychological quality was naturally strong. Follow me. It's time to sacrifice for the Federation, warriors. The man immediately waved his hand and led the others who believed in it to run towards the passage pointed out by Eyster. The speed of the power armor was so fast that they immediately went far away, but it was a dead end. No matter what the reason, the excavator stopped abruptly after digging a 40-yard long tunnel. Now the tunnel was piled with steel scraps and garbage, and only some tenacious space slugs lived in it. At this time, Eyster exhaled, calculated the time, whistled while pulling a fragmentation grenade, and threw it into the dead end. Thinking that this was not safe, he threw another crusher grenade a moment later. Fragmentation grenades are powerful enough to tear apart rocks, and the fragments produced by the explosion can kill soldiers who lack armor on a large scale. This type of grenade has also been very effective against old CMC 200 power armor, and the Vulture vehicle and the rifle-mounted grenade use similar fragmentation grenades. The crusher grenade is also a type of fragmentation grenade, but it is more powerful and can also be fatal to Marines wearing heavy armor. I'm sorry. Eastle picked up the CK-27 rifle that he had just put down amid the violent explosion and carefully checked the results. May the kind souls go to heaven. The grenade caused great damage in the small environment. 3 of them either had their helmets pierced by the bomb fragments or were dying on the spot. It took Eastle less than a minute to kill the other 2 who were knocked unconscious, and then looted more weapons and ammunition from them. A total of 5 C-14 rifles, 4 fragmentation grenades, and thousands of spike bullets. Just as the fruitful Eastle came out, another team of Federal restorationists in blue power armor came up. Civilians, what was the explosion just now? This was still a 5-man team, and the rigidity and stiffness in their words immediately revealed their identities. Eastle suspected that they were all guards in the same outpost. At this moment, there was no higher level commander to command them, and they could only obey the orders in the general command channel. Sir, our soldiers were ambushed in that tunnel. Eastle smiled shyly, and because he almost laughed out loud, he couldn't even make a sad expression. Follow us. We have to rescue our comrades. The team leader shouted, and rushed over to check the situation without hesitation. How can we recover Tarsus and rebuild the Federation like this? Eastle shook his head, took out a grenade, and used the same trick again. These people are simply robots that react according to fixed programs, and they are still using the technology of the early socialized engineering, which has many defects. It is no wonder that the Terran Empire shut down most of the resocialized factories. These resocialized soldiers can only be used as corpses. After a while, Eastle, who was squatting at the door of the resocialized factory, waited for another wave of resocialized soldiers. Then, he was sure that, as long as he waited here, the enemy would continue to come up and wait for the bomb. When the Empire Ghost agent Theodore Pierce returned with the Field Porcupine Special Forces, Eastle had killed 5 waves of people with the same trick. Even the experienced Pierce was shocked. He was worried about this child, so he had been following him before. But even Pierce, who was proficient in telepathy, misjudged the person. The other party looked like a young sheep, but in fact it was a man-eating wolf. At this moment, Eastle was staring at the corridor outside with a vigilant face. There were grenades piled around him, and he was determined to blow up the tunnel if the situation was not right. Suddenly, he was surprised to hear Pierce's voice directly projected into the depths of his mind. What did you do? Kid, you need both courage and wit to do this. Pierce showed up in front of Eastle for the first time and took off his ghost helmet. He was a pale man with short brown hair and brown eyes. He had deep dark circles under his eyes and looked tired and depressed. He looked less than 30 years old, but his tone was as old as that of a middle-aged man who had experienced many vicissitudes of life. I just took advantage of the loophole of the resocialization project. There is such a question in the entrance examination of the Castelling Memorial Military Academy. Eastle felt a sense of intimacy with Pierce for no reason, as if he was infected by the other's emotions. Have you taken over this base? Yes. Grand Duchess Dorothy Mengsk personally brought the Imperial Navy of Valicia to rescue the hostages. This operation was very successful. As soon as Marcus Quigley was killed, his subordinates were in chaos. Pierce replied, "I remember this question. It was the question that the Emperor himself asked. I heard from Sarko that he was very satisfied with it. Ha 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 ha." Then, Pierce chuckled. Ghosts almost never laugh, but that's in the past. His Majesty Mengsk did something similar when he was young. You can actually do it better. Tell those re-socialized soldiers that you are an officer under Lieutenant Conrad, and then lead them to deal with other terrorists. Imperial Navy Admiral, Ranger Commander, James Raynor said this. Knock down all the enemies. This is the victory we want. Eastall said, nodded to Pierce and said, next time I will consider your suggestion. Admiral Raynor once participated in the compilation of the Imperial Marine Corps drill manual, and he himself has said many famous quotes worth learning. In contrast, Admiral Edmund Duke's words reveal his distinctive personality. Stand at ease. Now let me tell you how many victories I have won in my life. Edmund Duke. There will be a next time. Pierce laughed even harder. Yes, there may be a next time. Child, the Empire needs people like you. You will become a hero, just as your sister and your friends expect. After a few years of peaceful life, many people think that the war is far away, but the real dark times are coming. Take up arms, defend the Empire, and don't let the Federation Restoration Organization and the alien enemies hurt the people and everything they love. He was much more talkative than Eastall imagined. Emperor Augustus gave all former Federation ghost agents the opportunity to choose, and I chose the life I'm now. Eastall is a candidate for the Stilling Memorial Military Academy, and he will surely shine in the future. Come on, Kit, you have made a great contribution. Pierce always called Eastall a child, and in his eyes, the other party is still a person who needs to be protected. Ghost agents used to be killers, but now they are guardians. Come with me, your merits should be remembered. Without thinking much, Eastall followed Pierce through the intricate base tunnels, and went to the central control room inside the asteroid. He guessed that he would be rewarded, but he didn't expect that the person who came was the famous flower of the Empire, Princess Dorothy Mengsk. At this time, the central control room deep in the asteroid was already full of Imperial soldiers in red power armor, and on the ground were bloodstains as if they were brushed out by a brush, which were left by the bodies of the dragged away Federal restorationists. Looking from a distance, Princess Dorothy, Duke of Viridia, was standing among the royal guards. The princess has many titles. She is the Grand Duke of Viridia, the queen in the hearts of the people, the noble flower that cannot be desecrated, and the dream lover in the hearts of all boys. But she is not as delicate as those noble ladies, but is famous for her skills and wisdom. Ever since she cleansed the rebels in a city on Viridia Prime with iron and blood, Dorothy Mengsk has been called the Blood Princess. The Princess Dorothy in Eastall's memory is still the photo taken when she was 18 years old in Imogen. At that time, she wore a white floor-length gown embroidered with gold thread and pearl nets, and a cape decorated with rubies, sapphires, and diamonds on her shoulders. 2 rows of sons of Korhal guards stood beside her in white gowns. Now Dorothy is not only more mature than then, but also more charming. Princess Dorothy wears a dark blue naval officer's uniform, with grey hair elegantly tied up at the back, and a golden wheat ribbon embellished on her body. A girl in her early 20s is beautiful, and it is the best time. Her noble neck is as white as a swan, as if covered with frost on the snow. She is so elegant, and the heroic spirit between her eyebrows is so similar to that of Emperor Augustus with a crown on his head. As the Emperor said, everyone loves Dorothy. Thanks for voting. Chapter 550 What's Wrong with My Brother? Eistall marveled at the indescribable beauty of the Imperial Princess. Such a beauty looked heroic even in military uniform. The uniforms of the Imperial Royal Guards were clean, straight and spotless, and they surrounded Princess Dorothy like stars around the moon. The flag bearer held the golden and red wolf flag. As for admiration, Eistall naturally had it. This was human nature. Even the young men in the countryside of Helsingen admired the charming princess, and even when looking for a female companion, they would compare her with her everywhere. Everyone who had seen Dorothy envied her beauty like a blooming flower. When Princess Dorothy was 18 years old, she had many suitors, but she had never looked at them, let alone now. At this age, if the daughter of a Tarsinus noble had no ability to inherit the family, she would have already started looking for a political marriage partner. Even though the Mengsk family was not a royal family, they never used political marriage to expand their power. Princess Dorothy was also a powerful figure in the political center, and her children were qualified to inherit the title of Grand Duke of Viridia. Your Highness, Marcus Quigley, one of the leaders of the Federation Restoration Movement, has been killed, and the others are still being escorted here. Marcus is the son of Federation Admiral Quigley, and he should have succeeded his father. Next to Princess Dorothy stood a young Imperial general, the famous Vice Admiral Matt Horner. In the Battle of Jondara, Horner personally led the Imperial Navy flagship Hyperion and its affiliated fleet to defeat the Federation Marshal Gassiduke in one fell swoop, and since then he has risen rapidly, and was promoted to Vice Admiral. Compared to the Princess, Eyster prefers the majestic General Horner. Matt Horner is a model among the Imperial generals. He was born a civilian, and is not much older than Eyster. Marcus Quigley has killed so many people, and his death is not a pity. All terrorists must be severely punished by the laws of the Empire. Princess Dorothy was serious and calm. I wish I could kill him again. General, how are the hostages? There are more hostages in this base than the command had expected earlier. There are more than 2,000 people in the social transformation cages alone. The brain tissue of some people, the hippocampus inside the temporal lobe of the brain, cannot be repaired. Our doctors are simply helpless. General Matt Horner put his hands behind his back, pondered for a moment and said, we can only hope for the protectors of the Protoss. They are special Protoss who control emotions and memories. Maybe there will be a turnaround. Okay, I'll tell my brother when I return to Viridia. Even though she is no longer the little girl crying on her eldest brother's lap, Princess Dorothy still always mentions her brother. Dorothy is not an unapproachable flower on the mountain. In private, she always smiles with her eyes and eyebrows, lively and cute, like a clear and sunny day. Just like other noble ladies, Dorothy would talk about boys during gatherings with her friends. But if someone thought that the princess's tenderness belonged only to them and wanted to have a little kiss with her, they would probably get this kind of comment. I don't think you are as good as my brother Augustus. I don't think you are as good as Augustus Mengsk. With His Majesty's personal involvement, this matter should be resolved soon. The general nodded. The Emperor of the Terran Empire was too busy. He cared about the entire empire and could not focus his energy on the people of one place. You did a good job, Theodore. At this time, the general noticed the ghost agents Theodore Pierce and Eastel who were approaching. He nodded in greeting and then looked at the somewhat embarrassed young man. Yes, General. Pierce nodded. Is this the Estefos you mentioned? He is just a student of the Stilling Officer Academy who has not yet enrolled, but he killed more than 30 re-socialized soldiers in one breath with his wisdom. He smiled and said to Esther, you have made military achievements before enrolling. You will become a legend among this class of students. It's just a coincidence, General. Any student who passed the exam would make the same choice as me. Esther saluted General Matt. It's easy to talk about it on paper, but it's hard to do it in practice. The young general nodded. Matt Horner is the youngest general in the Imperial Navy, but he is not complacent or arrogant because of this. The Stilling Officer Academy has always been sending the best officers to the Empire. Princess Dorothy came over. She was so light that her military boots didn't make much sound when she stepped on the ground. It can be predicted that this batch of students must be quite excellent. Stilling Officer Academy is the cradle of the army, and the new generation of officers all come from this academy. After graduation, these young lieutenants will be assigned to various imperial territories and military bases. It can be said that they are the backbone of the future Imperial Marines. Serve the Emperor's cause. Eyster stood up straighter, not wanting to leave a bad impression on the princess. This sentence is a motto of the Stealing Military Academy, and Eyster has already memorized it. The Imperial Army belongs to the Emperor, and they don't have to obey anyone else's orders. Young and promising, Dorothy walked in front of Eyster. Her small and soft nose was more beautiful than all the actresses the latter had seen. General Horner will remember this credit for you. It will clear many obstacles for your career. Well, UnTV may arrange an interview for you for positive publicity, but I'm still in a hurry to report to the academy. Eyster spread his hands and told the truth. To be honest, I don't want to worry my family. I'm going back to Korhal. You can go with me. General Horner likes this brave and smart junior. The Steeling Officer Academy was established by Horner and his comrades, and Eyster was also considered his student. The predecessor of the Terran Empire, the Korhal Revolutionary Army, suffered from the lack of professional military quality of its officers. The officers of the Revolutionary Army of that era fought with wisdom, firm will and inexhaustible courage. Therefore, the Emperor and the generals of the Empire established many military academies, and those schools were the cradles of future Imperial commanders. No problem, General. Eyster was surprised, but felt that there was no need to be polite. The battle cruiser was so huge that it was no big deal to carry one more person. He had never been to a real battleship in his life. Theodore Pierce patted the young man on the shoulder and was sincerely happy for him. Pierce's psychic level was level 6, and he could see what Eyster was thinking without much effort. Scanning thoughts was the innate ability of ghost agents. Often, Pierce saw people more thoroughly. Many people have mountains in their hearts, and the surge of thousands of emotions is just a ripple in the vast ocean. But Eyster is a transparent and upright man, as easy to guess as Marshal Jim Raynor. That's good. Matt nodded. The two men spoke directly, without any twists and turns. At this time, a team of Nova Squadron Marines wearing bright purple power armor walked into the central control room quickly, escorting several Federation restorationists wearing senior officer uniforms. They must have put up a fierce resistance before being arrested, and one of them was even lame. Nova Squadron is a naval squadron with a long history, fighting both the Protoss and the Zerg. They were originally the garrison fleet of Antigua Prime, and were transferred to Viridia Prime nearly a year ago. Let Augustus Mengsk come to talk to me. You are not qualified. From a distance, someone shouted loudly, you bunch of Imperial bastards. We are not done. Who is he? Dorothy raised her chin, her cold grey eyes like blades. General Lionel Maccabee, Your Highness, was the commander of the 3rd Marine Corps of the Federation before the fall of the Federation. An officer of the Nova Squadron answered. As far as I know, he has another identity. General Matt said. Lionel was once the head of the 2nd Recruit Training Battalion of Telesis 2nd, which means that His Majesty Augustus, Marshal Renault, Marshal Runstein and General Harnack were all trained by him. I made a big mistake. General Lionel Maccabee was a man with a ruddy face and a wide forehead and a meticulously trimmed beard. 3 fingers on Maccabee's right hand were broken by bullets, just the 3 fingers that held the pistol. Lionel was a strong man, but he was still no match for the ghost agents. The reaction speed and physical strength of these super soldiers far exceeded the limits of human beings. He was still shouting at this moment, I was wrong, and didn't see Augustus Mengsk's true face. From the beginning, this was a mistake. He is Angus's son. This bastard, I really should have strangled him in the cradle. Before he could finish, Eyster felt a flash in front of his eyes. Princess Dorothy, who had just stood beside him, took 2 steps and kicked General Lionel in the stomach with a beautiful flying kick, which made the latter's eyes roll back. What's wrong with my brother? Dorothy said and stomped on Lionel's feet twice. Dorothy's figure was not petite, but she was 20 inches shorter than the tall Lionel. She leaned into the other's arms like a little bird, and then stomped her feet hard, and kicked left and right. What the hell are you talking about? Eyster rubbed his eyes and was shocked. This kick was of standard. Of course, he didn't know that Princess Dorothy had been learning martial arts from a martial arts master since she was a child, and her pink punch could kill people. The 2 Marines of the Nova Squadron who were holding Lionel's hands were also stunned. The only thing they could do was to clamp the prisoner tightly so that he could not fight back. That's enough, Your Highness. There are clear regulations in the Imperial Army that prisoners cannot be abused. It seems that this is not the first time that General Matt has seen such a scene. Princess Dorothy has never been a gentle and lovely flower of the Empire. If she were a flower, she would be a carnivorous plant. How this doesn't count. Princess Dorothy clapped her hands and walked back contentedly. When she turned her head to look at Lionel, the anger on her face was still there. At this moment, Eyster realized that the Mengsk family was a wolf, and what maintained this family was sincere feelings rather than interests. After all, the power of a lone wolf is limited, but a pack of wolves is better than a bear or a lion. Lionel's eyes were full of stars, and he couldn't say anything for a while. He really didn't know that the other party was a ruthless person who would take action without saying a word. Shut your stinky mouth. Now, I'm going to say it, and you listen. Dorothy looked at him with a frown, not allowing Lionel to speak again. Her aura made it impossible for anyone to breathe. The crime you committed will be judged by the Imperial Grand Judge and the people of the Empire, and I'm just executing it on their behalf. She said, I just want you to understand one thing, General Lionel McCabe, no matter what so-called noble purpose you are for, it is untenable to take human life lightly. Even brainworms are nobler than your ugly soul. Drag him away. Are you surprised? But she is like this. The Imperial Ghost Pierce suddenly said to the stunned Eastal, the princess was not like this before, but she respected her father and brothers very much. When Augustus Mengsk's uprising failed, many people slandered and defamed him, and she could do nothing. No, I just didn't expect it. Eastal thought that country girls were not bad, at least the girls in Halcyon were gentle. In contrast, the girls of Marcera were all good at using guns. They could ride a vulture with a revolver and scalp their unfaithful lovers. Okay, tell the soldiers to search again carefully, to make sure everyone is found. Dorothy clapped her hands. Then we will go back to Viridia. The fleet of the Nova Squadron will escort you back. I will take the Hyperion and Eyster directly back to Korhal. General Matt said, His Majesty is waiting for me to go there, and has urged me several times. But General Mirahan is waiting for you at the resort in Viridia. Dorothy reminded him suddenly, as if she remembered something. What? Mira is coming. Just tell her I'm not here. Hearing this, General Matt was startled. He looked back involuntarily, and his calm expression suddenly turned into fear. God knows who that person is. He didn't change his expression, even when he saw the Zerg general. Mirahan always has something new to offer. She doesn't look like a female general of the Empire, but a bandit queen. Last time, even Matt forgot his birthday. Only Emperor Augustus, Mira and his mother remembered it. The Emperor brought Matt's favorite chocolate, which made him burst into tears. Mira sent a big gift package, but it contained herself, which scared Matt so much that he ran away. Didn't I tell you? Dorothy exclaimed. I'm sure you didn't. General Matt's wide-eyed look surprised Eastal, who was completely confused now. Oh my god, I don't know what holiday you have. Dorothy said, don't worry, I went to the headquarters to ask before, and you still have 7 days of vacation time to use freely. 1 day won't delay anything. Your Highness, I'd rather work in 3 shifts. He was anxious. 1 day. Mirahan can eat him up in less than 2 hours. Sister Mira won't eat you. Dorothy showed a devilish smile. I'm afraid you can't guess. There won't be even a dreg left. Matt groaned, as if he was about to cry. What's going on? Eastal asked Pierce cautiously. General Mirahan is General Matt Horner's fiancé. Pierce thought for a moment and said, they are now, still in love. The relationship is not going well. Okay. Eastal accepted this statement. It seems that General Matt is also a romantic man. Mr. Pierce, can I borrow a personal terminal to write to my sister in Korhal? If she doesn't receive any news from me for too long, she will definitely be worried. Not long after, Pierce found a personal terminal for Eastal, which might be used by a member of the base. Eastal was already very tired. He took the personal terminal, found a corner to sit down, and edited the message to his sister, determined not to tell her what happened today. In Viridia, I met Princess Dorothy. She is so beautiful. I only hope that you can be 1/10 as good as she is, and that you can coax Colton Parlant and make him be devoted to you. Now, I'm about to board the ship to Korhal. The ship is about to depart, and I will not be able to write to you for a long time. Before the voyage, I beg you to bless me, and I hope to hear good news about your happiness. Last time, you told me that you were pregnant with Colton's child. According to the tradition of the Fuss family, I have to go to him with a gun. He can't be a heartless man. To be honest, I'm not ready to be an uncle. But you said you want to give birth to this child, and I agree. Of course, you are always stubborn, and don't listen to anyone's opinions. This child, she, is not like us. She, was born at a good time. I want to protect you, and I also want to protect him, her, and protect the Terran Empire, so that all this will not go back to the past. It's so awesome, everyone. Revitalize the light of the stars. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.